life is a map with no compass to guide. At the bar, drinking way too much. We sing along to Forever Young. So here we go again. Wishing we could start again. Why do you run away with me? I know I sound crazy, don't you see what you do to me? Wanna be a lost boy, your last chance, a better reality, yeah. Why do we get away? I promise if you're with me, say the word and we'll find a way. I could be a lost boy, your last chance, yeah, everything better plan. Sing, oh, somewhere in Neverland, somewhere in Neverland. We'll start a life of the plain and the simple, of great times with far better people, and weekends with our friends, laughing about the wine that stains their teeth. We'll talk about how your parents separated and how you don't want to make the same mistakes as them. We'll say it's all about staying it out and trying to feel forever young. So here we go again. Everybody off your feet. Why do you run away with me? I know I sound crazy, don't you see what you do to me? I wanna be a lost boy, last chance, a better reality, yeah. Why do we get away? I promise if you're with me, say the word and we'll find a way. I could be a lost boy, last chance, yeah, everything better plan. Oh, somewhere in Neverland. Let me see those hands. Now let's hear those voices. So here we go again. Wishing we could start again. I wanna be a lost boy, your last chance, a better reality, yeah. Where do we get away? I promise if you're with me, say the word and we'll find a way. And I could be a lost boy, your last chance, yeah, everything better plan. Oh, somewhere in Neverland. Oh, somewhere in Neverland. Somewhere in Neverland. No, I know that I can't make you stay, but where's your heart? But where's your heart? But where's your... And I know there's nothing I can say to change that part, to change that part, to change. So many bright lights that cast a shadow, but can I speak? Well, is it and unafraid, asleep or dead. 'Cause I see you lying next to me, with words I thought I'd never speak, awake and unafraid, asleep or dead. 'Cause I see you lying next to me, with words I thought I'd never speak, awake and unafraid, asleep or dead. 'Cause I see you lying next to me, with words I thought I'd never speak, awake and unafraid, asleep or nothing you can say can stop me going home. Wide awake, my mistakes so predictable. You were fake, I was great, nothing personal. I'm walking, who's laughing now? Who's laughing? Who's laughing now? I'm wasted, wasting time. Time for hours, but you're wasting lives. Pretty face, but the chase ain't worth the prize. I'm gonna break your little heart, watch you take the fall, laughing all the way to the hospital. 'Cause there's nothing surgery can do. When I break your little heart in two, I'm gonna break your little heart in two. Party queen cause a scene so ridiculous. Little dress maybe less so conspicuous. You're falling, who's crashing now? Who's crashing? Who's crashing now? I'm wasted, wasted time. I'm moving on, but you left behind. A pretty face, but the chase ain't worth the prize. I'm gonna break your little heart, watch you take the fall, laughing all the way to the hospital. 'Cause there's nothing surgery can do. I'm gonna break your little heart, show you to the door, sew yourself shut, now you're begging for more. 'Cause there's nothing surgery can do. When I break your little heart in two, don't be so sentimental. No, this love was accidental, so give it up. This was never meant to be more than a memory for you. I'm gonna break your little heart, watch you take the fall, laughing all the way to the hospital. 'Cause there's nothing surgery can do. I'm gonna break your little heart, show you to the door, sew yourself shut until you're begging for more. 'Cause there's nothing surgery can do. When I break your little heart in two. Where is your boy tonight? I hope he is a gentleman. Maybe he won't find out what I know. You were the last good thing about this part of town. When I wake up a gentleman. Maybe we'll find out. I know you were the last good thing about this morning. Where is your 49? I hope he's a gentleman. Maybe we'll find out. I know you were the last good thing about this morning town.
Something in here's not right today. Why am I so uptight today? Paranoia is all I got left. I don't know what stressed me first and how the pressure was fed, but I know just what it feels like to have a voice in the back of my head, like a face that I hold inside, face that awakes when I close my eyes, face that I watch every time I lie, face that laughs every time I fall. So I know that when it's time to sink or swim, the face inside is hearing me right underneath my skin.
It's like a paranoid looking over my back. It's like a whirlwind inside of my head. It's like I can't stop what I'm hearing within. It's like the face inside is right beneath my skin.
I know I've got a face in me, points out all my mistakes to me. You got a face on the inside too. Your paranoia is probably worse. I don't know what set me off first, but I know what I can't stand. Everybody acts like the fact of the matter is I can't add up to what you can, but everybody has a face that they hold inside. Face that awakes when I close my eyes. Face that watches every time they lie. Face that laughs every time they fall. So you know that when it's time to sink or swim, that the face inside is watching you too, right inside your skin.
It's like I'm paranoid looking over my back. It's like a whirlwind inside of my head. It's like I can't stop what I'm hearing within. It's like the face inside is right beneath the skin. It's like I'm paranoid looking over my back. It's like a whirlwind inside of my head. It's like I can't stop what I'm hearing within. It's like the face inside is right beneath my skin.
The face inside is right beneath the skin. The face inside is right beneath the skin.
Goodbye, she said, when it found somebody new. But I gave you every waking moment. I gave you everything you wanted. And now, my love, you're giving me She walked away and I could hardly breathe. Turned around and fell down to my knees. Shivering as the truth is said away. Her tomorrow has nothing to do with me. I knew someday that she'd find someone else's lips. But before you go, just leave me one last kiss. 'Cause I gave you every waking moment. I gave you everything you wanted. And now, my love, you're giving me when there's someone else beside you. Damage has been done, and this machine has begun on a path of destruction. We need the medicine to reverse what's been done before this disease has destroyed everything we know. Everything we know. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us all. With our weapons drawn and all our resources gone, we're facing extinction. The only antidote is just some blood, sweat, and hope, and a blueprint to save us from all that we've become. All that we've become. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us all. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us. Here inside before, the way the sweat drips off your chest. You know that I'm wanting more. The lost, the sex, the heat, the sweat, and nothing else matters but you and me without your dress. I already forgot her. You have no idea what you do to me. And you have no idea what you're doing to me. Pandora, I don't know how you jumped your way into my heart, and I don't know how you snuck your way into my house. But I know that I regret what I did, and I know that I'll regret it forever as I throw my life away. Pandora, my love sits at home, and I know that she's lonely. But I'm watching you take off your clothes. You're the star of this moment. The love, the hate, the guilt, my fate is hanging in the balance. You have no idea what you do to me. And you don't even care what she means to me. Pandora, I don't know how you jumped your way into my heart, and I don't know how you snuck your way into my house. But I know that I regret what I did, and I know that I'll regret it forever as I throw my life away. Pandora, and by the time that I come home, she's already sleeping. Sit on the bed and take off my clothes. My nerves, they're shaking. The loss, the sex, the heat, the sweat. Your body is quaking. The love, the hate, the guilt, my fate against this temptation. Pandora, I don't know how you
truth, I got it down. Different motive in your eyes, and now I'm out. See you later. I see your fantasy. You wanna make it a reality, baby? Go, we'll see inside of our heads. Yeah, well now that's over. I see your motives inside. Decisions you hide. Back off, I'll take you on. Headstrong and take on anyone. I know that you are wrong. Headstrong or headstrong. Back off, I'll take you on. Headstrong and take on anyone. I know that you are wrong, and this is not where you belong. I can't give everything away. I won't give everything away. Conclusions manifest. Your first impressions got to be your very best. I see you're full of shit and not so right. Say you're playing it so get through every night. Well, now that's over. I see your fantasy. You wanna make it a reality, baby? Go, we'll see inside of our heads, yeah.
Look at Josh, really low with Blade will finish him off. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wing, and now focus on Aslan. Grand charges up. Aslan will not last. There's a flash from Excavate now. And now a continuous fail. The Seoul University still doesn't win, and here comes the fight. One time is on. Look at the stupidity and strategy on the center of the fight.
Flash away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the line of that equalizer. Gets equalized indeed. Will be waiting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. You are watching the Lenovo Law Collegiate League 2017 Spring Term Interconference Series, and we are getting into our second day for Group B. Of course, we'll be your shoutcasters. I am Atlas, and with me is Vulcan.
So good afternoon to everyone who are excited for will be the last day of the Group B, and we'll be deciding the top 4 teams who will be moving on to the next stage of the LCL.
Seems like this is going to be one of the bloodier groups, actually, because last week, almost all of the games from Group B were 1-1s, with only one 2-0 happening, which was from MCL. We're going to see now if the other teams can catch up, and they have really good potential to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some teams who we are expecting to perform really well, but in the end, it's the opposite. Sometimes we see the first seed being overthrown by some lower seeds. So right now in the Group B, this is going to be one of the most fighter-death scenario where they will have to fight for their spot in moving on. So right now, going on to the schedule.
Seems like first game will be actually Uno R Rams versus Adamson Penguin Authority. This is going to have 2 games, of course. All of these games are best of 2s. If it's a 2-0, the team will get 3 points into the semifinals. But if only it's a 1-1, both teams get 1 point. So that 2 wins is actually so much value, and every team wants to get that much of a lead, especially in the group that this close.
Yeah, and the first game would be UNOR versus the Rams. I mean, what can you say about these teams, Atlas? I mean, we've seen that UNOR, in my perspective, I've seen they play very much of a late game oriented play style where it doesn't fit too well in the current patch, where the game has been sped up gradually.
Yeah, Uno R Rams, their usual play style is that they wait until it's like 25, 24 minutes to start team fighting. Their pocket picks actually mirror that. Exidia has played a lot of Anivia actually throughout his career, so you might be seeing that, and that's actually just a testament to how slow they play. They play a control play style, and when it comes to 25, that's when they start roaming as a team. On the side of Adamson University, Penguin Authority, they have a much more well-balanced style of play. They have been this school has been in the LCL very strong for a long time. So we're gonna see if that experience actually culminates to something, getting out of group stages for the interconference series.
Yeah, and we'll be expecting some bans coming in from Uno R against the captain of ADU, which would be, let's say, a mid laner. Whereas I think for Uno R, it would be more on the jungler who's the captain there. So this is going to be a very interesting drafting phase where we're going to see how the teams are going to focus ban or how they should draft their team in a way that it complements the shot callers.
Seems like Jissy just getting banned out here. The Vladimir, the Ari, and the Oriana all banned against him, so that's a lot of damage and utility taken away from Adamson. On the side of ADU, their bans are top lane, focused with a single jungle ban against Santi. Elise is one of the high-pressure junglers. Santi, as the captain, will have a lot of time to plan and spin his web if he has a release that will be taken away from him, but he will be picking up that Ivern.
That would be, I'm not sure how the Ivern will perform in this current patch of the 7.10.
It is a lot more costly for him to continue farming his jungle in terms of health and mana.
In a way that he can't keep ganking repeatedly that we see in how other Iverns play.
Because his health will be much lower and it's much more dangerous to gank. So top lane here, Xcavi will have his Kled and his Darius banned out. I'm not exactly agreeing with the bans here because these two are champions that are so easily countered, but Adamson, if it seems like one of their last games, Kled was such a problem for them. The Kled getting ahead just ran them all over, and the Darius as well has a similar kind of snowball potential as that Kled.
So in a way that you're saying that Uno R, they have a bad time dealing with champions. When they snowball, they are out of control. So it just goes to show how Uno R is really playing the late game. Whereas ADU, they want to play the early phase of the game as much to their favor in a way that they can transition out to the late and the mid to the late game, and they have complete control.
Seems like ADU are going for that. Lots of early game pressure with the Lee Sin and the Karma, and banking on that early game to transition well into the mid game and late game. We're going to see how the rest of their composition plays out. On the side of Uno R, going with that Ivern. Lots of shields for Legend Darhin here on that Lucian.
We're going to be expecting this Uno R going for remember the shielding the Kog'Maw strategy. This time it's not more Kog'Maw, but it's more of a Lucian where
something more reliable.
Something more reliable, something more constant, and not much of a high risk.
Yeah, someone that actually has a laning phase. Lucian combined with that Lulu will actually be very potent there in the bot lane. Can match the Ashe Karma combination that will be coming from Adamson. Plus, come mid game, come late game, when the resource cost of Ivern is actually doesn't matter anymore. The shields will be phenomenal on Legend Darhin, especially since he's a 500 range 80 carry on that Lucian. All the shields will be much more valuable.
Not to mention, more not just the shield, it's more of the kiting.
The kiting as
from
well.
From the Lulu and from the Ivern. But right now, going on to the second banning phase would be Uno R opening up with the Renekton. Now we'll be seeing top lanes being the focus ban here because we have yet to see both teams lock in their more of a game-changing top laner. Right now, the attack meta has been buffed due to the items. But note that the new champions, let's say the rework, Sejuani, Maokai,
they have been nerfed,
Zac,
but they are available for play. They are still potent in what they can do. Sejuani though, he is nerfed. She is nerfed, but I think she's still very strong and how he can just point and click permafrost. We're gonna see if it's gonna pop out here, but seems like the Rumble and Renekton will be the focus for Uno R. On the other hand, Adams University, the tank Fizz top has been nerfed heavily in terms of scaling, so he needs to build actually more AP to be relevant as a damage carry, and also banning out Exsidious Victor, which is Jissy does not want to face up against Victor most likely because a lot of these mid laners from are banned by Uno R. What Jissy might want to play does not want to face up against Exsidious Victor.
And not to mention, we've seen some of the pocket picks from Uno R, which could be the not so of an iconic Anivia, but we've seen Anivia in the games of Uno R where they play so much around it that they bring it up to the 20-minute mark. That's the time they start their rotations, but I think by that time, it's a bit too late for them to even make those plays. But right now, we're going to be seeing the Anivia mid again for Uno R.
So this is actually, most of their damage will come from the Lucian and the Anivia. A little bit slow to rev up, considering it is Anivia. So, but we're gonna see if the utility coming from Lulu and Ivern will be enough to make them survive through the early game, considering that Jissy will be going on that Syndra, very potent mid laner. We're gonna see if all the shields and health boosts coming from Santi and Frush will actually be enough to mitigate that unleashed power. Trundle in the top lane. The Nautilus picked against that. They might have trouble in lane, but seems like Uno Arm, as I said, they're going for a slow game. So maybe the laning doesn't matter as much to them as the synergy when it comes to the actual team fights. We're gonna see if they will last though, because that has been a problem for them. Sometimes they play too slow and the other team just completely outpaces them.
Too slow would be not the right word for, maybe too safe. Very conservative
safe.
in a way. But not to mention they are having the Ivern jungler against the Lee Sin. Lee Sin and Ivern both been heavily nerfed. The Dragon Rage cooldown has been increased in a way that the Lee Sin cannot keep going back and forth. Like, let's say we've seen Lee Sin's making 3 rotations and 3 times gank, relentless ganks, but right now we might be seeing a different playstyle from the both teams.
Yeah, I think the Ivern nerf had a lot more impact. It is his clearing affected, which affects his ganking, because if you have no health, you can't really gank unless you want to give a free kill. On the other hand, Lee Sin can still do a lot of those rotations. If he makes a gank and makes it count, it will be very effective. He just can't have it as frequently. Well, the only thing change about him is the Dragon's Rage cooldown. It's 10 seconds. So let's say every 2 minutes. From 100 seconds to 110 seconds at the first level. So considering everything plus Warrior, CDR, we're gonna say that his ganks, the frequency of his Dragon's Rage potency is like building up to 30-second gap in total. So it's not that huge compared to Ivern not being able to gank at all because of having no health.
And let's see, going on to the first game of match 1 between Uno R versus Adamson University. Let's see how the both teams will play out in the first game of match 1. This will be the last day for the group B. So they cannot cut corners and no room for really crucial mistakes and amateurs.
This is really gonna filter out the teams coming to semifinals. And considering the state of the standings, now most of these teams are 1-1. MCL so far, because they had 2 matches last time, they were able to get a 2-0. So the thing to beat here is that these teams need to tie that or surpass it. So Uno R, since they have 2 matches today, they will want 2 2-0s.
Yeah, to really guarantee that spot. And going on to the matchup, I mean, Exidia against Jissy. I'm not pretty sure Exidia will have a really fun time, knowing that Syndra kind of in a way controls how Anivia can use the ultimate. I mean, if you get targeted by a CC, the Anivias will get cancelled, the radius will be gone in a way, but that gives that small window for Syndra to unleash the power. I mean,
yeah, that's definitely going to be a problem if left unchecked. Interestingly, Uno R having 2 teleports means that they have a lot more potential to respond. Exidia will also be able to just come back to lane if he gets poked out by Jissy. But coming into early game, it's going to be Jissy with a lot more kill potential.
And it will have to be on to Orf for GC to snowball. Knowing that Anivia has not much utility, Anivia does not have much mobility in a way of escaping.
Santi going for the invade here with a smite.
Yes, spotted out.
Yeah, he did get spotted out by the wards. So here it's going to be Orf knowing exactly where Santi is. And because of the time, Santi going for an early level 2 gank. It should be Xcavi expecting, or rather it should be Daza expecting this.
Daza, not yet level 2. Knowing that Xcavi does have the Drench line. This is more of a visit, but I think that was a mistake for Santi. I mean, showing his location.
Yeah, by shielding, that's not really something, it's not very impactful at all, but it does give Uno R, ADU, a lot of information.
But funny fact is that Orf is not even countering Santi in a way that to get his red buff.
Seems like he's just chilling for now, going for a full clear of his bot side, but seems like after this he will transition to the red side.
A bit too late in my opinion. I think Santi will have enough time to gank and even counter jungle even more.
We're gonna see how all that plays out. Orf might be going for a gank here.
Here comes Exidia, does have the flash up, but a bit too far in. But here comes Santi for the respawn. Exidia does have the passive, so it would be more of a trade-off. Except Jissy Might just spark the passive, and there it is in egg form, but there will be no follow-up. That would be a passive burn, and I think that was set up for Jesse.
The passive being burnt here, it's the cooldown is pretty long. So it might actually be possible for Jesse to reach level 6,
Yes.
considering this is a solo lane, and then take him out before the passive actually. Ooh, or trying to go for a fight here.
Picking a fight with Ivern.
Jesse, though.
Jesse stunning Sandy off, forcing out his flash. Exidia does not have the flash to follow it up, but I think it's very rewarding for Adu. Burning the passive of Exidia and the Summoner spell makes it easier for Orf to rotate back into the mid lane.
But the thing is, though, that Jesse had to respond to Santi harassing Orf in his jungle. And Orf being wailed on by those raptors has actually a lot of hurt. And Jesse having to use his flash there might take a chunk out of his kill potential and his safety in lane.
Yeah, not to mention, he didn't even go for the red buff of Santi. I don't understand why you don't go for a steal whereas Santi just completely took away Orf's.
I think he was first trying to go for that rotation, but then Jesse and Exidia got into a little fight. So what happened there was he had to respond, but it wasn't really that worth it in the end. He should have just gotten the red buff.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but we gotta expect that Orf will have to step up his farming or gank even more. But right now, Xcavi really cannot outtrade a Trundle. Once he hits level 6, that's gonna unlock the potential where Trundle can lock down even the tankiest team member, which would be Xcavi.
That Nautilus does not want to experience those love bites from Dazai. Definitely not. Like, getting, but Orf here might be going for a gank here in the top lane. If Dazai gets ahead,
Tempting
might
offer.
be it might be very bad for Uno R.
But I don't think Orf should invest too much time visiting.
And this lane is pushing out really fast.
Yeah, very fast. Expected from Trundle in a way. Not to mention, Orf did not take the red buff. So that's an EXP god. That's going to give Santi more room.
Man.
That's going to be his second red buff. Santi is just going to steal everything Orf has. And right now, making his second visit in the mid lane.
Really focusing here on the mid lane. They want Exidia to be impactful and have actually scaling. And they want to mitigate how Jesse can become more powerful. It seems like Orf here will be trading the red buff they could have gotten for the Wolves.
Not to mention, this is going to be in more favor of Uno R when it comes to the mid game, to the late game. This is how they play. They play it so safe, very conservative in a way that they will extend it at least in the 20-minute mark. Once that time reaches, the Adamson University has to be ready.
Yeah, once their power spike is reached, Uno R will want to go for a lot of these roams as a group. So going for a very big mid-range composition here, actually. A lot of control early game, and then they go for these team fights when they reach their power spike.
Right now in the top lane, we're seeing Xcavi trying to set up for a gank, but I think he has enough mana for Death Charge. But to follow it up, I'm not pretty sure it's gonna be
They don't really have a lot of damage. The recall cancel there by Dazai. Rude. But that does give him a pretty juicy wave as it is being pushed into him. It gives Xcavi a little bit of time to recall and get his items. Get the Bomby Cinder to match the damage coming from Dazai as well as the clear that he will be getting once he gets more of his items.
Right now, I think the reason why the Rams picked the not to the stop, they're not going for damage really. They're going more on utility, banking in more on their ADC Legendarian to really deliver the damage they need.
It's going to be up to Exidia and Legendarian, but that means Santi can't spend too much time in the top lane because unless Dazai is so pushed in and the trade goes so badly for him, two of these champions, Ivern and Nautilus, I don't think they will deal enough damage to take down a Trundle. Here comes Cadenza, returning to the bot lane after putting down some vision in the jungle.
But isn't that helpful for Dazai if he keeps pushing the lane? But the fact that he's using the teleport to go back to the lane just defeats the purpose of him pushing more. I mean, that opens up for the bot lane teleport, but I don't think ADU is going to open up for that.
It might be actually a good trade-off since they realize that, okay, Uno R has 2 teleports. So if we go for a teleport play, we'll still be outnumbered. So let's just use the teleport to get back into lane, keep farming, and keep scaling up. That might be their logic here.
And looking at the CS of Orf against Santi, I guess the red buff is not going to be too impactful in delaying his level spike, seeing that he does have almost double, more than double the account on Santi.
Okay, this bot lane, just a little bit of a trade-off. Both AD carries getting below half health. But
Oh,
look at that.
The setup, he's been stunned up and a teleport will be called in. Xcavi, but it would be ADU still committing to the fight. Simon forcing out his flash.
Ooh.
Same with Sedenza over the Crystallize. It would be
Here comes Santi.
Excidia. Oh, relentless gangs from the our Rams. Going for the flash, and Simon gives the first blood onto Excidia, and now it would be Jesse trying to salvage the fight, but forcing
Oh, the
out
egg.
Ignivia form.
And that is the first blood going to UNUR, giving it to Excidia. Seems like ADU will want to have some revenge here in the top lane with a solo kill, but oh no.
Jesse does have his flash up, but I don't think that's going to be helpful. There's the Scatter the Weak, but giving a second kill onto Excidia. He does have the first blood and a second kill. He's going to be building very nicely.
Or
and right
trying
now,
to salvage the situation.
Huh. Should they do that, bro?
No, definitely not. Look at Orf.
Oh, still going for it. I mean, there's no passes, so that would be more of a bounty goal.
Here comes Frosh though.
Oh, nice flash for Orr. Flash in for Frache. There is the knockoff from Frache, and that will give him his kill and assist. For
Okay, so
Ivy.
that was so not worth it, because this gives UNUR a lot of control here in the mid lane. So they can actually, with a red buff onto
Oh,
Froche.
man.
Yeah, with Daisy too, this might mean the first turn of the game. And Jesse cannot intervene here, even when he gets here, because look at how fast they're taking it down.
Oh
The
boy,
Lightstinger respect.
I'm really excited to see how our Rams will use that much gold spike onto Excidia. I mean, he really needs a lot of gold, but right now, I think that's sped up, and that's going to give ADU more of a difficult
Oh.
time. But
A little bit of a
Jesse,
trade-off.
yeah, I mean,
And it's actually huge. Jesse getting that blue
really,
buff.
blue buff and red buff, and reading the summoner cooldowns
Ooh,
of
almost.
arms.
So still, the goal is very close. With those two, with that last kill by Jesse, actually closes it off to get a little bit of a spike. The goal, even with the first turret gold, they're only separated by 300 gold because of the lead of gold coming from Orf in terms of his clear, as well as Dazai. But oh man, Jesse in trouble.
Man, Jesse in a big trouble. He cannot make out of this. He tries to fight back with the unleashed power, and that's not gonna help. Excidia 3-1-1, just speeding up their game for UNOR.
Yeah, Jesse going that aggressive against Excidia, not expecting the gank from Santi.
Or feeling a bit jealous. He's not in the spotlight right now, saying that should be me.
That should be the Lee Sin doing that much work.
And here it comes, Excidia trying to duel out Orf. Here comes the Dragon Rage,
Oh.
but instead hits a cannon minion.
That's
Excidia just playing with Orf's feelings. That hurts bad, feels very bad. He will be taken down, and that's gonna
Oh, man,
be a
another kill.
4-1-1 for Excidia.
Adamson just making all of these mistakes early game, which means that the weakness of UNUR is just taken out of the picture.
Oh boy, the underdogs right now in the games showing how it is done against ADU.
And here it's going to be Xcavi losing heavily to ADU Daza in terms of the gold in the clear, but that's natural. That's natural. As long as he's not dying, as long as he's surviving, that leaves the rest of his team enough time and and relieves pressure from top lane, which allows the rest of UNUR just to scale up. This might be bad though.
That's why going in for a dive successfully kills off Xcavi.
Has to burn his flash. He
Great
did
work.
receive turret aggro because being knocked up by the pillar actually deals like 1 damage. So it did trigger the aggro of the turret, which almost killed him, but he flashed out indeed.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, man. I mean, first seed of the Metro West Adamson University against UNOR, who are clearly the underdogs entering this game. This is where how the group stages really mold the players in a way that they have to really not be too complacent.
And I think this is all this kind of momentum from UNOR is snowballing from a huge mistake bot lane. Because earlier Simone and Cadenza, it was a pretty good opportunity to get that kill because they reached a level 6 spike. But they did not consider the double teleport from UNOR.
And this is a bad news for Adamson University. Knowing that UNOR likes to play it in the late game, giving a huge lead to the mid laner, Excidia, on that Anivia, one of his pocket picks. That's going to be a huge mistake for Adamson University, and they have to pay the price. They have to give up the objectives. They lost control of the mid lane. Probably next might be the bottom lane.
And if bottom lane gets taken down, it's going to be Legendarian just wailing on Simone every time.
Closing the
man.
gap from the Blade of the Ruined King, but the Crystal Arrow will be there, forcing out Simone's heal. And that It's a Summoner's Burn, and are smiling just a little bit. I mean, just like a smirk on their faces.
Just a little smirk there, because that is a huge cooldown on
Feels
heal,
good.
which means that the next fight, the next 2v2 or 3v3 with the junglers involved in this bot lane will be heavily in favor of Legendarian, because he gets a shield from Pix, the Wild Growth, as well as his own heal.
He has a speed boost too, and not just that. Both summoners are up for Legendarian. Not to mention, the Culling's cooldown is not too long. It will match the cooldown of Crystal Arrow, but burning out the heal really lowers the dueling potential. The team fight, the possibility of them winning the team fight gets lowered, knowing that the heal is not up for their ADC.
Also, Blade of Ruin King is a power spike here for
Or
Unoar.
got exhausted.
Here comes the
Taking
Goon
so
Squad,
much
though.
turret hits will give Legendarian his first kill, and now with the
Oh, dear.
Sedenza just cornered against the wall against Daisy. That's just brutal. With Unoar getting the first double kill of the game, with ADU just confused. Terrain is not in their favor, but right now Xcavi does not have enough mana to fight back Dazai.
And the regeneration coming from the Frozen Domain and his passive, the Tribute, actually keeps him alive there. But at what cost? He was not able to teleport down bot lane because his teleport was down. And what happened there was, again, ADU all-ending the bot lane, not considering that Excidia has teleport. So even if so much pressure is on Xcavi that he can't teleport bot lane because he'll just get cancelled by the pillar, Excidia with a 5-1-1 score, 4-1-1 score when the gank happened, which means that you have to respect that. You cannot just all in like that 3v2.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, because Excidia will just teleport and get more kills. And even then, Legendarian actually picked up a kill there before the intervention of Excidia.
Yeah, that's what happens when you give a mid laner that much of a lead. To 4 kills in, let's say, it was not even just 1 minute. And Excidia was able to get so many kills, so much gold, transitioning that to the Rod of the Ages. Not to mention, a very confident pick up on the Magi Soul Stealer. So,
man.
Adamson University, I don't know what they play. They are not respecting Unoar in a way that they should. Mid lane's down, bot lane is down, the dragon will be up. That's going to give Unoar more objective, more speed boost, and that's going to help Excidia position himself really well.
It's definitely dangerous times here for Adamson.
Oh man, this is more of a recession for Adamson University. They
Here
have
comes
to
the
wait it
squad
out.
though. They have, Dazai has to back off.
And if in top lane, Legendarian, I don't think he can make it out alive. He gets kicked over to the brush side, and that would be a cleanup in the top lane for Adamson University.
That's actually really good for Adamson University. But look at Dazai still surviving. That's a lot of members on him, which means the top lane gives Simone some gold. Actually, it's enough to match Legendarian in gold. But the biggest problem here is that Jizzy is not snowballing, and Orf has not had enough impact. He's 2-3-2, but he's not had enough impact and value from this Lee Sin yet, and he might taper off when it comes to later in the game. They are getting Rift Herald though. This might mitigate a lot of the losses they had against Unoar.
But how they use it, that matters the most.
That's what matters the most here.
Oh boy.
He might actually die here.
Oh no.
Here it comes.
Come on, smite it, boy! Yes! He just does get the Rift Herald and tags in Daisy.
Actually gives it to Cadenza.
Oh man, 4 members on to Sandy. Will he survive though? He does, thanks to shield. And roll
Oh.
mode! That's gonna be Sedenza rooted out, and Xcavi going in with the depth charge.
Simon's
onto
in trouble.
Simon does have the flash and the heal, but not enough mana for the Crystal Arrow. Legendary will be picking up the kill, and that'll be a stun from the Anivia. Simon is now under the turret, but Unoar or Abs, they don't care. They're going straight for it. A double kill again.
Man, now Legendarian's 4 kills. That's 2 kills ahead of Simone. All that gold. These 2 carries, the main damage dealers, the important carries for Unoar now have 5 kills and only 1 death, and which gives them more control here in the top lane. And that response from Unoar, that little bit of movement speed from the Cloud Drake might actually have let them get that little detail where they can catch up to their field and can interrupt it.
The smallest details in this game matters in a very large scale. This is the Interconference Series, the group stages. No room for small mistakes, no more amateurs.
Yeah,
this
the gold
is going to be a very strong game.
It really presses, it really pushes the teams to their backs to the wall and see who can survive the pressure.
And it's going to be Excidia with the walls, with the crystallized. I mean, we did see how Sedenza, Karma with the most mobility. What happens when you get
You have
terrain
to
block?
walk around it still. And yeah, the biggest thing here is that do not be deceived by the gold. Adamson is marginally ahead by 500, and that's nothing. But this isn't as equal as it seems.
Yes.
Because the gold distribution here is Exidia and Legendarian having so much gold over Simone and Jissy. On the other hand, I think the gold distribution comes from Orf farming more, and Dazai having a 20 CS lead on top of Scabby. So that is deceiving. It's not on the most important members of the team.
That's very misleading for EDU, but right now, they do have the freedom. I mean, Infernal Drake will be live almost a bit, same as the Baron. 20-minute mark will reach, and this is where we see Uno R Rams transitioning more of an aggressive playstyle. They were very submissive in the early phase of the game. And
Yeah, they were very reactive. Like every time Adamson went for a play, they just reacted with the teleport plays. Now that they're getting into their comfort zone past 20 minutes, they might go for these roams 5v5 and take out Adamson
And
one
it's
by one.
such a pain for Jissy against Exidia. I mean, let's say you do unleash the power of Jissy onto Exidia, he will just turn into, let's say, a hard-boiled egg. He will survive.
Yeah, I think I want to see this cheese coming from Exidia. The old Froggen build on Anivias have Medjais and then have Warmogs. Because what happens there is the Medjais gives you all the AP you need, and Warmogs gives you a ton of HP.
That's going to complement for the Rod of the Ages.
Yes, Rod of the Ages should give this Anivia enough health to activate the
Alright.
passive. And once you go egg form,
Oh boy.
it matches your max health, so it also gets the Warmog's health.
That's more.
Oh, wait, they just left
Yeah.
the Rift Herald.
This is what I was talking about. You get the Rift Herald, you risk so much, but to
Oh,
what
look at
extent?
that. There's no damage on that turret.
Because they already chunked so much health away from the Rift Herald. He scales on maximum health damage, and that is such a huge penalty. Adamson University, they're scared. They don't want to go in onto the Rams. Well, the Penguin authorities, they're not
Oh,
even
Dazai in
contesting.
trouble. Oh, man.
Oh man, this is just bad. Dazai forcing out his flash, but gets blocked off by Exidia's wall.
Yeah, this is Uno R Rams. We said earlier that they usually start grouping at 25 minutes, but because of the lead they accumulated on their carries,
very
they can start
true.
doing it at 20.
It's like we're seeing that the timer should be switched up to 25-minute mark, knowing that how the Rams are really showing their dominance in the mid phase of the game. Not to mention, we did see the Penguin authorities making more of an aggressive approach, but it's all for show. I mean, they say, let's group up at mid, let's scare them off, but it's like the Rams are like
It's all
just
backfire.
it's all backfiring.
And it's actually scary for them to group up and start roaming together for Adamson because of all the brushes that Santi is making. So, which means that they're without as much intel as they can have with a default map.
Oh, man.
It means that they are going to get a lot more scared. Oh man, or having to flash over.
That's going to be a penalty for
Yeah,
the...
Uno R being this ahead with this composition has a lot of implications. They can roam better as 5v5, make these pickoffs as what they did to Dazai, and they can threaten all of these objectives. With this, a lot of sustained damage from the Anivia. If Exidia gets a blue buff, and then Legendarian, he has his Blade of the Ruined King, a 22-minute Baron or somewhere near that is definitely possible if Adamson cannot respond.
I don't think the blue buff is more of a necessity anymore for Exidia. The rod is really stacking pretty well. Not to
But
mention
when it
the-
comes to clearing Baron,
Yeah.
it will give him like infinite mana sustain to keep
Not
going.
to mention the objective cooldown potential from Exidia's huge lead from the early phase of the game
Yeah.
is showing right now, and this is the small mistake Adamson made. They think that Anivia is very weak in the early phase of the game, but give
give
the
him all these
resources, give the resources, the kills, the opportunity.
Oh man. Look at those shields
Oh
though.
man, the only power didn't even do crap against Syndra, and then not to mention it would be the shielding from the Ivern, not to mention the shield from the Lulu. I mean, just see right now, it's more of a fly.
Because Orf was not able to pressure mid lane enough for Jissy to snowball, and because Exidia is so ahead, and Santi is also ahead, and Froshe being able to get a lot of assists from all those bot lane fights, means that all those shields are enough to mitigate the unleashed power. And Jissy is a very sad Syndra right
Hey,
now.
Hey, look at this. I mean, imagine this, huh? Froshe picks up the redemption. That's more shield, right? Get a Solari just to tick Jissy up.
Yeah, just totally.
Jissy's gonna be like, come on, man.
Yeah, Santi already has the Solari though, but 1.5 shields from Solari because this halved when another Solari is activated nearby. Still though.
Itemization wise, the Rams are really responding pretty well against the Penguin authorities, but the Inferno Drake will be up for grabs. We're seeing that the Rams are now establishing early control of
Yeah,
vision.
they are playing a minute ahead here. They see, okay, Infernal Drake will be coming up. Let's take away their resources bot lane. And
Man.
also,
Exedia's
yeah,
gonna get the blue buff.
free blue buff. It's like sharing candy with your friends.
don't
Unfortunately,
like-
Santi does not have the Candy King Ivern skin, but it will be a blue buff onto Legend Darhen here because
He's not
Yeah.
gonna care at all. Gonna spam his skills, and that's gonna spell trouble for Adamson University. This is the preparation of the Rams coming into play right now. You prepare ahead, you will have an advantage. You have the first step ahead against your enemy. And we're seeing right now, Penguin authorities might just offer a raise.
Adamson, they are standing on top of a ward, which means that
Oh, boy.
Uno R has the complete idea that this Baron is trying to be taken by Adamson University.
All that preparation for nothing. The Rams will have to respond right
the
now.
double
Excelia,
TP.
2 teleports coming in, and that will be a race against time. Will the Penguin authorities secure the Baron before the Rams fight back? Let's see right now. The Baron house is very low. It would be the
Okay.
Ram team. Adamson University gets the Baron, but can they make it alive? No! It will be the Uno Rams going all in and locking down Sadenza. But it would be happy though. Adamson University still got the Baron.
That was definitely a dangerous call there for Adamson. It did pay off, but can they use that Baron buff effectively? We saw that the Rift Herald usage wasn't optimal, so maybe they might have trouble using the Baron buff to continue sieging because they do have the potential of those empowered minions. But if Uno R comes to fight them, especially with this Infernal Drake onto Exediah and Legend Darhen, it might be very hard. Uno R might just all in them and then completely destroy them. Okay, goodbye, Simon.
Oh man. More of a pickoff right there.
Another kill for Exediah.
Where are their wards?
Seems like
0 wards in their own jungle. They're paying the huge price, but right now we're gonna be seeing Adamson University pressuring the mid lane, but Axgavi will be there for the clear. He does have the Sunfire and the Titan's Wrath. This is what you just said, man. I mean, okay, you get the purple buff, you got the Rift Herald, you got the Baron buff. So what?
if Uno R
Can't
though,
use it.
yeah. But if Uno R is not able to match rotations from Adamson like earlier, they forced that kill onto Simone, but almost lost the inhibitor turret. Good thing for them that Xcavi was able to be to wall them off from the inhibitor turret. But if Exediah and Legend Darhen are not present at the fight, Adamson will just roll them over because they don't have enough damage. But Adamson cannot fight a straight up battle with Exediah and Legend Darhen present.
And I'm not sure how the Trundle can really contribute to the fight right now. We're not seeing what Orf is supposed to do. He is not even showing up his potential in the early phases of the game, and that's a huge price they are paying right now. Orf fell off. Dazai better off pushing in another lane. Not to mention, Jesse did not even perform to the expectations that his team needs. I mean, cannot even snowball on a Syndra, meaning that it's the same concept that you don't snowball on a champion who really relies on it.
With Jissy, definitely would have appreciated a lot more pressure from Orf, but this is combined with Orf's suboptimal jungle pathing and ganking, combined with how Santi is just always around the corner to shield Exediah and prevent the kill from going to Jissy. It's really their biggest problem here. So once Legend Darhen and Exediah group with their team and they start going for these objectives, these important objectives, ADU might just fall apart. But we're gonna see, because earlier, okay, that's gonna be the search and win trivia link. Just open a new tab, fill up the form completely, and if you were the first to get it correct, you will be getting that mystery gift in a few working days. So Uno R is like, because earlier they made a small mistake and focusing everything on Simone, which left them open for one push coming from Adams University. So if they're able to adapt against that and then match the rotations correctly from ADU, they definitely have a huge advantage in terms of fighting.
Yeah, not to mention, Baron is still up for that's University, but that's what you say, man. I mean, seeing how Exediah is so stacked up right now, I don't think they can even.
The wave clear is just so impressive coming from that Anivia. And pushing a lane with Anivia present is gonna take forever, even with Baron buff. And now they don't have it anymore. It's gonna be the case here for Adams University. They get that spike of 2,000 gold from that Baron and the fights from it, but can they transition that into more leads and to come back from Exidia and Legendarian's lead after all of that?
I'm not pretty sure on that. I mean, they failed to use the objectives in a way that it's supposed to transition to other objectives. For Adams University, it's more like their kills are their objectives.
It seems like they're playing very short-sightedly right now.
Yeah.
That they get a kill, they get a turret, but none of it actually makes an impact on their future plays. It seems like Uno R right now being ahead in terms of how they itemize, how they play. We're going to see how all that culminates, because there has not been a big fight since that Baron. And even then, it was Adamson trying to run away. It wasn't a head-on clash. We're going to see the culmination of all of this, the rotations, the macro and macro play, once the next fight happens. Because these teams, they do want to fight.
Yeah, and it would be on to Adamson University getting more 5 turrets for against our Rams. But it's the fact that, as you said, not transitioning to more of an objective. It's more of an early type of push they had when they had the lead. But right now, okay, let them push as much as they can. But if you cannot keep up the pressure, the Rams are going to respond, and that's going to be a hard act to follow. Right now, Infernal Drake, Baron, up for grabs pretty soon.
In a minute.
We're going to be seeing maybe a same scenario where they're going to decide, should we go for the Baron, should we go for the Infernal?
Definitely going to be the Baron for both of these teams. Right now, it might be a little bit too dangerous for Santi
Or
to
why not
roam around.
both? Be greedy.
Might be, if they get a good team fight, they will be able to get both.
Yeah, if you can get both, don't give anyone the opportunity to get both. I mean, if you have the chance to make someone so useless in a fight, crush the team, go for it. Go
Seems
for
like
it.
Uno are going for that vision indeed to be able to do that. No vision on the actual pit just yet, though. Might be too dangerous. That side of the map is dark for them, but
It's so dark.
yeah, but they do
Wow.
have some vision there in the top lane. So it's natural because of how the map is structured. It's natural for Adamson to have natural control over the Dragon Pit because it's facing them. On the other hand,
Voila.
Uno R does have wards in the top lane because Baron Pit is facing them. We're gonna see how all of that what they do with that information though.
I guess it would be more on the Infernal Drake first.
It is the faster objective to take. It is not Mountain Drake. So the Infernal Drake is actually one of the least tankier Drakes. All fire.
Oh wow. They're going at it. They're going at it with no
Here comes Daisy.
care. One small mistake, Adamson. You have to be ready.
Oh, they
pay
have
the
to
price.
respect that. They have to respect the front line of the Daisy combined with all the enchantments. Because
Heal
now
coming in, guys.
Oh,
no,
it's
it
too
fails.
early.
And that's going to be a penalty for Orb. He kicks away Excavit closer to Jesse. Thank you so much, Orb. And now, get out of here. Legendary is on a rampage. And now, Excavit is in the perfect position where he wants to be. And Dazai will try and flash
man.
away. But right now, leaving Jesse, leaving the squishies for the Rams to just maul them down.
That's going to be the Baron buff. Probably going to be taken here by Uno R. Wow. Orf was very selfish in that fight.
Very selfish, but very helpful for the Rams.
Yeah, what he did there was he tried to survive by Dragon's Raging
Been
Scabby
nerfed,
away.
boy. It's been
Yeah.
nerfed.
So
What are you
Sca-
thinking, man?
So Scabby gets kicked away closer to the rest of the team, which makes his job a lot easier.
Look
Let's
at
look at
this
the
replay.
replay here. The smite was way too early from
And
Orf.
look at Orf.
Yeah,
His selfishness
Yeah.
comes into play right now.
he tries to kick Excavia away,
Oh,
but
thank
actually
you.
gets it near to Simone and Jesse, the two carries. And Orf still dies. Very, very
Oh,
selfish
man.
play there, which
Ver-
leads to this 3 kills for Uno R plus the Baron buff.
More of the pride is coming to play right now for the jungler, where the Lee Sin is supposed to be one of the most, let's see, not the dictator. Let's see, more of a jungler where he has to dictate the fight, the game, early on, but he failed to do that. He lost the red buff. He lost so much objectives. Not to mention, he did get the Rift Herald, but useless.
Yeah. Cadenza really, he's no but picked up the eye of the Ref Herald. not the team didn't use it correctly. They just summoned it and left it, which meant that all that was just free damage against Rift Herald. And once she crashed into the turret, that was just like a little bit of health. Not at all impactful.
And right now, oh boy, the Rams though, they have the Infernal Drake, they have the Baron buff. Adamson University, the Penguin Authorities, has nothing.
Yeah, they haven't really been stepping their foot down and showing their authority.
And they've been stepping their foot down, but it's a pile of dung.
And now Uno R is going to be the ones to take down these turrets, matching the push that came from ADU earlier. And with how all of these lanes are being pushed in, they do have the teleport from Exidia. Okay, so Orf does take down Excavi with 3 members, but at what cost?
No, boy,
It's
this will
gonna
be
be a
Adamson
3v5.
University fighting back. 4 members, 5 members going on to Rams for the shield, or just too much. Here comes Exidia for the flank. There is the storm, and Jesse just got nuked. Look at him.
Oh man!
He's not going anywhere. That would be a trap for the Penguin Authorities with Rams leading in so much damage, and this is where it comes into play.
Jeez Louise, that was a 3v5, but all of those shields, all of that utility is enough for Legendarian to bring out his damage, survive with his lifesteal and further
Yeah,
shields. And then Exidia just comes down with a blizzard. Stormy weather against Adamson University gives away the first win to Uno R for this best of 2.
Congratulations for the Rams going in strong for the first game and showing how it is done against the first seed of Metro West.
Wow.
Why is Orf so slow? What the hell was that? I mean, you got Excavi. Okay, congratulations. You got a kill on a tank. You wasted so much resources. It's the pressure that really got to
and
them.
then Adamson, tunnel vision that it was 5v3.
It was-
But they were too tanky, too ahead. And then here comes Exidia with a
It's
blizzard.
like this. It's not
Yeah.
television. It's like a horse, just like this. The blind size of a horse. That's
The-
what we saw
yeah.
on Orf.
I think it all came into this. One, Orf was not able to put out the usual pressure from a Lee Sin, which meant that Jisoo did not snowball. Dazai had the natural result of that lane, which he was ahead in terms of push, but later in the game, he wasn't as impactful as Excavi. And then the bot lane, they overcommitted. Simone and Cadenza keep overcommitting into fights that Exidia happily teleports to.
And just goes to show from the KDA, 917 Exidia was very happy getting all those kills in the early phase of the game, and that's what happens when you give a huge lead in one of the pocket picks of the Rams. And look at the damage dealt.
That's a lot coming from Legendarian, and him being able to stay in the fight for so long, despite there being a point-and-click nuke Syndra, because of all the shields that he have and Jesse not snowballing, it's just useless to try and kill him, which means that his DPS is just so consistent.
And this is a huge problem, knowing that a tank like Nautilus is dealing more damage against a Lee Sin where he has so much burst potential. And that is a huge mistake for Adamson University Penguin Authorities. But on to our Rams, congratulations for winning the first game of match 1. Let's hope they carry on the momentum and the Penguin Authorities learn from their mistakes. That's going to be a ban maybe on the Anivia, but we'll see after a short break. We have been your Shoutcasters. I am Vulcan, and joining me was Atlas. He survived though, he does thanks to shield and roll mode. That's going to be Sadenza really down, and Excavi going in with the Petrarch
Simon's
on
in trouble.
Simon does have the flash and the heal, but not enough mana for the critical arrow. Legendary will be able to kill, and that will be a stun from the Anivia. Simon is now on the turret, but our Rams, they don't care. They're going straight for it, a double kill. Again.
Now Legendary.
And that's going to be a penalty for Orn. He kicks away Excavi. Closer to Jesse. Thank you so much, Orn. And now, get out of here. Legendary is on a rampage. And now, Excavi is in the perfect position where he wants to be. And Dazai will try and smash away. But right now, leaving Jesse, leaving the squishies for the Rams to just maul them down. Oh boy,
That's
this
a
will be
3v5.
Adamson University fighting back. 4 members, 5 members going up to Rams for the shield. Or just too much. Here comes Exidia for the fact there is the storm, and Jesse just got nuked. Look at him.
man.
He's not going anywhere. That would be a trap for the Penguin Authorities with Rams.
Uno R for this best of 2.
Congratulations for the Rams going in strong for the first game. and showing how it is done against the first seed of Metro West.
Wow.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
The way you dance, it turns me on. But you know that I'm spoken for. The way the sweat drips off your chest. You know that I'm wanted more. The laws, the sex, they keep this sweat. And nothing else matters. But you and me without your dress. I already forgot it. You have no idea what you do to me. And you have no idea what you're doing to me. Pandora, I don't know how you
Once there was a time when we could learn all the simple pleasantries a follower should yearn. Now all that I can do is watch them burn and wish that I could save them all. Just once. Every day shaking hands of man, promising the end. Hear him speak. All the things that we need to hear, to adhere. Justify your secrecies and surmise your rise. I see the way you look around the bend. Is it going to end? Visions I have seen have left me torn between the resurrection and the prophecy unborn. I think that I will document the fall and see I hate to say it, but I told you all. Every day shaking hands of man, promising the end. Hear him speak. All the things that we need to hear, to adhere. Justify your secrecies and surmise your rise. I see the way you look around the bend. Is it going to end? Justify your secrecies and surmise your rise. I see the way you look around the bend. Is it going to end? Your side, choose what's your side. What's the change in tone when you whisper? Who's to blame? Is my message clearer? Justify your secrecies and surmise your rise. I see the way you look around the bend. Is it going to end? When you change your mind, is it going to end?
You try to run me through, hold on, think again. Don't you know what you're starting? But you sure ain't got a clue how bad this will go. Don't you know my art of war? And as you look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's caught you cold. Seems like it crept up out of nowhere, all around you. It's not quite what you foretold. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done in. But the time it's hit Just a picosecond ago, clear blue skies, but now lightning struck your last resolve. It's not an accident that no one hears your cries as your last strength seems to dissolve. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for ice. You're done in. By the time it's hit you, your last surprise. I'm coming for you. My game's always so fast, so fine. You're spun in by the net. You didn't catch it in time.
Look at Josh. Really low. Wind Blade will finish him off. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wings. And now focus on Aslan. Drive charges up. Aslan will not last long. There's a flash from Excavate now. And now a steal and fails. The Seoul University still got the drink. And here comes the fight. What time is on? Look at the stupidity and Yamchi on the center of the fight.
Flash away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the line of that equalizer. Yes, equalize it did. Goal team waiting.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lenovo LCL 2017 Spring Term Challenge What You Know. We will be entering our second game of the first match. Again, we will be casting this game. I am Vulcan and joining with me is my co-caster Atlas. So coming in from game 1, we've seen the tremendous victory coming in from one of the underdogs entering the game. But before that, let's get into the first search and win trivia winner. The question was, who secured the first Baron in game 1, UNOR or Adamson University? And the answer is Adamson University, and the person who answered that correctly is Angelo Harabe. Congratulations to you. You will get your mystery gift in 5 working days.
Yeah, and coming down from that last game, that was actually intense, but there seems to be a pattern now to how UNOR plays. They play safe, yes, but I think their main game plan is to react to these mistakes that are made, and their team captain has actually said that their main game plan is to just react to the mistakes of their enemies, and really, so that just means that every mistake against UNOR gives them an opportunity for a decisive victory like last game.
And that works really well, knowing that Adamson University is just full of mistakes entering game 1.
Definitely. So many mistakes, just from the jungle pathing to how much Orf did not pressure the lanes, to all those all-ins in the bot lane. It really just culminated and just continued building the snowball that UNOR had. And all those kills onto Legend Darhan and Exidia just mean it is such a pain to actually take them down.
And a pain, more of a nuisance, more of an irritation.
Yeah.
It's more of a plague or a disease. But let's see how the Adamson University will fight back this time and deny the clean game from UNOR. Because if they actually sweep ADU, that'll be 3 points for them in one of the most cutthroat group stages of the LCL.
They definitely need to have two 2-0s today to secure their spot for first seed in Group B.
And
Otherwise, they'll have to match Malayan College's Laguna Warlocks.
yes, and the rest don't matter because we'll be just getting the first seed of each group, and that's something you have to watch out for. I mean, right now entering the LCL, you have to expect that the playing field is now completely different. No room for small mistakes such as what Adamson University made. And because of that, they gave the first game to UNOR, but this time, let's see, will they fight back or will they just let UNOR have their way with them?
Yeah, they definitely have their backs to the wall here. Cannot afford to lose and give away the win to Adams University. The first ban here against UNOR will be the Ivern. It was very effective the last game, just completely denying a lot of objectives and resources from So that's going to be Adamson being taken down there, banning away that Ivern. We'll see how UNOR responds to this.
It's more of a respect ban or a reactive ban coming in from game 1. So, will it be enough though? I mean, you can deny certain champions from an enemy team, but you cannot deny their skill level and mechanics in a certain lane.
It seems like Adamson, if they ban away the Ivern, if UNOR picks up something that has the similar purpose as Ivern and then applies it correctly and as effectively as that Ivern, Adamson will still have a lot of trouble banning out that Anivia. Anivia is a unique champion, so it's actually hard to find a substitute for her. We're going to see how Exidia responds to that. UNOR still banning away these mid lane champions, Ari taken away from Jissi, and I feel like we're starting to understand their playstyle here and how their most consistent player is Exidia. So of course they're going to ban out champions that might threaten Exidia here. The meta champions, they have Ari, Vladimir, seems very standard, so they're banning that out.
Yeah, meta bans coming in from UNOR Rams, whereas Adamson University more of a bans towards targets. Like we heard from the UNOR Rams that they didn't really scout Adamson University. They didn't even take time to scout the enemy's lineup. They just said that they're gonna ban the meta champions right now, which would be composed of Ari and Vladimir, as you said. But
yeah, they picked the lane that they have a lot to bank on, which is mid lane, Exidia. So they are banning out these utilities damage, these meta mid laners. Seems like Adamson sticking to their guns with a Kled ban here. We're gonna see how Adamson reacts to this as we are starting for our first pick phase.
Let's see. Adamson right now will be the first pick, prioritizing the Lulu. I guess this time it'll be them taking away the utilities.
Yeah, they do want the utility, picking Lulu first pick. Even with the nerfs in 7.10, it's still a very potent champion. Loss of shields we had, so definitely gonna be okay. That's not something you see every day. If they do lock in this, if it is a lock in though, the Blitzcrank will be very interesting. But it's just gonna be the Thresh lock in here. Very consistent support, very safe. But here we go. The Nunu, the Boo-Nu, the big man. Going on to Santi, and actually it fulfills a very similar purpose to Ivern, because clear-wise, yes, because Ivern, the biggest problem you have is you get kited with the root collar, as well as your jungle camps all get stolen away. Here Santi can just do the same with Devour and have a similar utility in terms of move speed with the Blood Boil, as well as just continue kiting you away from his team with the Snowball.
And not to mention, we're going to be expecting maybe the Rams securing the Dragon very early, knowing that he does have perhaps the double smite, sometimes even more powerful in the beginning smite. So Clearwise and Sustain will be on the Santi, whereas ADU,
Vi is not
very questionable pick coming from Adamson University.
Yeah, the Vi pick, I'm not sure how it functions in the meta right now. I think there's a lot of other junglers that fulfill the same purpose in terms of having a lot of gank pressure while still dealing damage. The Vi here though, it might be very dangerous because
It's like they've picked a heat-seeking missile. When it lands on a certain enemy, it won't really kill them, but it will kill the jungler.
Because what happens here is
There's Xcavi, there's the Thresh, there's the Ezreal. Why pick a Vi?
Yeah, what happens here is that it's one of the worst things to happen to a Vi is that they try to get their ultimate onto Legendary and on that Ezreal, and then the Essence Shift pulls them into the middle of the team and they get isolated and destroyed. Here, Uno are still sticking to their top lane bans here, the Renekton and Rumble ban away. On the other hand, Adamson still having that Darius ban out and also taking away Nautilus.
The Rams are really banning out the more of the meta champions right now, which we composed of all of their bans, whereas Adamson University, questionable bans. I don't think Kled is a really needed ban, same as a Darius.
Yeah, but I do think the Ivern and Anivia ban are on point. The Nautilus isn't that bad of a ban, but Kled and Darius ban against Xcavi.
Nautilus is understandable, but in my honest opinion, when I see a team ban out a Darius, it just goes to show they're not that skilled enough to pick up composition to even counter. I mean, when you take away certain champions, that's one thing. But banning out champions that are not even that good is something of a wasted ban. They could have banned away, let's say, if you ban out the Ivern and the Anivia, think of something. Scout the enemy. Is this something that they should ban?
Yeah, because these two are easily countered. If Uno R picks up Darius or Kled, they can just have a top laner. They should be adaptable enough to have a top laner that doesn't get destroyed by those two top laners.
And seeing how the Rams did their banning phase for the top lane, Renekton and Rumble, Renekton is becoming more and more popular in the competitive scene, whereas Rumble has been always the meta top laners. But I gotta say, the Darius is something that was unexpected. But going on to the rest of the picking phase of ADU, a Karma for Illusion. Really, this is ADU taking away all the utilities that Rams had in the first
all the
game.
shields as well. But the other two picks, the Zed and the Vi, definitely. Uno R doesn't have the same blocking potential that they had last game. They don't have the Ivern, they don't have the Lulu, so the Zed might have an easier time. But these are still very survivable carries here. The Victor has a shield. Legend Darhan can just dash away if he has the Essence Shift away after his Death Mark. And a lot of protection coming from Xcavi here as well is possible, so that Zed, if he doesn't snowball, will have the same problem as last game, Jissy last game.
Well, at least they have Sedenza on that Karma to complement Orb on that Vi. Moreover, we're seeing a synergy this time for Adamson University. But as for Rams, they have so much utility in a way that they can zone out the enemy. Let's say the Vi goes in, the Thresh is there to block the approaches of, let's say, Jizzy on the Zed, but against a Victor, that would be very difficult.
Very difficult indeed, but Syndra was open. Exidia had the opportunity to go for that Syndra. It is still a very decent pickup against Zed, because when he death marks, his position is predictable because he always appears behind you. So you can already queue up the Scatter the Weak to go for that burst. But the survivability here coming from the Victor and the ability to just constantly deal damage with the lasers, I think it's pretty decent pickup considering Exidia's performance.
And right now we're seeing all of them blocking in for the last game of the first match. This is Adamson University's last chance to deny our Rams of their 3-0 clean sweep score. So, I mean, going at the judging phase looks pretty decent. I'm kind of excited to see how Santi is going to play Nunu as an Ivern type of style route. And not to mention, Vi does not have the healthiest clear.
Yeah, she has a shield for a little bit of survivability,
That's it.
but
The cooldown
that's
is just
it.
too long.
The cooldown is definitely very long, cannot be reduced by anything, so has to bank on that. If he doesn't get a good leash, if his ganks are subpar, and then he has to back off and recall after ganking, it's definitely going to be a problem for Adamson if he encounters the same problems. If he doesn't have the kind of pathing, if he has the same kind of bad pathing from last game, it might be very difficult for Adamson to snowball, especially Jissy.
And very exciting last game of first match. But I mean, you got it from us, but let's hear it from the team themselves. We do have a video prepared for you guys. So it would be Adamson University Jissy in the talk. Very interesting to see. Let's see what he has to say.
Honest opinion ko po, di po namin
in-expect na magiging first seed kami sa Metro West kasi lahat ng teams doon overall lahat sila magagaling at ang least expect namin nun ay magiging magiging third seed lang po kami. Yun lang po talaga. Nakala ko po mga milagro lang po, chamba, ganun lang po. Lahat ng team may potential. Lahat ng team na maglalaro today ay expected to give their all. So, I don't brag na kami mananalo, na makukuha namin to kasi sobrang maraming effort ang may exert ng lahat ng team. So, I don't know. Di ko lang po sino po ang mananalo. Kasi I won't claim na kaya namin manalo today. Kasi I expect na lahat ng laban namin ngayon ay magiging bloody. Parang magiging blood fest or fiesta. Yun lang po.
Of course, we are loaded onto the Rift after Jesse's message. We're going to see how we're going to fare in Game 2 of Adamson University Penguin Authority versus University of Negros Occidental Recoletos Rams as we find ADU's last chance to deny the first seed, the sure first seed from UNUR.
And as from the message from Jesse, their mid laner, it's not about how you place in the seed, it's how you
adapt and perform in coming into the interconference. We're going to see how all that plays out.
Yeah, let's see how it all plays out. The message was very nice. Thank you so much, Jesse, for that message. And then right now, let's get to the game. More of a reactive play coming in from our Rams. We did see how reactive they are, still running the double teleport off of the top and mid lane.
Seems to have been working for them. If Adamson continues their mistakes from earlier, from last game, it's going to be very hard for Adamson to get this win.
Joining the party.
Dance party there in the mid lane has that. I think that is the updated pulse file Ezreal. So
enough of goofing around. Time to get straight to the game. The confidence coming in for the Rams are pretty understandable. They did stomp Addison University in that first game. Just really capitalized so many mistakes from
now they have the momentum coming into the second game. You're going to see how Santi, because the most important thing here for both of these teams is how Orf and Santi path in their jungle. If Orf cannot get ganks, potent ganks, it's going to be very difficult for them to... Oh, look at that. It's just like a second smite.
This is what I was talking about. This is where Santi's clear is above Orf's. And seeing how Orf is starting in the red side, huge mistake on the Vi.
Yeah, and UNUR is playing this with the assumption, they don't have any deep vision, with the assumption that the red buff start will be for Orf. We're going to see they will encounter each other in the blue side, blue buff.
Oh, well, let's see how Santi can play it out.
He does have two smites ready here. And Orf is a little bit low. Yeah, he realizes something is up.
That's a reset for the blue buff and just wasting the time of Orf.
Yeah, and that's actually so bad because that means the Wolves camp is not completely cleared for Orf. But how is Santi going to react to this? He could just easily like go to the Raptor buff, Raptor camp here. Actually going straight for his blue buff. Gonna see after once he gets that buff here. That's actually a small win for Orf here. Santi not being able to annoy him quite enough to be super impactful.
And now, the bot lane would be something you have to watch out for. I mean, not anymore the mid lane because we're going to be seeing a Victor on Exidia, but it's up to Jesse this time again on a Snowball champion. Can Jesse make the plays again, or will he keep making the same mistakes like the jungler, Orf, who does not know when to back off?
Definitely one thing that they have to keep in mind. Orf seems to be wanting to go for a gank here in the top lane. That is Lulu. Dazai on that Lulu, actually. We're also going to see if Orf gets a good gank here, but seems like he is spotted out by a ward, so Xcavi just easily with information can just back off safely. Froshay going for a hook.
No.
That's
man. So painful. Exhausted onto Simone. He does have to heal and flash, but he'll be set. Let me stay. Let me get a first blood. He does, but not really worth. That would be a first blood onto Simone. It will help him pick up the 2 longsword start, but right now...
Ooh, denied. Orf just got denied there. I like the fake out coming from Froshay, because from the way he was moving, it seems like he was going to go for a hook against Cadenza. But then the hook actually goes onto Simone. But in the end, because of Cadenza being able to fight it out after that. They still get the kill. The first blood, actually, better onto Simone. Simone picking up that refillable potion, which means that he's wanting to go back and forth in lane a lot.
And right now, Santi
Comes
really
Santi.
really stealing the resources from Orf. He's very low, but he does have the Devour. He has the sustain, plus the assist from Froche if things go bad.
Roche wants to go for a roam here. Is spotted out by a ward. I don't think that Uno R knows it. But Exidia, being a good actor, not really behaving as if Roche was there.
Give an Oscar to him.
That's
Right.
going to be you. Look at how much damage the Devar does.
You can actually go for an early Mountain Drake.
That is a possibility. Even with how Mountain Drake has like the highest HP and resistances out of all the Drakes, Devour is true damage. So, I don't know, it's managed. So, what that's going to do is that you can just easily take that, even solo, because of the sustain that he gets.
And if he does have the blue buff and the first jungler item, why not? Go for the early Mountain Drake.
Gonna see
Scale
her.
well.
Because so far, the job for Santi is to deny Orf as much as he can. It seems like he's not doing as much of that as he should. Because the thing here, the game plan for Nunu is to make the late game into a 5v 4.5. Because he has to deny the jungler as much resources as he can.
Oh, EDU not being a really good actor, very obvious that Orf will be around there.
The aggressiveness, a good tell that the jungler is there. If Orf does not get kills, he will be relegated to this frontline role. Seems like
Very
Legend
obvious.
Darren though.
There's the play coming in, and Crochet walks out of that bind, and Orf is wasting his time.
They do have a little bit of pressure and health against Legend Darren and Froshe, but that was mostly Simone and Condensa doing the work there. And Orf showing himself there bot lane means
Second rotation?
yeah, which means that there's a lot more time for Uno R to react in other lanes. But still, Santi going for a gank here in the top lane.
Oh, very helpful. He does have the slow. Dazai is very low. He speeds up, but the slow isn't played. Dazai flashes out, but
So you'll go for the chase.
Santi is not giving up the chase. He does have one more slow, and
It's
there
a zombie
it is.
movie right here.
Right, Dazai. Goodbye.
Ooh, that is going to be the snowball. That was definitely a zombie movie right there, being chased by Santi.
Oh.
Death Mark gives away the kill to Jissy. That's actually more worth it to
Trade-off.
Adamson University. Because what happens there was Excavi did not get, I don't think he got an assist out of that. But that does give a straight up kill to Jissy, which means that he's ahead of Exidia right now. With everything that's been happening, I don't think right now Santi's not doing enough work as Nunu. Of course, he's getting these ganks, he's counter jungling, but Orf isn't mitigated enough for that to matter, I think.
And right now, giving the lead on to Jissy, that's going to give a hard time to Exidia, who we saw in Game 1, likes to play it very reactively, but can you react fast enough for a death mark? The only way you can do that is the flash. When a flash is down, Exidia will just be at the mercy of the set, but right now, we're seeing from the first blood, Jissy still didn't return to base, getting his items.
Gets that actually gets the 2 items here. 4 longsword strangers, rated Dirk and Caulfield's
Wow.
Warhammer. Going into that Yomu's first compared to Exidia, who does not have that kill advantage. They're in the bot lane.
The stats from that, Jissy can really go all in onto Exidia.
Yeah, with all that AD, a little bit of CDR as well to continue with the DPS. Exidia will need to have to time his spells very well. The Gravity Field as well as the Silence for the Chaos Storm will be very important. Coming into itemization, Santi going for the Tracker's Knife, which in the case of a pro level, semi-pro level levels such as LCL, that is acceptable because it gives him a lot more control in terms of the vision. But I think after the Tracker's Knife, you don't have to transition it to Cinderhook just yet. I've seen a lot of Nunus go for Tiamat instead. Oh man, that's the problem.
Flashing onto dead. That's going to be a thank you for Orb, and that would be a kill onto Sedenza with Jissy. Not giving up chase, going onto Santi. Orb is very low, but it'll be Legendar and picking up the kill.
3v2 now.
3v2. 3v2 will not be in favor for the rounds where
man.
we see Jissy this time getting the lead and now flashing onto Simone. He does get a death sentence.
Triple
but
kill.
A triple kill.
And now that is going to be Jissy with a potential to snowball 4-0. Wow. So what's going to happen here is that Jissy will have the gold, the lead to actually keep one-shotting people with Deathmark off cooldown. And that's a problem with Santi on that Nunu. He doesn't have enough impact unless he's counter-jungling. And if he's not counter-jungling, Orf is actually doing very well in terms of CS compared to Santi.
Yes.
And if Santi's not doing his work as Nunu to completely deny the enemy jungler, that's just going to be a 5v 4.5 later in the game. Because once late game starts, Santi's just going to be a Blood Boil bot plus Snowball bot. And that's not enough impact compared to what Orf can bring to the table.
Things are looking really good for Adamson University. This time the Snowball, the lead is in favor for them. Let's hope they maintain them. Notice that how, our Rams play. They start rotating when they feel comfortable. But Adamson University, they are not going to wait for them to be comfortable in the game. Right now, when they have a lead, they should shut down the lanes.
And here comes the weakness of Santi on that Nunu. Doesn't have the same tools as Ivern, even though they fulfill similar purposes. But Santi has not been doing that purpose of counter-jungling and denying Orf completely. And even if he ganks Orf here, will Orf be able to get out? That is a lot of damage.
Flash. He does use the deadly close to get away, but he is not going to make it out alive. Orf gets taken down with the pride of his badge.
Yeah, a little bit of a overcommitment then for Orf to stay.
Overconfidence and arrogance.
To get there.
Oh boy.
Exidia.
Bad news for Exidia. There's the all-in from Jissy with Dazai helping him out. But here's the reactive play coming in from Santi. Dazai with no flash. Does have the shield, but won't be enough. He does have
Snowball
another
will happen
snowball.
here. But yeah, that's the most that Santi can do outside of actually... it's so funny when he starts chasing people. But that is one of the weaknesses if Santi is not able to completely deny Orf.
Oh boy, things are looking pretty good in the bot lane for Adamson University, but we're going to be seeing a Lantern Toss play, but instead it will be Santi taking the Blast Cone route. Sadenza does have it on his ropes, but Simon, no mana. And
Might be too dangerous here.
Yeah, not to mention, no damage coming in from
So turret
the
very
Rams.
close to dying though, being taken down. This is going to be two members defending this turret will not be enough. Orf actually going on to Santi.
That's what happens when the bot lane does snowball and does have the advantage. Gives them that room and the first turret of the game.
It's much harder for Uno R to respond to threats this time because they don't have the luxury of a lead. So with Adamson making less mistakes this game, they can actually start building up their lead further and further. 3K at 12 minutes is pretty substantial, but the 401 on Jissy is just so big that I think Exidius is going to keep dying every time Deathmark is off cooldown.
Yeah, this is the problem what happens when you face off against a Zed. When he has a snowball, you are forced.
Look at damage.
Yeah, you are forced to build the Sonya's Hourglass, forcing yourself to deal less damage, more of a defensive route. So this is a way for you to deny the mid laner.
Exidia coming to lane with the Darksteel but no potions means that every time he gets chunked down, he has to recall. Which means that that's a lot of waves denied from him. It's actually manifesting here with a 20 CS lead from Jissy. And Jissy's...
Oh boy.
The gravity field does not matter.
There is the Assault and Battery, but Orf overcommits. There's the Lantern save. No! It would be a trade-off in kills for both teams. Where Simone is tanking the turrets. He eats the death sentence. And then, a double kill with a snowball.
Man, that is Santi. But note that more gold onto...
Wow.
Yeah. 6-2 and 2 on Nunu.
That's very
terrible.
surprising. I mean, wow.
6-2-2 on your Nunu is terrible. Because Nunu does not want the kills. Nunu later in the game, even if he has gold, even if he has a lot of tankiness, he can be ignored once Absolute Zero is off cooldown.
Nunu does not want kills. Nunu wants to win the game.
No, Nunu wants to just deny CS from the enemy jungler, and now he has not been able to do that. He is 2,000.
Wow.
He's like 1.4k ahead of Orf, but what is that going to do for his team? Right now, it seems like the gold lead is actually bigger for Adamson, because consider this: Jissy has all the kills onto him. Simone also has half of the team's, like a third of the team's kills, while Santi has like 80%, 70% of the team's kills. it's not good for a composition with Nunu to have all the gold onto Nunu, because he's not going to be the one dealing damage. His tankiness can just be ignored if once Absolute Zero is off cooldown, and he doesn't need gold to be an effective objective stealer against Dragon and Baron.
That's very true.
It would have been more ideal if Exidia got the kills, if Legend Darhan got the kills, but what's happening here is because how Uno R is laning. Oh man, Xcavi in trouble.
Oh, nice ice pillar.
But what happens here is that Uno R, by the way Uno R is laning, they are losing their lanes. But their trading is pretty good. So what happens here is the opponent is slow, so Santi goes for the cleanup. Oh man, Cadenza.
Oh,
Ooh.
missing a crucial hook, and not to mention no wards placed in the Rift Herald pit, but maybe that's going to be a message for the Rams, knowing that the Penguin authorities are taking the Rift Herald.
This will be the Rift Herald. We'll see if they use it effectively this time.
Yeah.
Because they are in a position to do so. They are ahead. Their carry is super
Go for
fed.
the mid lane. I would recommend use the Rift Herald in the mid lane where Exidia is very behind.
Exidia is very behind. That laser won't be as much wave clear. Jissy can just take him out. Which means that, and the lane is shorter too, which means there's less travel time for Rift Herald. It seems like the top lane will focus because they have their 80 carry and their support there.
Top lane is such a bad lane. Focus on a lane where there's a snowball with something more worthwhile, but I guess they're not looking at this long way, but
Oh,
we're
man,
seeing a clash
Simone.
coming in. There's the box setup, but Orb instead is going on to Legendary. There's a teleport coming in play. Absolute Zero is in the plane, and that's a huge chunk of damage. Exidia going into Sadenza, but there is Simone, thanks to the support, really sustaining a lot. Now goes on to Exidia under the turret. A double, make it a triple, make it happen for Simone. Santi is very low, and right now, 4 members of Anderson University destroying the top lane.
That's what I was talking about. Once Absolute Zero's slow is off cooldown, the damage isn't that big because he's not building AP. After that, you can just completely ignore the Nunu.
Looks like the Ice Pillar won't deny the charge coming from the Rift Herald, but I think this time they've used that really well.
Able to take down 2 turrets. Buy enough time for their mid lane to take out his own enemy's turret. Let's look at how all of that plays out. Of course, again, Simone
Not
eats
enough
another
damage.
hook, but there's not enough damage here. The combat stats aren't there for Legend Darhan. Froshe and Santi are not very impactful. Of course, Froshe can try to peel as much as he wants because his team doesn't deal enough damage. It's all for naught. Exidia as well is so behind, which means that he's not able to kill any of these members here, especially with wild growth around. And look at them, they're just ignoring Santi. They realize, okay, Nunu's useless. Absolute Zero has not been dealing enough impact, so Santi can just be ignored.
Yeah, not to mention Exidia has no damage at all. And that's a huge penalty coming in for the Rams.
That's also because he's forced into defensive itemization because of Zed's 4 kills. So, because Jissy is so ahead, he has to build into that Zhonya's Hourglass against that assassin.
And that's not gonna matter at all. The extra armor will be completely removed.
So, man, Black Cleaver and Yomo's Ghostblade. It's gonna be a happy armor shred fiesta for Simone and Jissy when teamfights start. So that is gonna be the search and win link. Just fill up the form, open up a tab, fill up the form completely, and answer the trivia question correctly and quickly. If you're first to answer it correctly, you'll be getting that mystery gift in a few working days. Coming back into the game, it's definitely trouble for Uno R. Man, because Santi...
Oh, look at the damage coming from that side, despite the nerfs.
Yeah, and despite building so defensively, he has the Roa plus the Aegis of the Legion. So definitely doing all he can to be supportive for Jissy, Simone, and Orf. Oh man, it's going to be the teleport play.
Teleport coming in, Orf flashes out of range. The Absolute Zero does no damage to Simone. There's the calling on to Simone. There's the cancel from the Ice Pillar. Xcavi is going all in onto Simone, but there'll be Dazzler for the help with the shield. That's going to be zoned from Xcavi. Not going to do much. Simone is very low. Sadenza, 50 health, 50 mana below. But Santi really soaks up so much damage, but that's a flash in from Dazzler. And a kill for Dazzler. Xcavi is very low. Exidia cannot back away. That'll be under turret. Simone goes under the turret. One more hit, and he does get a kill. But that's not going to last long. That's going to be Xcavi securing it with the chop. And maybe another kill. But in the top lane, Jesse is just wrecking their base.
Yeah, but that is just the top lane inhibitor turret. I don't know why Jesse was split pushing top lane, while Adu was just all-inning bot lane. If they were going for an all-in their bot lane, Jesse should have been there. You saw how much health was lost from Uno R. Imagine if Jesse was there. Let's look at the replay here. They get cornered with a teleport. Of course, the Absolute Zero slows them down a lot, but doesn't really deal enough damage. Xcavi here. Simone isolates. Xcavi gets isolated away from his team, while Cadenza and Orf try to go for buy time for Simone to be alive and take down Xcavi. But look at all those health bars. You know how much a juicy target for Razor Shurikens those are?
Yeah.
And
I bet you'd be happy.
yeah, but all that time, it was just Jesse farming top lane. Of course, that's a good kill, but in the end, they still lose this because they go all in, buying time for Jesse. But imagine if Jesse was here the entire time. They could have not only gotten an ace, possibly, but also actually the inhibitor turret. And because of the death timers, they can actually get the inhibitor. And I think even though this is a huge loss, this is a small loss for Adamson and a huge loss when you consider the opportunity cost of that decision.
Right now, the
Oh man, exploded.
explodes.
No words needed for that. That was just Froche not in control. Uno R not in control of their own jungle, and this is completely different.
Reversed.
Adamson from earlier.
Looks like they've learned from their mistakes and not giving any mistakes for the Rams.
On
to
the other
respond.
hand, Uno R is the one making these mistakes. They pick this Nunu up without doing what Nunu does best, which is denying the enemy jungler. So now Santi is absolutely impactless. He has the slow from the snowballs, yes. He has the buff from the blood boil, yes. But other than that, he's not really doing anything.
They have to wait for Exidia to deal the damage. He has to step up. Why he's not stepping up? He's very behind. If they wait out long enough, I think the Rams have a fighting chance. But as University, they're actually closing the game slowly but surely. Took down the top lane inhibitor turret. Next thing you know it, the ball lane might be gone.
If Uno R can stall it out, have the Manamune Marumana charged up by Legendarian, as well as Exidia getting his damage items.
It's an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, so it's definitely less damage, more kiting, but
No damage.
no damage at all.
Yikes.
And these guys, they are not mitigated by that Iceborne Gauntlet. The Relentless Pursuit doesn't care about move speed. The Shadows don't care about move speed. The Yomus just kind of mitigates that slow. Orf can just Vault Breaker out and in. So what happens here is that Iceborne Gauntlet is terrible itemization coming from Legendarian. On the other hand, Adu has all the tools to mitigate that. They have, of course, the Black Cleaver Phage proc, as well as Yomu's Ghostblade. All of that, as in their natural kits, just ignore the Iceborne Gauntlet. I don't think it's...
Yikes.
Oh, man, here comes Exidia, gonna die again.
Maybe not. There is Santi, but the death
Oh.
mark. Oh, wow. Biscuit just for the guarantee save, but that was a close call for Exidia. But right now, we do know that Jesse, no death mark, no flash. Can the Rams respond to them if they ever collapse onto them?
Yeah, but if they ever collapse onto them, Simone is in the neighboring lane. So if they last long enough, that is a fully equipped Simone. His flash is going to be off cooldown very soon. Seems like Cadenza.
Things are looking very exciting for both teams. I mean, we're seeing Anderson University. They're trying to close the game, but the Rams are not giving up yet. The Penguin authorities might set up for the Baron. Let's see, the Mountain Drake is up. I'd say go for the Drake first, then the BR. I mean, things are looking pretty tense right now, but it would be Anderson University with the lead they have for the early game.
Yeah, I don't
carrying
think
on.
they have to force the Baron buff. Because imagine this.
Oh boy. What if they lose the Baron?
Yeah, Santi might be having all the kills, which means that the gold from Uno R is quite useless. Oh
boy.
man, Santi. Very tanky, but
Yeah.
isolated.
That's Mark 2. That would be 2 ultimates onto Santi. That would be an investment that the ADU
Man, they're still going for it.
played.
Okay.
But now,
Imagine this. Because Santi has most of the gold of Uno R, what happens here is that Adu's gold lead is actually more like 12,000 or 10,000, 11,000, and which means that they are able to get this Baron buff. And because Santi, it's well played by Adamson to go on to wait for Santi to come near and then take him out. Because because Adamson is ahead.
oh boy.
Okay, they don't get it. Because Adamson is ahead, they don't want to do 50-50s. It's so terrible for a team that's ahead to try and go for a 50-50. And since it is Nunu, it's not a 50-50. It's more like a 30-70. So they do the smart thing of waiting for Santi to come near, take him out, and then go for the guaranteed Baron.
And doing the math, ADU did take the Baron, knowing that Nuno is gone. But right now, ADU,
Wow.
they want to get everything, take everything away from Rams.
And even the Mountain Drake, which is going to make Simone's job of taking down these turrets a lot easier.
Yep.
20% bonus true damage against turrets with Light Slinger procs. That's crazy.
And right now we're seeing Excedia does finish off the Sonia's Hourglass, but
Oh, they're
will
still
it be
trying to go.
enough? Santi though, Deathmark is onto him.
I do not agree with using Deathmark onto Santi. It was the right play to make when Baron was up, but now that there are no epic monsters, he should be saving that Deathmark for Excedia, for
Let's see.
Legendarian.
Will he pay the penalty for that? A clash will be imminent right now. They do have the Baron. We'll be expecting a Baron play coming in from ADU. The turrets will be taken down shortly, thanks to the two Mountain Drake.
Cadenza is fearless. His tech. Oh man, Orb goes in.
Orb goes in the full charge of the Absolute Zero. Orb gets taken down. He flashed in for that, and now Simone flashes in for Excedia. He gets taken down, taking some turn hits in. Excami does get exhausted. He does not have enough damage. Santi, very low Excami, forcing out his flash. The slow will be enough, and that animation just secure the kill.
So close though. Can he lifesteal? Yes, he does. The shields coming from Cadenza also keep him alive. All the shielding coming from Cadenza, and plus the lifesteal allows him to survive. And here comes the redemption to top them off in terms of
Where
health.
is Legendarian in all this? He was at the bot lane defending, and right now, Deathmark is up,
Oh,
and here
man.
it comes. He goes straight to the base, eats the death sentence, but he won't be taken down. The turn is a nuisance, and he does not care.
So that's going to be a double kill actually for Dazai. Finishing off the kill as well against Legendarian. This might be the game, or at least a lot of inhibitors for Adamson University.
Wow. Things are looking very interesting right now for Group B. Denying the sweep in the first match. Let's see how it will dictate the succeeding matches.
Yeah, because what happens here, if MCL gets another 2-0, and then UNOR will have to definitely 2-0 their next game, their next match rather. This is really painting the rest of the conference. Because if UNOR gets, because UNOR has a 1-1, it means that the entire group is much closer. We're
Oh
gonna
boy. The
Not-
Rams are not giving up. Simone forced out his culling, but the chase is on Santi leading the slow.
Oh, here it
and
comes.
there is the flash in Absolute Zero, dealing not too much damage, but they've got what they wanted. Excedia pops the Zoners. He does survive. Orb has no form of escape. Gets taken out by Santi, but right now Simone going into the jungle side to escape the Rams' assault.
Do have utility.
Excalibur does have to slow in. There's the frozen domain. Ice Pillar should be up, but they say, let's cover losses here. Let's go back and defend.
So that's going to be
Not yet game set. Wow.
Yeah, but not yet game set. But I think it might just be delaying the inevitable. Because of the nature of the composition. Let's look at that escape here. And look at all the shields in utility. Absolute Zero slows them down. But because Jizzy sacrificed his life as well as Orb, going for all of that, means that they have enough time to escape here. Simone cannot deal too much damage because he's out of mana, so Dazai and Cadenza have to do all they can to keep themselves alive. But even then, Adamson has a 14,000 gold lead, and which is actually multiplied by Santi having most of the gold from UNOR. I'm not joking here. Because Santi has most of the kills of UNOR, he has 9,000 gold accumulated throughout the game. Because he has that substantial lead over the rest of his teammates.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Excalibur. Warrior jungle, bruh. Run! He does not make
Gets
it out alive.
taken down.
Yeah.
And that's going to be easier for Adamson to close out the game.
Yup, it
Well, Dazai
delayed.
wailing on these objectives. Will he be able to escape this?
Just buying time actually, but I think this was game set. Excalibur is gone. 4 versus 5. Not gonna help too much knowing that you are behind. Anderson University not wasting time. Takes down the inhibitor. Next will be the turret.
And that's a double redemption.
Yep, the sentence up, but Jesse trying to find the right time to go in, but I don't think he needs to wait too long. Orb goes in for the flash in, then they close, and that's it. Next is exposed. Amazon University fights back strong, showing them the first seed of Metro West, how they play it.
again, Uno R go for a composition that's kind of slow scaling. The Manamune Ezreal has to scale up, has to charge up his tier. The Victor needs a little bit of gold to get going, and I think that was inevitable. I think that result was inevitable. Their draft, I think, was good, but they didn't execute the Nunu enough. If Santi was because when the second the Santi started giving away camps to Orf, because when you're a Nunu, you have to consider that the entire jungler is yours, and Orf taking away his own camps means that that's resources away from Santi. But since Santi was just freely giving away Orf's own camps to him, means that that Nunu pick in the end is useless. And since all the gold is on him, because his team, how they lane is that they trade very well and leave the enemy low. Both of them are low. So once Santi ganks, they can't contribute. So Santi's the one that gets the gold.
Look at the damage coming in from ADU. Tremendous damage as an avalanche compared to Uno.
Because he was spending most of his time just shredding tanks with Blade of Ruin King and his Black Cleaver. So what happened there? Definitely. I think this result was inevitable, if tragic, for Uno R. When they picked the Nunu, they should have played around it in the way that let's make Orf completely useless. But Orf wasn't completely useless. He was still doing lots of CC, doing decent damage, because his camps weren't stolen enough.
And that's the price you pay, I guess. This is where the 2-game series come into play. And right now, looking at the scoreboard, the Rams are now sitting at the 4th place, while Addison University with a 2-2. It's up to MCL, the Warlocks.
Yeah. Adamson needs to at least 1-1 the Warlocks here. Or sweep them. So it's definitely going to be a unexpectedly bloody group here. I was expecting it to not have a lot of action, but since there were a lot of 1-1s in the last week, this is definitely interesting.
Interesting enough, and guys, there you have it for match 1, concluding with a 1-1 against Uno R and Adamson University. Don't go away just yet. We'll have a short break going into match 2.
It's going to be Adamson versus MCL.
Yeah, we have the shoutcasters for the first match. I'm Vulcan, and joining with me is my co-caster, Atlas. We'll be back after a short break.
Oh man,
Simone coming in. There's the box setup, but Orb instead is going on to Legendary. And there's the cover coming in play. Absolute Zero is into play, and that's a huge chunk of damage. Excedia going into Sedenza, but there is Simone, thanks to the support, really sustaining a lot. Now goes on to Excedia under the turret, a double, make it a triple, make it happen for Simone. Sandy is very low, and right now, 4 members of Adamson University destroying
Dazai, finishing off the kill as well against Legendar. This might be the game, or at least a lot of inhibitors for Adamson University.
Wow. Things are looking very interesting right now for Group B. Denying the sweep in the first match. Let's see how it will dictate the succeeding matches.
Yeah, because what happens here, if MCL gets another 2-0, and then Uno R will have to definitely be 2-0 their next game, their next match rather. This is really painting the rest of the conference. Because if Uno R gets, because Uno R has a 1-1, it means that the entire group is much closer.
Oh boy. The Rams are not giving up. Simone forced out his calling, but the chase is on Sandy leading the slow.
Here it
and
comes.
there is the flashing up to Zero, dealing not too much damage, but they've got what they wanted. Exignia pops the sword as he does survive. Orb has no point of escape, gets taken out by Sandy, but right now Simone going into the jungle side to escape the Rams and strong.
We have utility.
It's
a double redemption.
Yeah, the center club, but just see, trying to find the right time to go in, but I don't think he's going to too long on for the flash in, then it close, and that's it. Dex is exposed. Adamson University fights back strong, showing them the first seed of Metro West, how they play it.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
While the skies are falling down from me, I'm trapped inside this wake of nothing. What once was beautiful is now a disease. I can't believe this was something. Burning all around me, can't make it through the debris. I can't make it. No, I try my hardest to see. Can't find my way on these streets. I can't make it home. Lost and alone in this world with no hope. Trying not to let go when there's nothing to hold. Every day it seems that we're evolving into a world that's not there for you. And everything we were is now dissolving into this apathetic life that we choose. Burning all around me, can't make it through the debris. I can't make it. No, I try my hardest to see. Can't find my way on these streets. I can't make it home. Lost and alone in this world with no hope. Trying not to let go when there's nothing to hold. Nowhere to go, nothing to hold. Everything around me starts to crumble. Nowhere to go, nothing to hold. Someone save me. There's nothing that's drowning me. I'm bleeding for an end, but this nightmare just began. Lost and alone in this world with no hope. I'm trying not to let go when there's nothing. Lost and alone in this world with no hope. Trying not to let go when there's nothing to hold. Lost and alone in this world with no hope. Trying not to let go when there's Let this dagger bury deep, 'cause I'm not afraid to bleed through all the spaces in between. Never meant anything, 'cause I gave everything I had to build a promised land, a place where proudly I could stand. This castle made of sand is slipping through my hands. The dream is over now. Our hearts have been misguided, lost somehow. justify the end. Or only one could have been. I'll bury every word I've said in the city of the dead. And drown this masterpiece in red. The color in my head, this tired skin I'll shed. The dream is over now. Our hearts have been misguided, lost somehow. The dream is over now. Fate has been decided. It's all been lost somehow, lost somehow. The water's rushing in. We're fighting over the remains of a scene too crowded to repair. We're dying to defend a feeling that has lost its way. 'Cause the dream's no longer there. The dream is over now. Our hearts have been misguided, lost somehow. The dream is over now. Fate has been decided. It's all been lost somehow. It's over now. It's over now. It's over now. It's over now. Yeah, it's over now. Fate has been decided. It's all been lost somehow. Lost somehow. Yeah, it's over I wanna know you, there's so much at stake. Can't face the memories, they bend me till I break. Hiding from the past, but it's eating me alive. Can't block it out when it's coming from inside. Every turn leads me to a new dead end. Lost again, I'm screaming your name. Come close
Job. Really low. Wind Blade will finish him up. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wing. And the focus on Aslan. Grand charges up. Aslan will not last long. There's a flash from Excavate now. And now a steal and fails. The Go University still doesn't break. And here comes the fight. One time is on. Look at the stupidity and Yamchi on the center of the fight.
Flash away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the line of that equalizer. Gets equalized indeed. Gold team waiting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Lenovo Law Collegiate League 2017 Spring Term Interconference Series. And we're going to do Group B games today. Of course, we will be your shoutcasters. I am Atlas, and with me is Vulcan.
And that's right, we're going to be moving on to the second match. And not to mention, we've seen how Adamson University played in the second game of the first match.
Much better than their first game.
Yeah,
Much less mistakes.
Let's hope they carried it out. I mean, this time it's going to be more of a high-stake match, right?
Definitely high stakes for the rest of the conference. Because what's going to happen here is because, yeah, both UC and ADU are at 2 points. Here's ADU versus MCL. So MCL is the only team so far with a 2-0. So what happens here is Adamson cannot lose a single game against MCL, or else they're out of chances of getting to semifinals.
Yeah, and if ever MCL does get the sweep 2-0, auto-in.
Yeah, they will be auto-in into the semifinals. So the two teams with a chance to match MCL here are UC Scythe and Adamson University.
Yeah, they have to really play it properly this time, and knowing that this is going to be a match, they have to at least deny the sweep coming from MCL. It's up to ADU to not make any more mistakes.
If it's a 1-1, MCL becomes 5 points, and then Adamson's out. But if UC is also able to get a 2-0 later, they'll both be 5 points and then force a tiebreaker. So it's really bloody, really close. So it all depends on this match, on how the rest of the group is going to play out. And even though it's very short, it's still so crucial.
Short but crucial, and not to mention the second winner of the Search and Win Trivia. The question was, who is the captain of ADU? And the answer is ADU Jissy. Congratulations to Ryan Paul Bayani for answering the question correctly. You win yourself a free mystery gift in 5 working days.
So definitely our players right now, especially Adamson and UC, they are Ocelots with their backs to the wall. They are cornered. They are forced to get these wins. Otherwise, their chances of getting to semifinals are snuffed out. So now MCL has to be wary. They can't have the same cognition they have of ADU of UC. Because these are teams that are going to be changed because of the chances of getting to semifinals are at stake.
Well, who do you think is going to win this one?
Very close, but Adamson University, MCL. MCL has been known to pull out some weird picks here, so it's kind of hard to prepare against them. And since ADU, their playstyle isn't really a lot about preparing, if they can't prepare for any of the contingencies that MCL has, I think MCL has a good chance. So, so MCL, I think they're one of the best teams to come out of their conference. So coming into this, they have a really good chance of getting out of Group B.
And not to mention, we've seen how ADU played. First game is sort of a disaster because they don't know how the other team plays. Come in the second game, they did adapt, but this is not the case anymore where they have that luxury of, let's make the first game a game where we can test our field. That's not the case. MCL is the first rank in the Group B. They cannot afford to lose.
Yeah, what happens here is because ADU adapts from the first game, but it's kind of hard to adapt against MCL. We've seen them pull out Mordekaiser, and then the next game they pull out a Gangplank and utilize it effectively. So it's so hard to prepare against them. And so if ADU's playstyle is adapt from the first game, it's going to be very difficult for them to take out MCL. But of course, it's all about the execution. The draft from LCL is very good, but if the execution is better on ADU side, it's definitely going to be ADU win.
And for the viewers out there, we will be having a short commercial. Stay tuned to the continuation of the game.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
Going into the drafting phase of ADU on the blue side against MCL on the red side.
We're going to see here because MCL's highlights are usually in their drafting phase. That's where we see a lot of their weird picks, and then execution comes into when the game actually starts. So for this game, we have seen a pattern that MCL rotates out their mid lane and their jungle regularly. So it's going to be Vonnie here for the jungler instead of Suzuya. So coming here to the bans and picks here, it seems like MCL has scouted out the ban against Jissy, the Zed. They did show it earlier, and very effectively against the Victor as well, so they are banning it out. The Respect ban, the Anivia ban against Janny will be available. The Ari ban against Jissy, very standard.
And the Zed ban also.
And it's going to be the Ivern ban. I don't think Ivern is auto-ban anymore. With the nerfs to the resources he uses when clearing his jungle, I don't think he's as oppressive and as annoying that he's a 100% pick or ban. So this might be a ban against Vonnie, but the playstyle is different because Suzuya is the one that has a really really uses this Ivern. Vonnie is not the type to actually go for that Ivern, so we're going to see how that plays out. The Darius ban against Lucis, we saw how Lucis plays out these very snowball-heavy champions here, like Darius, Gangplank. So if Lucis is able to get a very good snowball here, he will be very effective. Darius is taken away from him in that regard.
Yeah, we'll be seeing AD opening up their picks. Lulu, this time we might be see a mirror matchup. I mean, a mirror draft that we saw in first match of Game 2.
Yeah, because imagine here, we've got Lulu first pick for Adamson. On the other hand, MCL is taking away the Karma and the Lucian. So it's the same matchup from earlier, but with now. So we're gonna see how this plays out. This will be the block-in for the bot lane of MCL, giving away that much information to Adamson. We're gonna see if this Lulu will actually go to relink or whether it's still Dazai going to be going on that Lulu, because we did see him use that top lane Lulu earlier, and to great effect actually.
And we're going to be expecting that MCL, seeing how they're putting so much priority on their bot lane duo, you're going to expect that they have to build around it. I mean, Karma is a great support for a Lucian. She offers shield, speed boost. It's like another relentless pursuit, a bonus to top
Lots
off.
of utility.
Yes, a kiting.
And the damage in lane is
Don't
actually
forget
phenomenal.
the kiting where a Lucian scales up really well.
But it is going to be the Caitlyn for Simone. And we know that even with Karma around, it's very hard for Lucian to face up against Caitlyn. Because all that time that he's relentless pursuing, getting his Lysander procs out, Simone's just shooting him from 650 range. So it might be very hard. We're going to see how that plays off, though, with the support coming from Adamson later. It will be the mid lane Orianna for Jissy. On the other hand, MCL, that Corki is probably going to go to the mid lane, considering the Summer Spell here will be the barrier. Plus, he has played it before. We might see another one of those wombo combos from long range engages.
Is it effective? Right now in the patch 7.10. I mean, Corki has been strong, but that's way too long ago.
He was able to use these wombo combos in the last week. Get the really nicely the paranoia with the Nocturne, long range engage. Combine it with Rek'Sai's Void Rush to rotate quickly, as well as the package from Corki. So it's just full on everyone all in. It's like everyone get in here. So that will be the game plan for MCL if they lock in the Nocturne. Nocturne is open because Adamson is really focusing their bans against Lucis, banning out his Gangplank as well as his Jax.
A focus ban in the top lane, but is it a worth ban knowing that, as you said, the Nocturne is their great synergy, as you said, for the Corki, but right now, leaving the Nocturne open for the first picks of MCL.
Yeah, and Lucis still has his champion not revealed to Adamson. I think here that Lucis is pulling so many bans that I think it might be baiting Adamson here, because these are champions that are easily countered by Renekton. We've seen this in another group, banning out these 3 champions against Lucis. You can just have a contingency of going for Renekton. But because Adamson, it seems like they are going...
As you were saying, Atlas.
Oh man. So the Renekton is open, but it might actually be the Galio.
That will be a lock-in. So
very effective against magic damage like Dazai on that Lulu, because that is definitely going to be a top lane Lulu. I think that's why they were able to read. And but banning out 3 champions against Lucis, just and then being able to easily read that, because of course AD is not going to pick Renekton. They're going for this top lane Lulu, and I think it actually wraps it all up. The Janna pick actually wraps it all up here, because it means that Simone is going to have so many ways of protecting himself. He has his support, his top lane, as well as the shields that might actually come from Jissy. Lots of utility.
You gotta expect a lot of all-ins coming in from the Corki, Galio, and Nocturne. wait. Come on. Think of it this way. Let's see, there's Paranoia. Everything is black, pitch black. They have no idea where they are.
And then you suddenly have someone on an airplane going onto you, and then following you up is like a giant flying statue, a gargoyle. It's just
and kaboom
phenomenal.
Inside, and there's going to be that huge knock-up. So if ever Adamson University wants to get the collapse onto MCL, they have to be ready to get countered.
They do have
so
Vijana though, but that is
you can't knock up
but that's so much impact coming from those champions.
You can't knock up a Galio when he smashes there.
But you can knock away the Nocturne.
Yes.
But that's just a Nocturne. After that, it's gonna be Janny will just Valkyrie away once again, and DPS together with Asuka, and Kari is doing so much as well with the shielding and the speed boost. So that's a game plan for MCL. We're going to see if all of the utility and survivability coming from Adamson are enough to mitigate that sort of wombo combo.
I hope it's enough though. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting game. I mean,
very explosive.
Very explosive. I'm kind of excited to see how Lucis will be able to contribute in the team fights. He does not really need to use the teleport. I mean, let's say the mid lane might be the focus for MCL to get Janny be on the path to be a snowball.
It's like the range for the hero's entrance is enough that a little like walk into the river for Lucis will allow him to be in range to go for the hero's entrance to save Janny from any threats. Which means that Orf has to be more careful when he ganks mid lane. Jissy also has to keep his eyes open when the 5-minute mark happens and the package is available. So definitely a lot of ways that Adamson has to adapt to the dynamic of the game, because having global ultimates, or rather not global, rather super long range ultimates like Paranoia and Hero's Entrance mean that they have to change their game plan. They have to change their all-inning, and that might actually be a problem for Adamson, because considering their performance from last match, of course they won the second game like a landslide. The first game, however, they were really overcommitting against double teleport, and this is kind of like triple teleport.
More of a makeshift teleport. I mean,
makeshift triple teleport. So
if ever ADU gets denied of the vision they need to really counter those champions, it gets blocked by the Paranoia. So right now, the composition of ATU won't really matter because they rely so much on vision to land their skill shots, and that's going to be completely denied. But let's hear it themselves from ADU. And what are their thoughts in entering this game?
Meron kaming limitasyon about sa oras namin dito sa LCL, the split. Because kalahati ng teammates namin ay mag-graduate na, at yung iba sa amin magpo-focus more on their studies. So hindi na po sila papayagan maglaro or mag-practice sa amin during scrims. And yun nga, isang beses lang kami makakalaro ng sama-sama na ganito. So why not make it to the championship? Make it to LICC.
of course, we are now loaded onto the Rift here for Game 3 for today. The first game of Match 2 between Adamson University Penguin Authority and Malayan College's Laguna Warlocks. Let's see how our players play their level 1s as we take a bird's eye view. Nice carpet ride around the Rift.
And right now we're going to be seeing MCL approaching the blue side of ADU.
Might be Dazai in a little bit of trouble. Has the Glitter Lance to scare them away. And that is a little bit of information, because that means that since they're all clumped together as 5, they don't have any deep wards anywhere else. Their protective wards are also probably not present. So Orf is just free to lay down some deep wards here in the bot side. Scout out the path for Bonnie.
And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the mid lane will play out. It's up to Jesse to snowball again, but you gotta take note that Johnny will be expecting so much help from that Nocturne. Level 3 gang, it can be helpful. Oriana does have the not very huge mobility in a way that there's a gap closer, but she does have the utility that if ever you do go all in on an Oriana, you will pay a price.
Yeah, he has the shields. He has to, okay. Actually, taking out the blast cone away on their own side is a good pickup, because that means that Orf does not have that availability to try and steal from Vonnie and try to counter from behind.
Right now, we're going to be seeing a blue star for Vonnie. Might be expecting for the mid lane gang early on, knowing that Johnny can't really fare well against a Corki.
So that will be the pickup here. Vonnie getting a really good leash from his bot lane. You can see how all that plays out.
And right now, it's going to be a matter of time for these both teams. They have to wait it out. Jesse cannot even be that much of a threat, knowing that he does rely on items so much, but it will be up to the junglers to dictate the flow of the game. Knowing that we are seeing Orf on a Kha'Zix compared to, let's say, a terrible Vi we saw in Game 2 of Match 1. He has to be that level 3 gang. He might go for the mid lane. I would recommend the mid lane.
The mid lane, but the Valkyrie is available here. Now, something more vulnerable might actually be Lucis, but it seems Dazai is really pushing this lane in, which will make it hard for Orf to gank. But as for the most vulnerable lane, it's definitely Lucis.
And let's see right now. Orf working around the red side of MCL.
Yeah, he's going to try and take advantage of Bonnie's weak early game.
Oh man, he is very big.
Wait.
Insta burst. The blast code jumps in front of it, but the burn, will it be enough?
Actually, wow, okay. He might actually survive here, but the Void Spikes will be the ones to take him out. Wow, that was such a huge amount of time that Bonnie was just walking. Like, he should have seen Orf already, but instead he leaves himself open, and this is one of the manifestations of the matchup that Kha'Zix will want to try and take advantage of the weaker early game from the Nocturne, and then try and mitigate him and delay his level 6.
I mean, you like playing Kha'Zix Atlas, so what can you say about this type of playstyle, man?
This type of play says it's good that Orf knows the matchup enough.
How does the Kha'Zix fare in the
Yeah.
early phase of the game?
Early phase of the game against Nocturne, he's going to absolutely demolish him.
Oh boy.
Because of the short cooldowns, the Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 of today's Lenovo Law Collegiate League's 2017 Spring Term Interconference Series. Unfortunately, we had a technical difficulty. There was a power surge here, and Adamson University is playing here, so there had to be a remake of the game. Same picks, same bands, and let's get right into the game immediately.
Jissy.
Oh man, Jissy forcing the flash immediately from him is actually really good for Vonnie, but I don't think he will be looking to gank too much pre-level 6.
Expect the unexpected coming from MCL. I mean, win without fighting. That is the famous motto from Atlas.
Yeah, that's from Sun Tzu, Art of War, is paraphrased, but yeah, the best kind of to play these level 1s is actually to get a small resource win.
Yes.
Small resource win without having to all in.
And not to mention, starting in the red side, it gives more of a versatility in ganking. You go for the red, you go for the Raptors, then you leave yourself open for the mid lane.
No, you go for the Raptors and then you go for the red. But that's unfortunately not an option for Kha'Zix because he relies on having these isolations, and Raptors are... the population of the Raptor camp is like 8, so...
8.
Yeah, that's not one camp that Kha'Zix wants to start in, so it has to go for the red.
And right now, we're going to be expecting that Kha'Zix to make the early crucial plays. I mean, he did get the first blood, but due to technical difficulties, there would be a soft reset of the game. And right now, the way that we saw Orf play with a Kha'Zix, we can expect more from him, be more aggressive.
Yeah, because Vonnie is weaker in the early game on that Nocturne, so the Kha'Zix can take advantage of that before Vonnie reaches level 6. But after that, everyone in Adamson has to be careful.
Gotta respect the spikes. If you don't respect, you have to just go home. And right now, we're gonna be expecting Orf going for the blue buff, might transition towards the mid lane, but Vonnie, on the other hand, might not expect the first blood again.
Okay, what he's doing is pathing around the red buff to ensure that Orf is not waiting around the wings for an invid.
And right now, we're going to be expecting that Orf has to be the one to dictate the early phase of the laning phase, seeing that he is rotating to the top side. No vision placed by Lucis.
Oh man, he's actually going for Vonnie, but the red buff
bit
has
too
already been
late.
taken.
Oh. No, base check to death. Here it comes.
Okay, so the spell shield was not active for him, and this is actually a repeat of what happened
Deja
earlier.
vu!
I have been in this place before, and it seems like Orf still getting that first blood. Vonnie should have expected that.
Where have I been? Is this live? That's going to be our first blood for Orf. Gonna give a lead, and that's not what you do on a Kha'Zix.
Extends his Orf's
no.
normal buffs as well.
Oh my lord, that's gonna be so much trouble for MCL. You don't give a lead onto a Kha'Zix, one of the most aggressive junglers, and right now, because of this lead and the kill on the double buff, look at him going towards the top lane.
Yeah, Vonnie might be in a little bit of trouble here. He is not the tanky Galio he is yet. Gets stopped. The Justice Punch gets stopped. Will they have enough damage? He still has a flash up. Oh! Aces flash, but the execute does not give anything to MCL.
Wow. Mind games placed. I mean, he did have the flash on his hand. I mean, maybe he thought that he didn't need the flash, but might as well just burn a summoner, then give someone a lead, knowing that that isn't execute. It's all in the favors of Adamson University.
Yeah, and that means that that's another kill on the side of Adamson. An early lead onto Dazai, giving him boots on top of the Doran's rings that he bought, which means that Loser's going to have a harder time gap closing against Dazai and trading with him.
I mean, that's going to be really looking good for Adamson University's early phase of the game. But they have to transition that to, let's say, an objective. A teleport play coming in from top lane to bottom lane, seeing how Simone and his support is having a hugging time, a cuddle time on the turret. But will that work out well for them, knowing that the Lucian, really huge threat. I mean, if he plays the traps correctly, then I guess that negates it. But we see some Caitlyn not utilizing those traps correctly.
We're going to see he's actually putting down not the trap line, but rather enough to have some little bit of control over that brush. But that's still one entrance. You can enter the brush from any angle. So that will only be effective if Kari wants to go in there the sneakiest path. It will actually block out lane ganks as well from Vonnie. but that's not really something that Nocturne does.
And now, this game is pretty slow paced in a way that how ADU is supposed to play.
Pretty fast. Like, ADU is supposed to go pretty fast here. So what's going to happen is Kha'Zix will want to get more kills, but it seems like Orf is kind of slowing down because of how the rest of the lanes from MCL are now starting to play a little bit safer. They are infinitely safe because Asuka has Relentless Pursuit, has the shields as well from Kari. In the mid lane there, Janny has the Valkyrie to just survive from any gank from Orf. They don't have any hard CC to lock him down. So
The
now
only
he's level 6
possible
as well.
thing that Vonnie can go for would be the mid and top lane. I mean, give it up in the bottom lane because there is that annoying Karma. Not to mention the Janna and the Caitlyn. It's going to be very difficult for Vonnie to even try and gank them. But right now, we're seeing Orf waiting for the right time to strike Johnny, though suspecting something. He does not have mana. Not to mention, Johnny does have full summoners up. And Vonnie also waiting it
Vonnie
out.
waiting in the wings. He is behind in terms of the CS and the
Ooh,
experience,
I
which is
like-
the biggest thing.
I like how they're playing right now. Very identical, their pathing. We did see that the Orf and Vonnie, they're actually mirroring each other in a way.
Their
But
rotations, yeah.
yeah, but Orpheus has the advantage from the first blood. Look at the itemization. He does already have his first combat item, which
man.
is the Caulfield's
Caulfield's
Warhammer.
Gives him a little bit of AD, and the CDR is actually very important, building into his Warrior's enchantment. So Vonnie's going to be a little bit behind if they encounter each other in the jungle, but real, they are mirroring each other's clear paths here, going for
Very
the bot lane.
interesting. And not to mention, you do get the Warrior's enchantment early on. That's 60 AD in the early
Wow.
phase of the game. That's
Huge.
a lot. That is huge. Not to mention the cooldown that will benefit Orf so well.
We're going to see here is Vonnie clearing the top side of his jungle, going for a full clear here. Probably going to go to Raptors next because Lucius is pushing top lane, natural for a Galio because his kit does not allow you to freeze the lane. And on the other hand, Johnny might not be a good gank target just yet before he reaches level 6.
And we're going to be expecting that Vonnie might go for another gag, which is very tempting, knowing that Alulu is kind of easy to pick up once you get the CC onto it. The hard ones, not the slow ones, like say a knockup and a taunt. And Dazai does not have his flash up, so might be a signal to go in. But we're going to be seeing Vonnie really eyeing the mid lane,
Yeah, he's going,
going
for
for the assist that he needs.
Yeah, he's waiting around the wings here. The way he's been
Yeah.
clearing, though, is he's going for the optimal path to reach level 6. Seems like he will be level 6 after those Raptors.
Oh,
but he's
man.
quite low in terms of the health. He has to use that to, recover some health. And it seems like he will just be going home for now.
Yeah, more of an assist from Johnny, knowing that his friend, his teammate, is having a hard time.
And maybe Orf. There's a possibility of Orf being there as well.
Not to mention, I think Orf did reach the level 6 first. He does have the luxury of giving away the blue buff if he does, because he's not that behind in the EXP. And that's going to give just so much presence, pushing so hard under the turret for Johnny.
Yeah, I think Vonnie has to give away the blue buff to Johnny, however. Because that is a Corki, he wants to be able to spam his Rocket Barrage. So if he's not able to, his clear is just so bad.
Look at that. The
Orf.
confidence he got from the first blood. The second time just shows that how Vonnie can jungle and how Orf can abuse the fact that Vonnie's early game is very, very weak.
Taking away 2 control wards as well. That's a huge
EXP.
spike. A little bit of EXP, 60 gold for free, and the most importantly, taking away vision from MCL. But that
Yeah.
is a signal to MCL that, okay, Orf is there in the top lane.
A blue buff given up to the mid laner. Not to mention, we're going to be really seeing a level gap for Vonnie against Orf. But in the mid lane, however, things are looking really good for Jizzy. Look at that CS, 94 to 71. This is kind of looking bad for MCL in a way that Johnny, the champion, the Corki, who has the snowball, deliver the damage, is not doing so well.
Yeah, we're going to have to see the Wombo combo very soon for MCL so they can get their engine going. But for now, because of Vonnie being behind in the early game,
Not to
they
mention-
can't take too many risks. If Orf is also present in the mid lane, it's going to be nightmare for them.
Yeah, not to mention, Orf got the first blood. And an assist from top lane. You have to respect that Orf will be lurking around the shadows, looking for targets that he can easily pick off. So, MCL really playing the defensive way.
And Vonnie also being spotted out by that ward is actually so bad for him, which delays his first big gank.
And not to mention, I'm pretty curious on the Doran's ring spam on the top lane for Lucis. We already do see that Dazai has the Catalyst. Gonna build into, let's say, Roa, a defensive item.
Really going for that mana sustain to stay in lane, and the health as well. But I think 3 Doran's rings might be overkill.
Yeah.
2 is pretty standard for Galio, but
3? Why not?
seems like Johnny, he realizes that his team, okay, we're not in a position to get the Wombo combo just yet, so I'm not gonna pick up the package.
Let's wait for it. I mean, the package is just better when you wait it out longer.
You don't have to immediately collect that once it gets off cooldown.
Or why not, just for fun, just take it away. I mean, go back to your lane as fast as you can, but this is not the type of game that you expect that in the interconference series of the LCL.
Seems like they're just waiting to... Yeah, MCL right now is playing the defensive playstyle also. That they're not going for the super aggressive ganks, they're going for the long run as well. Call onto Johnny.
We're going to be really waiting on to Johnny to really have that spike, let's say, the 20-minute mark, 15-minute mark.
Also waiting for Bonnie to finish his Devourer.
And also as help from top lane, we are seeing a teleport run on by Lucius, so he does have the pressure, kind of like Shen in a way that you can go back immediately after you help out the lane. But it's not being utilized correctly, knowing that there is a Janna. That is such...
The pressure of that Janna is just way too much. It's like you can't gank bot lane too haphazardly because you can just get denied completely, and that's a lot of resources burned. So it definitely has to be the mid lane or the top lane. But top lane, even if Dazai gets behind and Lucis gets ahead, that's really not a lot of value. So it's really... I think the drafting from Adu was very smart. And that
looks very good.
Because that means the best target for MCL is Simone, but they can't go onto Simone because of reeling on that Janna.
This is where the game is coming to play. I mean, this is the second match, a crucial matchup, and no mistakes should be made on the Rift Herald.
Oh man, that is going to be the Rift Herald. Be contested. Here comes the paranoia. Rift Herald actually goes to MCL. Here comes the damage reduction for his friends. Lucis gets a point blank hero's entrance there. But now he's in the middle of a rock and a hard place. Will Johnny and Bonnie be able to help? The taunt does actually not go on to Jizzy, which means that he is forced to flash away. Here comes Kari for a little bit of an assist. Actually even pulling Asuka there to the riverside. So it has to go back.
That is the mistake Adamson University made. They started the Rift Herald, but it would be MCL taking away the eye and the efforts of Orb, not to mention giving a kill.
Yeah, all of the damage on the Rift Herald was him, and it was just smited offhandedly by Vonnie. And because, yeah, Orf can definitely solo that Rift Herald, but it just takes forever.
Yeah, don't you just hate it when you do something so hard you worked for, and some guy comes in and, hey, thanks, smites it.
Yeah, and what Lucis did there was... MCL had the information. Even with a control ward, that being denied immediately signals to MCL that something's up.
Yeah, here's the reason why everything went so bad. The response, the composition built around the map presence just complemented MCL so well that if they go all in, chances are they're gonna win it 100%. Or maybe 99.9, but right now we're going to be seeing how an extended team fight will always favor MCL.
Oh man, that was very close for Lucis though. His Justice Punch escape being denied, almost dying as well, but he also, I think he wasted his ultimate there. Point blank, because there was no further burst coming from Jizzy after the shockwave was burned. So there's really no reason to use the hero's entrance. Just be satisfied with a kill with the Herald and then get out.
You know what you should expect. I mean, he does have the eye of the Herald.
Oh man.
Make a play with the hero's entrance. Very flashy. Then pop that Rift Herald when you get 3 kills. Very, very nice. That's going to be very satisfying, but hard to execute. Let's see how MCL will make it work.
We actually, the thing with Lucis is that he doesn't have to teleport directly on top of the fight. It just takes forever though. If MCL's bot lane is able to survive a long time, then he can go like a teleport onto that river brush and then go for the hero's entrance. Not so recommended though. Here comes Johnny.
Look at the clear coming in from Lucis.
Yeah, now that he has his AoE, he has 3 Dorn Strings. That's a lot of AP. So now it's going to be the Mountain Drake being taken by MCL. There's 3 members and a
teleport
teleport
coming in,
being
guys.
pulled away. They will have to rotate away from that. That's going to be the package used as a mini equalizer. Oh, that's going to be actually, man, that's going to be Orb taking away the dragon. The paranoia has been burnt, but damn, that Monsoon just pushes them away. And now that's going to be Vonnie. That's going to be Orb's revenge.
Taking away the efforts, returning the favor.
I think that was,
That was more personal. That was very personal. I mean, Orb was like, man, he took my Rift Herald. Let me take away. Let me take his Mountain Drake.
And that's actually so good on that Caitlyn. Wow. I think it was overconfident for MCL to try and take that. Because they are not ahead. The bot lane isn't dead. And that was a 50-50. And as 50-50s are like so bad for... They feel so bad for jungle.
The pressure is really on you.
Here we come. Is this an optimal way of using it though? Of course, Dazai doesn't have the same kind of damage as other top laners have.
And
he
this
doesn't have
is
a
not
wave.
the right way to use it. He does chunk
Definitely
away the HP of the turret, making his pushing faster. But Galio has that really strong pushing potential. And I think he should have used it in a way that we see how JBL used it in the group stages. I mean, used it so well until the inhibitor.
Man, and here, I think he miscalculated the wave clear from Dazai. I think he should have kept pushing, slow pushing by himself. And then when his wave was building up, that's where he used the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, go for bot lane. Janna is not building that much of an AP, so the wave clear coming from that is low. Not to mention Caitlyn does not even have the Rune and Turking, so bot lane would have been a better target for the Rift Herald. Not to mention, they have Lucian.
Just so much turret killing potential here.
Yeah,
so that's one big resource just wasted by MCL, which means that the Drake taken away by Adamson is more worth it for them. And with a lane swap, this is just
Red
gonna be
buff and a Mountain Drake passive. That's going to be going down quickly.
comes
But right
Vonnie,
now,
though.
here comes Bunny.
Oh, gets kited away. That's a lot of damage. Vonnie has not scaled up. Luce is trying to go for that 1v2. He also has a lot of base damages himself. Here comes Janny. Will he be able to get it? Monsoon is still available. Orf is present.
3 members, very healthy.
Orf is present. And look at the range from Simone. Vonnie tries to go in. He gets absolutely denied by so much damage. Wow.
Man, if you see how a Galio can play, like really be in your face and smash it to the ground,
Yeah.
it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts not in damage-wise, but your personal hurt. I mean,
Your
it really
ego.
pains that you're getting kited so hard by this Galio, getting zoned out completely, not to mention the taunt.
But even with that, not enough damage to actually take down Simone and Relink, because Vonnie, he was so close to death
Yeah,
there.
very close. I mean, imagine this. Orf goes in to try and assassinate, let's say, a very juicy target. It would be Asuka or Janny. Then there's that Galio say, hello, let me taunt you and ruin your effort, and you die. That's gonna be a nightmare for Orf.
So actually, both of these teams have very good potential to just block away attempts at assassinations. But it's actually hurting MCL more if their assassination attempts are blocked, because they have Adamson has a backup, which is Simone. Or rather, no. Orf is the backup here, the secondary damage. Simone is the main focus. Here, MCL, their wombo combo is like their everything.
It's like go all in and don't go home. But for Adamson University, when they have a clash, they have that emergency exit button, which would be
The Monsoon.
the Monsoon on Relink or Jissy with the Shockwave, and the AoE slow. But it would be also up to Orf, as you said, to be that extra threat.
Really doing their best to
Look at the wave
defend this
clear.
turret.
Oh man.
Wave clear is definitely something, but they have to be able to do something, because
man.
bot lane, it's gonna be Dazai pushing that really deeply.
Very deep with the Rod of the Ages and the Aegis of the Legion completed. Whereas Lucis just got the Spirit Visage. The 3 Doran string really slowed down his build.
Okay, so this is gonna be real Dazai giving a lot of not yet, but that is gonna be a wave building up. While top lane, they already lost their turret. This is a 5k gold lead on the side of Adamson University.
And yeah, that goal lead might just be huge thanks to the turrets, not to mention the Infernal Drake. Let's say you have the gold value, but you also need the objective value. Right now, Adamson University, they're rich in that. Whereas MCL, they're just looking for someone to spare some change for them.
Bonnie is definitely behind. His scaling as a Nocturne is not present yet. Johnny still needs to scale up. That goes for all of their carries, actually. So right now, hard times for MCL.
Very hard times. Right now, Vonnie, I think, is unemployed. Not enough gold on him. Look at that, 5,700 on him as a
Versus-
Nocturne, as a jungler.
Versus 7.1k onto
Man.
Orf.
That's a
They
huge
can't get
gap.
their Wombo combo out because they'll just get blocked by Reeling.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get so behind in the early phase. You give a first blood to Orf. Kha'Zix's the jungler who likes to play it aggressive. This is what happens. It's going to be a landslide of an effect.
Bonnie should have expected that Orf, even if he thinks, okay, Orf already first blooded me, he should expect that I'm expecting him to go to me.
Expect the unexpected and expect the expected.
So what happens there is Bonnie got confident, okay, Orf's not gonna go for an invade on me. I already checked. But then Orf, because his clear is much faster, his first clear is much faster because of isolation, he's still able to go for it.
That sounds a lot like you. In a way that you play. And that's how you always get first blood.
Oh man, come on, don't do me dirty like that. But that's definitely one of the things that set the stage for Adamson to be this ahead. Seems like Dragon Control will be on MCL side.
Yeah,
though.
never rely on your theories or instinct. Always rely what's on the map. Vision is key, and right now, MCL going at it in Inferno. Let's
Orf
see.
might go for a steal.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh man, that's actually going to be the Infernal Drake still onto MCL, and now Orf is actually just sticking around here. MCL cannot risk too much to all in onto Orf because they might get collapsed on.
It's like Orf goes all in, then he has no form of
But
escape.
look at top lane, Dazai dealing a lot of damage to that top lane turret.
The Mountain Drake really helped.
Half health already.
Wow.
And that's all the time they invested there in the Infernal Drake.
So much for Rift Herald. Really a waste.
Oh man,
onto
and they're just
MCL.
controlling the map. Even with the Infernal Drake, that only has an effect when they're fighting.
Yeah,
But
not pushing.
Adamson so far has been doing the sieging. And very effective with that Caitlyn, with that Mountain Drake.
And not to mention an Orianna. If they actually clump up under the turret, that's a phase shockwave.
And 5.4k gold lead for Adamson. Definitely doing them.
We gotta wait, man. And Vani, he has yet. Okay, he finished his jungler item. Big Wolf. He does not have his Demon's Plate yet. Look at Orf. Black Cleaver, Warrior's Enchantment, plus a Clawfield's Hammer,
building
Warhammer.
it into another Warhammer item, probably going to be the Omus.
Yes, and
Oh,
also
man.
he did not finish his tier 2 boots, but he doesn't even need it. He has the mobility as a Kha'Zix naturally from the leap, not to mention the speed boost from the Void Assault.
And even Relink, if Relink's actually ahead in terms of the positioning, then Orf's going to go much faster, actually.
Yeah, the passive from the Janna.
It's so hard for MCL right now because they can't execute their composition.
They have to wait it out. I mean, their best chances right now for MCL to try and win this game. I
Have to
mean,
continue scaling up.
Cub, keep continuing to scale up. Hope that Orf will fall off in a way that you build defensive. Wait for the time that they feel comfortable in a way that transition it to maybe the shortest lane. Let's say go straight for the mid lane. They have yet to get a turret. Look for the lane with the lowest health. What is it? Maybe it's a top lane?
It is smart that they're not. It really sucks for them that they can't execute their composition, but it is the right decision to make at this moment. Because at 24 minutes, this is actually the point where Adamson is at their one of the points where they're at their strongest. Plus, with the lead that they accumulated, it's suicide to just go in with Paranoia package Hero's Entrance.
Yeah, and
So
not
they
to
definitely need to find an opportunity where it's optimal for them to do so.
and not to mention, you have to respect that when they go all in on that Jesse, will have to Void Staff on the Orianna.
Oh, man.
Huge damage coming in from the mid laner of Adamson University. But thankfully, Johnny does have the Trinity Force, a very, very late Trinity Force. Does pick up the VF Sword, will transition into the Infinity Edge. But in terms of item-wise, Jesse is on a roll right now. Does have a ton of CS compared to MCL's mid laner Johnny. But note that they have 3 turrets. Extra go for them. So things are looking pretty solid for Adamson University. But it's the fact that they can't close the game right now. They are leading so much with the Mountain Drake in the hands for them. Why don't they just close the game?
Orf trying to go for an assassination of Jan. He has the flash. Here comes the Hero's Entrance. Not fast enough to get the knockoff against Orf, but that is a huge cooldown of MCL taken away just by the threat of assassination.
Man,
It is the flash burn for both Orf and Johnny though.
now we're expecting. Now we're seeing how MCL's playing from that. They see the mid lane clash happening. Transition to top lane, the lowest health turret. Go for that instead. But
The
it's
threat
so-
of the wave clear from Dazai is
it's
so big
so
actually.
hard from the wave clear from
And they
Dazai.
don't have enough vision in the enemy jungle, in ADU's jungle, so they can't all in too much and tunnel vision onto the turret. Because what if Orf's there? What if Jissy is there?
Yeah, I mean, not to mention if Dazai is not there for the wave clear, Jissy is there with a shockwave clear as the Oriana.
So difficult for MCL at this point of the game. That gold lead is just gonna grow and grow if Adu continues the siege. And look at this, Simone. Third item, Guardian Angel.
Oh wow, this is why I like about the rework Guardian Angel. It's more of a very good investment.
Yeah,
Cheap.
It doesn't stop your, it doesn't disrupt your damage
Damage.
itemization. It still bothers me that combining a big sword and a cloth armor turns it into to a winged scale mill.
I think they're gonna change that.
Yeah, they will change the icon into a very cool sword with wings. It kind of looks like Excalibur in some ways. We're gonna see how MCL continues playing this. There's no one to defend top lane just yet, but Dazai is pretty fast. He has boost of swiftness.
What an interesting game, right? The gone are the days where we see that every minute there's a kill. Now look at the kill score, 3-1. But the Goldie is in a huge favor for Adamson University because they know they have their macro play straight. They know what to go for when the enemy team is rotating to the top lane or the mid lane. This is why they have 3 turrets in the hands. This is also the reason why they were able to steal the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and MCL, even if they are behind, they have been playing this pretty decently, not taking any fights that they shouldn't. Their biggest problems that they really had was because Vonnie got first blooded, it sets the carpet for the rest of the game for Orf to continue ganking more. And the pressure from that has actually been very effective for ADU.
And now we're seeing the pressure from ADU being established right now in the late phase of
Another
the game.
Infernal Drake
Yes,
gonna be
it's gonna
summoned in
be
quite a bit.
showed now in the Infernal Drake.
It's gonna be the next showdown here. Both
Yeah.
teleports up for our top laners.
But I gotta say, the advantage would be ADU.
Definitely.
Look at the itemization from Daza. He has the Redemption, the Solari. Extended defense are now in favor of ADU.
And because Guardian
Of the
Angel,
lead, yeah.
because Simone has the GA, it means that they can't assassinate him too much, because once he gets out of, comes back from the grave, it's just gonna be reset because of the health regeneration and shields.
Right now.
All the itemization is against MCL's composition, and I'm really loving it.
The Drake is not
Oh,
lasting
man.
long. The Mountain Drake passive plus is coming to play with ADU getting a very easy Infernal Drake. And
Very good trap line too to deny any sort of entry.
Like if they even try and go step on the trap line and proc it, you have to expect that Jessica might go all in.
Difficult for MCL. 6k gold lead, but with a Mountain Drake down their belt, ADU's lead is probably, let's add 900 gold more to that. So MCL is going to have a harder and harder time to execute their Wombo combo.
And not to mention the pressure coming in from Dazai just makes it more difficult for that Wobong combo. Looking at the wave clear from Dazai, not to mention the
Man.
pushing potential. That's gonna spell trouble. But right now, I don't think MCL is gonna give up that Baron just yet. They are sitting in the first. They are sitting in the first place of their group. They have to keep it up. It's their pride on the line right now against a third place like ADU. You don't want to lose against a third place when you're first place and get overthrown. Your chances of moving on to the top 4 teams.
That's definitely what I was talking about. These teams, ADU and UC Scythe, have their backs to the wall. So they're gonna change. They are gonna bring the inner beast and try to get these leads. Seems like
Yeah, man. Gone
Oh,
are the
man.
type of gameplays where you have to rely on, it's the difference where you want to play to win. Play it dirty. Get like dirt in your pocket and just spray it in their eyes and blind them in a way that you take away all the objectives. And that's how ADU is playing. Very objective oriented. If there is a chance for them to take it, they're not going to give it to MCL. Why give it to someone that might fight back?
And when they're taking fights, it's only when their chances of losing are very low, or when there's an objective at stake. They're not going for these willy-nilly kills that get them taken down. It's such a different ADU from last match.
ADU really establishing the first step. I mean, one step ahead of MCL. Look at the vision control. There is the control ward.
ADU still has to respect MCL
Yeah.
because of the composition. If they start this Baron,
Here it
and
comes.
they are starting it, the wombo combo might be effective, but there is a control ward around. Oh, that will be the teleport from
man.
Lucius. It
Nice,
will
nice
deny.
control ward.
Yeah, it will deny the Baron.
I don't think it does, man. This is their
It just starts
final
the
line.
dance. It just starts the dance.
Oh boy.
It just delayed the Baron though. This is
It's
gonna be very
it's like
exciting.
a dance where MCL was not invited, and they're the crackers right now, and Orf taking a lot of damage, resetting the Baron though. But MCL greatly played though.
Seems like now they're gonna transition to this mid lane.
Oh boy.
Oh,
respect that
Johnny.
Corki.
Wow, the burst coming from that Corki. Enough to take him down, and that's gonna be their biggest disengage tool.
Unexpected.
That's gonna be their biggest disengage
Here
tool.
it comes.
Here comes MCL back with a vengeance, but
Fighting
a
back
victory from Aiden
strong.
Anderson. Wow, that's gonna be the redemption used
Yeah,
to reset
man.
their health. Wow,
Woo. What a bursted crit.
but still not enough value gained from that to get any turrets. They can't overcommit just yet.
They did get something out of it.
yeah, that's the
The
important
fear.
part for
You can
MCL.
taste their fear. Like, and he was like, Jesse was like, what the hell was that? Did I just get bursted down? I still has half health.
Yeah, Relink, wow.
Wow.
The crit coming from the Infinity Edge, plus the damage coming from the big one.
It hurts in here, inside their pride, their confidence, their safety is now hindered because of that Corki. And right now, ADU, should they go for a
Alright.
Baron, knowing that Corki does have the burst, but he's pretty low on mana. Let's see right now. Boom,
Oh,
will take the
man.
Baron,
Oh, the
but
delivery.
it will be a
Oh,
delivery.
man. That's going to be Orf trying to take down these two. Johnny
Oh
and
my
oh my
God.
God, Bonnie. They were not expecting Orf to jump over the wall with a ball delivery. And all that
Yes.
burst sets up Orf for a double kill and the Baron for his team. Doesn't even need to get smite because Bonnie and Johnny are away. Wow, I
Wow.
like that adaptation from ADU, giving them 2 kills and the Baron. Whoa.
Okay, we're gonna respect your Corgi, but you also have to respect Orf. His feelings were hurt in the Rift Herald. Just from there, he is carrying it on to the Baron pit and buff. And now, Adamson University, with the Barons in their hands, will be going for a turret and now a siege.
Lots of damage mitigated with a taunt, but that is just delaying the inevitable right now. There's no one to go in for MCL because of that trap line, and Galio can't really go in by himself.
Wow.
Wow.
Orf is just smiling from above, saying that, I got
Yeah, let's
the
look at how
Baron."
that happened.
Here's
They're
the
really
thing.
waiting around here.
The unexpected, knowing that there is no mana, no reason for it to fight back, not even damage, just goes to show that MCL was also not being, not having good manners. They have to learn their manners
Orf
against
dies,
ADU.
but the Baron was already taken.
Who
And they
cares, man? They got the Baron.
They should have taken. They shouldn't have like been complacent. Okay,
Yeah.
they're gonna fully commit to the Baron, so we're safe here. But they're but they're clumped together, 2 of them, which means it leaves them open for the Shockwave into the Thunderlord's burst,
Yeah.
into everything else, which leaves them open to Orf just cleaning them
It's
up.
like I have safety over the wall. They can't get me over the wall. I'm safe, but boom, here comes the delivery.
Yeah, they were not expecting that. They were expecting Orf to, okay, I need to ready my smite, but no, he was getting ready to take down Vonnie and Johnny.
I have to ready my smite, but first let me kill these 2 people who are really testing my patience. They're not respecting me at all, and that's what happened.
Here comes the tank versus the assassin.
I really like how Orf is playing this game. Very nice, so smooth, so clean in a way that he is ready to die. He's like a nuclear missile. I mean, like a bomb. He goes in, he explodes, but taking down 2 or 3
Here comes a
members.
wombo combo from Vonnie and Johnny, but this leaves him open for a shockwave. Now Vonnie is
Oh,
duress,
boy.
cornered away from his team. The hero's entrance is not enough, knocks them up, but that just delays a snipe. The snipes will be taken down by Asuka. But still, all of that, the monsoon, everything just blocks away the wombo combo from MCL. Here comes Orf here.
So
He's
deep.
so isolated, but he gets a kill. He gets 2.
Oh!
Wow!
Feels very bad, but here's a fight back though. They're not giving up.
This might actually be an ace coming from MCL.
Oh
but
man, a
Johnny-
stand
Oh,
up.
the taunt.
Ooh.
So this is
Ah,
going to be. Oh no!
I was expecting that. Come on, Johnny.
1 for. That's gonna be 4 for 4. What a sloppy
Come
fight
on,
from both
man.
sides.
It's like, ooh, 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 let me get a kill, let me get a kill. Bam! Just shot in the face!
With a glitter lance, and that actually is so bad. That 444 is so bad for MCL because this preserves a Baron buff onto Dazai, which means it's just gonna
He
push
gets
this
so
Hopper
pushed.
turret, and they also lose a turret on top of
Intense.
that.
I love this first second game, but I gotta say Johnny, he does not respect the range coming from that. I don't think he knows the range of the loot. I mean, you gotta expect.
Extended range from the glitter, from
And
the
not
health
to
mix as
mention,
well.
you're low health. Give it up, man. You're low health. Why does it matter if you get the kill? Get an assist, be safe. Not on a Lulu.
What happened there was because Vonnie, there's a lot of magic damage on ADU side, so that Dead Man's Blade won't
Worthless.
do much. Yeah, let's look at how all of that happened.
Let's see. Here comes the engage from MCL, the instigators of the fight. But here it comes when they lack damage. Of course, body goes down first. But when it comes to that double redemption, the sustained team fights where ADU excels at, by that time, MCL has no source of damage. Johnny already used his package. That's it. Gone. And not respecting Orb from the backline goes in. And
Here
sweeps
comes
the
Orb,
fight.
though. Wow.
But I guess this is also a mistake for ADU. They should have taken out the turret first. Look, the turret health
So
is
much
just
damage.
one hit. And they have yet to take it down. And that's how the dive went wrong.
And yeah, I think the biggest mistake there was they were really forcing their composition.
And Johnny here.
Yeah. The health picks. Oh, actually, no, that was just a max range glitter lance.
Yeah, I told you, man. That was something that you don't respect on a Lulu.
MCL
What a
has
nice-
that huge mistake.
What a nice thing,
It's been an explosive game so far, but the biggest mistake there, Vonnie went all in with the Paranoid, right? But since he's not super tanky and ADO is so ahead, he was just that means he was just isolated from the rest of his team and then taken out quite easily.
But
it
man,
ends up being a 4v5.
yeah, Orv is a savage beast.
He
Look at him.
is an apex predator in this game.
He does not care, knowing that he does have the Guardian's Angel and the Death Dance. So defensive. The bleed effect, not anymore. It's now 30% of the damage dealt.
Plus, he
dealt
still has that
bleed.
spell vamp available to him. All that physical damage coming back to
Okay.
him as health, plus a GA. And his GA wasn't even popped that
Here
last
it comes. 37-minute mark, reaching into, let's say, a 40-minute. The lead that ADU had in terms of item advantage is slowly coming to an end, where it equalizes at a pace where doesn't matter how much kill you had in early game, if you did not close it early enough, you will pay a price, and that's what happened. ADU had the opportunity to close the game fast from the Mountain Drake and the siege potential from Simon and Jesse
They
with a
go
wave
too
clear.
deep.
They went too deep.
But still, even if this reaches, everyone is 6 items, so the playing field is kind of equalized, it's still up to the composition. I really like the draft of
Yeah.
Adamson University. Of course, MCL has that super wombo combo, but so far,
It's just
always,
flashy.
it's always been blocked away by Relink, countered by Jesse. Here comes
Holy
Orb, though.
moly.
Oh man, Johnny
Here it comes.
is going to be the target. Will Vonnie jump onto anyone?
Why
That's going
does
to
he
be a
do
1v4
that?
delivery for the hero's entrance, but yeah, that's a lot of
wow.
reduction here, but
Dude.
that's going to be the shockwave now. Orb still goes in for all those kills. Gotta take out Kari, now jumping onto
Orb.
Johnny. He's going to take this kill, and that might actually seal the game. The GA is available, but now he's cornered between 3 people and his turret, and I don't think Lucis will be able to defend against 5 members alive.
What are you doing, Vonnie? Going all in. That was a fight MCL should not even start.
That was the composition being countered completely at work there.
And I guess that's it, man. Wow, Amazon University looking very strong. Might go for a sweep. Let's see. They do have the momentum from the first game victory. If they ever get a sweep onto MCL, we might expect a complete massacre or bloodbath in Group B, where there might be a tiebreaker.
Oh boy. This is just such a bloody group. So action-packed. I love it.
I love it so much in a way that I like how Orf plays in a way that you took away my Rift Herald. Let me
I'm
take
gonna
it.
go beast mode the
Let
rest
me
of the
let
game.
me let me make it personal this time. Let me go over the wall, kill 2 members over my Baron, and that's how it happens. Of ADU securing the first victory of the second match.
Very good decision making. Totally different ADU from last game.
It looks like you blushed from that, did you? Did you like that?
Yeah, that Kha'Zix got me pretty good there. So, but still, even with a flashy composition here, it's completely countered by how ADU structure their composition. They have 3 people that can defend their carry, and while everyone's focusing, and because Simone has a Guardian's Angel, which means that he can't be the target for the Wombo combo, so it has to be Jissy. So now Adamson definitely knows their target, so they can play around that and then prepare everything. And if anything goes wrong, Liling still has his redemption, the double redemption actually, still has the wild growth, still has the monsoon. Everything is just made to counter this flashy composition coming from MCL. Look at the damage from Johnny though, but in the end,
it's
not enough to carry them through.
It's not about the damage, it's about the objective play. And that's what happens. And not to
ADU just played
mention,
that perfectly.
look at Vani. Huh?
2,000 damage against champions.
What the hell was he doing? Ah, boy,
That's unfortunate for
that's
them.
so unfortunate on
So
a
MCL
Nocturne.
has to recalibrate. Now their composition, it's not going to work against ADU.
Yeah.
So they have to recalibrate, put out another one of their weird picks. But even if they go for that cheesy Mordekaiser, it's going to get blasted away by the Janna and the Lulu. So they have to go somewhere.
Yeah. But probably not the route where they're going to lose. To give ADU that clean 2-0 sweep.
So what happens here if ADU gets a 2-0, they're going to match 5 points to MCL.
And guys,
super bloody here.
very exciting second match, and we'll be moving on to our second game of it. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break, and we have been your shoutcasters for this match. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is my co-caster, Atlas. We'll be seeing you after a short break.
Rip
Oh,
actually
a
goes to
shockwave!
MCL. Here comes the damage reduction for his friend Lucis. Gets a point blank. Hero's entrance there. And now he's in the middle of a rock and a hard place. Will Johnny and Bonnie be able to help? The taunt is actually not going to Jisoo, which means Bruce forced to flash away. Here comes Kari.
Oh, take the Baron!
Oh, the
But
delivery.
it will be a delivery!
That's going to be Orb trying to take down these two. Johnny
Oh
and
my
God,
God.
Bonnie. They were not expecting Orb to jump over the wall with a brawl delivery, and all that burst sets up Orb for a double kill, but this is open for a shockwave. Now Bonnie is Duress, cornered away from his team. The hero's entrance is not enough, knocks him up, but that just delays the snipe. The snipe will be taken down by Asuka, but still, all of that, the monsoon, everything just blocks away the Wombo combo from MCL. Here comes Orb here.
So
He's
deep!
so isolated, but he gets a kill. He gets 2.
Oh!
Wow!
Feels very bad, but here's a fight back though. They're not giving up.
This might actually be an ace coming from MCL.
Oh
but
man,
Johnny-
a stand
Oh,
up.
that, oh, the taunt. So this is oh no!
I was expecting that. Come on, Johnny.
One for
that.
delivery for the hero's entrance, but yeah, that's a lot of
wow.
reduction here, but that's gonna be the shockwave now. Orb still goes in for all those kills. Gotta take out Kari, now jumping
Orb.
on Johnny. He's gonna take this kill, and that might actually seal the game. The GA is available, but now he's cornered to 3 people and his turret, and I don't think Lucis will be able to defend against 5 members alive.
What are you doing, Bonnie? Going all in. That was a fight. MCS should not even start.
That was composition countered completely. Worked there.
And I guess that's it, man. Wow, Amazon University looking very strong. Might go for a sweep. Let's see. They do have the momentum for the first game victory. If they ever get a sweep of the MCL, we might expect a complete master or bloodbath in Group B, where there might be a tiebreaker.
Oh boy. Just such a bloody game. So action.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
The way you dance, it turns me on. But you know that I'm spoken for. The way the sweat drips off your chest. You know that I'm wanting more. The lost, the sex, they keep this sweat. And nothing else matters. But you and me without your dress. I already forgot us. You have no idea what you do to me. And you have no idea what you're doing to me. Pandora, I don't know how you jumped your way into my heart, and I don't know how you snuck your way into my house. But I know that I'll regret what I did, and I know that I'll regret it forever as I throw my life away. Pandora, my love sits at home, and I know that she's lonely. But I'm watching you take off your clothes. You're the star of this moment. The love, the hate, the guilt, my fate is hanging in the balance. You have no idea what you do to me. And you don't even care what you mean to me. Pandora, I don't know how you jumped your way into my heart, and I don't know how you snuck your way into my house. But I know that I'll regret what I did, and I know that I'll regret it forever as I throw my life away. Pandora, and by the time that I come home, she's already sleeping. Sit on the bed and take off my clothes. My nerves, they're shaking. The lost, the sex, the heat, the sweat. Your body is quaking. The love, the hate, the guilt, my fate against this temptation. Pandora, I don't know how you
the gears they will fail to turn as the lights go out, and the sun will be all that burns on our way down. But right now, we have to understand the problem and so arm yourself, your mind, your gun. It's time to learn, accept what's done, yeah. Repair this destruction. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us. All we need is a reason. All we need is right here inside us. All we need is a Don't you tell me all them lies we both know. Don't you tell me how time flies, it's so slow. All the love in the world we both show, but when it comes to something real, we both choke. So tell me, how does it feel to know that your lies won't save you now? To know your lies won't save you now. We're watching things unravel slowly. You're just trying to get away from yourself.
at Yoss. Really low. Wind Blade will finish him up. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wing. And the focus of Aslan. Grand challenge is up. Aslan will not last long. There's a flash from Excavate. That will be in. Now a steal and fails. The Seoul University still doesn't drink. And here comes the fight. One time is on. Look at the stupidity and strategy on the center of the fight.
Flash away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the line of the equalizer. Gets equalized. It did. Will keep waiting.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lenovo LCL 2017 Spring Term Challenge. What you know, we will be entering our second match of Game 2 against Adamson University versus MCL, Malayan Colleges Laguna. And we'll be your shoutcasters for that. I am Vulcan and joining with me is my co-caster, Atlas.
Coming from that game, it seems like the draft from MCL wasn't as good as it was we saw it last week. Because coming to that, they were hard countered in their composition, and
Very hard.
which puts them in a risky spot because that was won so hard by Adamson University. So they have the momentum. If Adamson, there's two possibilities here. Either it's going to be a two-way tie between Adamson University and UC Scythe, a two-way tie between MCL and UC Scythe. So it's going to be up to Adamson University's performance this game.
Judging by how they played the last 4 games, I gotta say the first game they played was really what the hell
like
was
all-
that?
it was all over
it
the
was
place.
something that we did not expect
Yeah.
from the first seed of the Metro West. But now we're seeing them adjusting and now showing them the reason why they were the first
Seems like
seed.
they have the momentum, definitely. Going into the pick and ban, Adamson University, now they're going to focus on the Ivan still not wanting to deal with how much clear he has. The Darius from Lucis, as well as the Talia from Stellar. Yes, this is MCL now rotating in from Vonnie and Jani to Suzuya and Stellar.
And now we're going to be expecting that MCL, more of respective bands coming in, and not to mention locking in a Nami. We might be expecting what? The only ADC I know that can really go well with a Nami would be an Enchanter, would be an Ezreal. If they ever go for that, but there are better ADCs out there, and I think
Nami, even Lucian could actually be good. It benefits a lot from the movement speed buff, as well as being able to, not optimizing the slow, but rather the damage from the Tidecaller's Blessing with the Light Slinger. But Nami, I think, isn't too bad of a first pick to prioritize. They already banned out the Lulu. With the Nami, you don't give out a lot of information to Adamson as to what the rest of their composition is going to be as compared to having Janna, which means that your composition is going to be so focused on disengaging and kiting and all of that stuff that involves defensive playstyle. Here comes Adamson with their first 2 picks of the game.
I mean, I gotta agree with you that on the Nami pick, because Nami, in my opinion, is one of the most safest first picks. When you first pick a Lulu, you are still at risk of getting at least countered, and we did see that in some games of the LCL. But when you pick a Nami, you have an opener and a disengage. It's kind of like a well-rounded drop in a way.
And here comes Adamson. They are going to pick their bot lane in response to that. That's
Oh,
going to be
man.
the Lucian and the Janna.
Janna.
So already a lot of damage boosts for Simone there, while still having a lot of safety because of the Monsoon, the mobility from Relentless Pursuit. The lock-in from MCL Warlocks is going to be the Saya. Combining that with a Nami. Saya doesn't have to be with Rakan to be strong. I think her attack speed, steroid, the sheer power and utility of her feathers lets her be a very good AD carry in these compositions. She can avoid a lot of damage as well with a Feather Storm.
I think Zaya would be better off with Karma.
Yeah, the Karma would be a lot of damage early game, which sets up that burst coming from the Blade Caller.
But I guess they're going more of a sustain lane, knowing that Zaya, very bad sustain and very,
Yeah, definitely.
not to mention, always at risk of getting jumped on. So
Yeah, definitely, because her kit naturally makes her push the lane, like
Yeah.
Galio. her AoE auto attacks mean that they had to push the lane. So having someone with both sustaining heals and the movement speed boost is definitely helpful. Wow, that's a very quick lock in here in response to the Elise and Cassiopeia coming from Adamson. They will be locking in the Lee Sin for Suzuya, and top lane is going to be Lucis on his Mordekaiser.
And I gotta say, man. Oh, yes. Okay, going back to what I was gonna say. The Nami is a nice pickup against Illusion. And when you get the calling off, you can just use the tidal wave to disengage. And not to mention, we're seeing champions from Adamson University where there is that Renekton, Elise, and Cassiopeia.
Lucis is going to have such a hard time.
Very
that
hard
top lane.
time.
And that Mordekaiser, picking that Mordekaiser when they don't know the matchup yet for the top lane is very dangerous. Because
Why did
Renekton
they
could
pick
just absolutely destroy them.
Mordekaiser in the first place against that's such a bad pick, knowing that you don't even know the enemy's top lane.
Plus, even the sheer the mere presence of Janna should deter them from picking that Mordekaiser. Plus, the Miasma coming from Cassiopeia will prevent any sort of flashing in for damage.
Things are looking really bad in the drafting of MCL, but things are better when we see it in play. Let's hope that, let's give them the benefit of the doubt in where they can at least show us that, hey, maybe this wasn't so bad, but still, they do have a disadvantage going into the game facing off a Renekton top.
Yeah, that's definitely something that they have to watch out for. But of course, Suzuya on that Lee Sin is no slouch. If he's able to get the pressure out compared to ADU, then they have that Mordekaiser is just going to roll over the rest of ADU. But if that Mordekaiser gets behind, it's just going to be dead weight.
Yeah.
Like all that metal armor is just going to be
just recycle it.
Yeah, it's just going to recycle, turn it to scrap metal.
At least by then he'll be useful.
But it depends on how he plays the lane and how the junglers play around that top lane. But of course, that bot lane is also very explosive. If Saya gets ahead, can just keep going for this one-shot burst with Featherstorm Blade Caller. So it has to be, both of these teams have to be really careful.
I mean, the Tidal Wave is such a nice opener for that Blade Caller with the Xayah. Not to mention the mobility coming in from the Ebb and Flow and the passive of the Nami. But the pressure will be really in the top lane. It's something that they have to watch out for. Not to mention, I don't think a Mordekaiser can even deal with a Renekton just from level 1 itself. If the Renekton is running the fervor of battle, goodbye to your passive. Not even going to help you.
The shield's going to have to sustain up against that, which means that he has to constantly push the wave, which means that he's more vulnerable to ganks from an Elise.
Not to mention, Renekton excels more in both ways. If you push the lane more, he has the extremely good wave clear with the Call of the Meek. And not to mention, you're going to give him more mobility where he can slice and dice combo towards you.
So it's definitely dangerous there for Lucis. Has to keep an eye out. And I think this game is going to be all about the junglers still. But rather, the main stage is going to be in the top lane, where it can go one way or another, like heaven or hell for both of these teams. Well, in the background, most of the work will have to be done by the junglers.
I'm going to expect that the junglers will be making those crucial rotations, but not too much weight on the junglers. It's also up to the laners to set it up for them. But right now, the last game of the second match between Adamson University versus MCL. Perhaps this could be a sweep for ADU. If they do a sweep, things are going to look really exciting for Group B, where a tiebreaker will come into play.
Yeah, if MCL loses, it will be a big fall for them, because that means there's no chance for them getting out of semifinals.
And yes, towards the Search and Win trivia winner. The third winner would be Russell Ochinang. The question was, who secured the first blood in Game 1 of ADU versus MCL? The answer is ADU Orf.
Of course, Russell Ochinang, you will be getting that mystery gift in a few working days. And this is really do or die for both of these teams. And Adamson, they had to go through a lot of do or die matches to actually get this far. So this is gonna be a really big chance for them to prove their strength.
And ADU, ever since they went to the qualifiers, they always had to go through this do or die matches. And not to mention, this is something they rose above. So this is something that we have to give credit to them. And not to mention the adaptability they had from those do or die matches.
So this is definitely both of these teams have been used to this kind of style where they're like backed onto the wall and they have to unleash their inner beasts.
Oh,
So they
boy.
have to do that the same way in this game. It's going to be which one is more ferocious, more adaptable. So this is really a high-stakes game.
Yeah, definitely not Lucis though in the Mordekaiser top lane.
Man, being pushed in by that Renekton means that the early level 2 will be on that Crocodile side, which means that he's going to be very
Oh, boy.
vulnerable.
He's gonna be Dazai. If he plays it right, he can be such a huge bully. But if he plays it wrong, it's just gonna make Mordekaiser stronger. So it's up to the player matchup. I mean, Renekton will have an advantage against Mordekaiser 3-6 and all levels, but it's up to the
There we go.
laners and how they actually can deny it. You can actually make the person fall back just from CS alone. You don't need to just kill the person, deny the CS.
But so far, Lucis has been doing pretty well in the first wave and second wave so far against Dazai. Here comes,
Suzuya.
might be the level 3 gank, or just going for more vision here in the top lane.
And I guess Suzuya just wants to make it a bit safe, have more control on the riverside with the
Yeah, this
Scuttler.
is in a way still helping Lucis survive against possible ganks from Orf. Seems like our junglers might meet each other here in the top lane.
Here comes, they do meet their eyes.
Ooh, he just bypasses the volatile spiraling.
Riverside.
Cannot commit too hard into that.
Oh, he does
man, he
though.
does go for it.
Duel is up, and Orf obviously will be paying the price, trying to duel this Lee Sin, but Suzuya,
Oh man.
the risk did pay off. Dazai goes in. Stun will not happen, plus that would be a win actually for for Suzuya.
A win for Suzuya, costing a little bit of health, but also means that Flash is down for Orf, which means he can't go for that Flash Cocoon, or Cocoon Flash. So that's actually a huge resource away from the ganking potential of Orf. And that could have been very dangerous. If Dazai was late to the response there, it would have been very bad. Coming into this here, it seems like MCL, Lucis is still surviving here in this top lane. Of course, a CS disparity, because Dazai is pushing him in, and because it's naturally difficult for him to get that CS. It's not disastrous for him as long as he's not dying. Seems like Suzuya.
Oh boy, Dazai already used the slice and dice.
Here we go. That's gonna
He
be the
is
movement
very
speed.
vulnerable to ganks, and he is forced to
Oh.
flash away, and
Oh
that's
my
what
God.
happens when you overpush and overcommit and not having wards.
Does not have wards. Way too dangerous play from Dazai there, which means his first blood is gonna be super big for Lucis. And good on Lucis to actually survive that onslaught. Level 2
Yep.
does not get killed by that Renekton's all-in.
Yeah, this is what happens when he used to slice and dice something on a measly minion in a way to just last hit.
Yeah, and
That's a huge setback for Renekton. He has to rely on the E, so that actually, it's very hard to gank a Renekton if you have your E up, especially a Lee Sin.
yeah, because you can just dash through the enemy jungler
Double
and then get a
dash.
second dash out. Just like Gnar. I can just get a free leap of someone ganking him from behind. So that means Lucis instantly gets his Hextech Revolver, which is
Yeah.
going to be making it so difficult for Dazai to continue
The
trading
lead.
favorably.
The lead is in favor of Lucis because of the first blood.
Definitely,
Huge
too.
favor. And not to mention, if ever Dazai dies the second or third time, his Renekton is completely useless.
And that's just going to be an alligator eaten up by the Master of Metal.
more of a liability.
So
he
he
has
has
to
to
play
be
it safe.
careful in the way he plays the rest of his lane.
Very, very safe. He has to be sure that when he goes all in or plays aggressive, he needs to have the assurance that Suzuya is not there. I can do all my all-ins and win in the end. But very difficult. He did pick up the boost of speed, which gives him more mobility to land those stuns and close in on him. But gotta respect it. You gave a kill to the enemy. Goodbye,
Yeah.
or goodbye the chances that you have complete control of the lane.
Yeah, so Lucis also built his own, his first built item, which will be the Hextech Revolver, which means that he has a lot, he's going to be building into a lot more sustain after he builds a complete Gunblade. And while he has the Revolver, still a lot of burst to trade to help trade against Dazai.
This is the tricky part when you play in the top lane, where if you give an enemy someone just a one
Look
kill.
at him.
See, this is the
Oh
consequences.
my god, I think this is just Dazai dead.
is the consequences. I don't think Dazai knows the full potential. He did miss.
Oh.
He missed
Oh
the he missed the Call of the Meek actually.
Yeah.
So
Oh
he
man,
did
so it's
not
going to be
get
the
healed.
dive, 1v2. Oh dear.
Oh dear. A loss for wards, but or very nice play to repel play, but coming in from the bot lane, Simon goes in on to Asuka. He does get a kill, and now that would be more of a trade-off in the bottom lane, 1-1, and with Relink trying to close out the gap. Carl does flash in, but another flash on to Relink for the escape.
So the thing that happened there, top lane, Lucis a
Oh,
little bit
man.
overconfident. Or rather, it was unfortunate for him that the turret aggro went onto him.
I don't think he knows how to play Renekton.
Yeah, Dazai really unfortunate. Like he played that really badly, traded unfavorably against Lucis, and then he missed the crucial heal that would have saved his life and extended enough for Orf to reach him. But no, even with the Fury empowered Kuldamik, he was not able to get the heal.
Yeah, he actually survived long enough to get the Fury bar on the Call of the Meek. If he had waited or actually knew the potential of a Renekton, he would have survived it, but prematurely using the Call of the Meek to
Does
no,
not hit anything.
not hit anything, no heal. That's a price to pay.
And that was so
Second-
close. That was so close for Orf too.
Second,
The thing that saved him was the repel, and that the turret aggro went onto Lucis. Oh man, look at Lucis.
Good. He should give it up right now. He's giving 2 kills onto a Mordekaiser, where Lucis did show his cards as Mordekaiser top lane in the previous games as MSL, MCL. But man, this is so painful for the top laner of ADU. Because of this gives Lucis the freedom to, let's say, make a teleport play. Let's go to the bot lane, take down the enemies, and go for a dragon and bring it with him. Let's say in the top lane.
Oh dear. But there is this potential for this game to go badly for MCL though. Even with Lucis with that substantial lead top lane, it has to pay attention to something like this. It might turn into a 4v4 when team fights start.
Yep.
Yeah, of course Mordekaiser, Lucis, very strong. But can just imagine him being completely
Just getting
blocked
the-
out by Relink.
Just getting the Hextech Revolver is enough for Lucis to really push up the lane.
Forcing Dazai to build a Hex Drinker. That's such a terrible itemization path for the Renekton, and being forced to build that is so bad.
Why are Hextech Drinker? Go, Phage would have been a more favorable pickup. Gives you health, gives you a long attack damage. Not to mention the passive where you can actually trade off better. Instead, Dazai is playing more of a submissive build in the top lane where he said, when you get a Hex Drinker,
Yeah, look at this. Because of the control, Lucis has top lane.
Yes, this is the
And
problem.
Suzuya being that Lee Sin, freedom to just take this red buff.
yes, and because of this, I think you'll be expecting another rotation in the top lane. Suzuya is there, shutting down Dazai even more. He does have his flash, ultimate is up, but it will be a 2-man gang. Dazai using the flash very, very early will pay the price. Let's see, a tower dive will happen, but Dazai does survive that gank.
So, but still, that's going to be Dazai with a huge disadvantage. Coming into the rest of the lanes, though. Yeah, it's actually, despite Lucis being so ahead there in the top lane, the same can't be said for bot lane and mid lane.
Yeah, right
A
now.
little bit of a CS lead for Jissy, and a huge CS differential between Simone and Asuka. The thing is, though, for this entire lane, it's actually so huge because Simone has a pickaxe advantage over pickaxe in terms of gold value over Asuka. So the next fight here will still be in favor of ADU. In the mid lane, it doesn't really matter too much the small CS lead between
Look at the
of Jissy.
Look at the
Yeah.
goal lead of Lucis.
Yeah, the gold lead of Lucis.
72 CS and a KD of 2-1. I gotta say, Lucis can make the plays in the teleport in the bot lane.
It's just dangerous for them when it comes to later in when skirmishes start, because
Yeah.
that Janna will definitely be a problem for Lucis. On the other hand, Stellar being behind like 300 gold under Jissy doesn't matter too much, because Oriana's utility does not get mitigated by a gold difference as long as it's not too big. So still able to get those shockwaves, still able to get those deliveries with Suzuya.
Very
so definitely
poor-
going to be
very-
something to consider.
Yeah, gotta hand it to that. But very poor itemization from Dazai. I mean, Hexdrinker and a Ruby Crystal. I don't know what he's trying to do, but Lucis, very defensive. But right now in the, in the
man.
mid lane, Flashing Cocoon does miss, and Stellar was able to make it out alive there. And now Exhaust is onto Jissy. He flashes out, but Suzuya wants to go in. He wants the kill, but they are under the safety of the turret.
Now Asuka has to go that 1v2 bot
Oh,
lane. Oh my
man.
god, that's a lot of damage from the culling.
Holy!
Very dangerous. He should not stay here.
Yeah, he should go back, knowing that there
He
is
still has the
Janna.
Feather Storm.
Oh, flashes in, and he does use the Feather Storm plus the
A
heal.
little bit too late though. If he had not had the heal, that would have been a straight up kill. But here comes the rest of the MCL to try and
Let's
help.
see. I mean, Suzuya is very near, making a rotation to the bottom lane. But Simone might fight back, giving the kill to, let's see, to Asuka.
Oh, to Asuka.
A very needed kill for the ADC
And here comes
of
Stellar.
MCL. And right now, Stellar from the mid lane goes on to really key, does have
Oh.
his flash, but still connects over the wall. But the Monsoon was used. to fend him off.
I think they will give up that support kill and go instead onto that Mountain Drake.
Go for it.
Now look at this. Lucis got that 1v2 kill against Orph and Dazai, which means that Dazai is a lot more behind now. Another kill onto Lucis. And so that's actually two costs there. Cost is that Orph dies, and then Lucis gets more gold. And the other is that Orph is not available to try and take down this to steal this Mountain Drake or even help their bot lane.
I mean, the gold score right now is equal. That does not matter. Lucis is really doing so well in top lane, really shutting down the Renekton early phase in the game. And now here was the
Yeah, let's
replay.
look at the top lane fight. Lucis gets stunned, gets bursted down, and look at the half health, and they still go onto him. But this is where the fight turns into his favor when he deals so much damage, gets that humongous heal, which just turns around the fight, and Dazai has to tuck his tail between his legs and run away.
And that's what happens when you give a lead, not to mention a first blood to any lane will transition to a very nightmare lane for the person who actually gave the first blood. But going to the objective-wise, the Mountain Drake in the hands of MCL,
Wow.
great first objective. They did gain it uncontested, knowing that Orph was dead. So this is looking pretty good for MCL.
It seems like now with the kills and assists that Asuka has, I think it might, it's not enough to change to be enough to match the goal that Simone has, because that's actually a 31 CS difference. I don't think the assist is enough to mitigate that, but still, that's enough for him to still be relevant in this game and scale up later, because once the fight starts and the Blade Caller is able to get lots of roots, that's just free hits for Lucis all around. And look at him still wailing on his top lane.
And now we're gonna be seeing, wow, Dazai really tucked between his legs under the turret, cannot do much. And kind of sad that Lucis was not able to use the ultimate to his favor in the Drake. But right now, pretty solid for MCL despite the same gold score, but the snowball is onto Lucis. But we have to see, will he have the same impact when it comes to the mid game?
We'll have to see that, because it will be difficult for him if he gets constantly pushed away from his targets. Let's see here, Dazai might be the victim of a tower dive, but that is telegraphed. What EDU needs to do still here, because the gold is still pretty much even, the distribution isn't too bad. The thing is, the biggest hit to their composition is that Renekton is definitely behind. What they can do is that since they're a little bit ahead in mid lane and bot lane, Orph should just focus there. Stellar doesn't have a lot of mobility. He can cleanse the web, but if Jissy and Orph can try and mitigate that, rather if Orph and Jissy can queue up their CCs so the cleanse doesn't matter, then they can get easy kills. And Asuka as well. Asuka right now not that ahead, hasn't finished his Essence Reaver compared to Blade of Ruin King already and Simone. They can focus on that bot lane.
And right now, the focus should be onto the mid lane of ATU. I mean, give it up in the top lane. Dazai has no more use in the team fights in all levels. You have to know that you have to help the lanes that need to scale right now.
Yeah, ganking Lucis will not help. It'll just give him more kills. But the thing here is, if Jissy gets ahead because he gets a gank from Orph, then he can just keep kiting Lucis, and all that damage and gold on him will not matter.
Just give the turret, Dazai. You already lost your lane. Make it a point that it won't be Jissy this time losing his lane, but right now they have to pay the penalty for the top laner to make those careless mistakes, giving the first turret to MCL. That would be such a huge help for Stellar.
So the biggest thing here actually is that ATU still has a great chance here. Mordekaiser is ahead, and his damage seems insurmountable, and his shield is like almost infinite because of how much damage he deals. The thing is, he can't deal that damage if he's not in melee. And the thing here, the champions of Adamson that aren't Renekton are so good at being able to mitigate, to get out of melee range. The Janna is there for the Monsoon and the knockups. Simone can just keep relentless pursuing out. Even the Storm Rage Surge on Lucis will not be enough. And Jissy has the Miasma to prevent any flashes and can just continue kiting out by getting the move speed from his Noxious Blasts and being able to Twin Fangs him over and over. That should be enough to take down Lucis later in the game.
Yeah, but will that happen knowing that Lucis does have the Rift Herald in the hands of him?
Oh man.
He can have the freedom to 2v1 any approaching members of ADU. Not to mention, if you invest 3 members in the top lane, what does this happen? The Mountain Drake will be left open up for grabs. Obviously, it'll be Orf and let's say Jissy going to the top lane.
Oh, this is going to be a 3-man gank here in the bot lane.
Here it comes, the open air tidal wave won't do much. Asuka forcing out his flash, gets stunned however by Orf, and that would be a kill onto Orf. Lucis!
Comes Lucis, no.
With the lead from the top lane, goes into the bottom lane. Dazai goes in with the stun. Lucis flashes in, kills up
3v3
Symbol, make it a double, make it a triple, give it to Lucis for the scale, but it will be carried thanks to the Aqua Prison, and now the Shockwave won't be landing, but I don't think they need the Shockwave. Here comes Jissy. Everyone is turning their heads back, but still, Suzuya goes in onto Dazai with a secure on the kill and a shield from the Orianna Stellar, but the poison is just too much. That'll be a trade-off 4-1, very worth for the members of MCL.
And sadly for them, Mountain Drake is still not up, and the death timer should be enough, but this should give them enough time to establish the shrine control for this.
They can actually take it. They can wait it out. But if Lucis takes the Mountain Drake and pops the Rift Herald,
oh man,
goodbye turrets. 2 Mountain Drakes, a Mountain Drake, and a turret and a Rift Herald. They can just end the game right now. End the misery of ADU.
But it might have been too risky for them to go for the Drake, considering it was Mountain Drake. It would have taken them long. Seems like now they're not gonna get the most value out of the Rift Herald.
They did not use it at the right time. They used it when the members have to
They could have waited a long time. Look, because of Asuka getting that Feather Storm, having heal up the sustain from Nami, he survived long enough for Orf and the rest of ADU to focus so much that they had no chance, rather they had no choice but to all in and then deal with the consequences of Lucis coming here. Look at the heal he gets from just taking them out, and creep block. Orf gets creep block. And Stellar, I don't think the flash was necessary for him. That's definitely a huge mistake on him. He loses his flash, and a little bit of an overconfidence from Suzuya here. Of course, he does get the kill, but that is against Dazai, who is already pretty much useless, but gives a kill to Jissy, who is definitely one of the keys to shutting down this Mordekaiser.
Very poor itemization coming from Dazai. A Phage and a Spectre's Crawl. He's all over the place, whereas Lucis, solid. Hextech Gunblade, get the Armseeker's Guard. He does not need the Zonias yet. That's actually those items, the Armseeker Guards, actually scale up as you farm, which is actually a very good investment compared to a Hex Trigger, not so well. And right now they're paying the price. Mountain Drake is live. Lucis, no teleport play coming in, same as Dazai. Who has to take the fight? It has to be Jissy. They have to wait it out. When it comes to the late game, Cassiopeia will be a beast, but you gotta also hand it to the other members. Dazai is out of the question, gonna fall off continuously.
The gold here is deceptive. It's always deceptive in these Group B games. Seems like MCL will be trying to take this Dragon. That's a lot of damage actually on them, or scared away by the wave. Oh my god, he gets hit.
Mountain Drakes, and that's going to be full CC on the Orb. He does repel out, and there's a Monsoon, but he does not get away. Lucis, very powerful from the top lane.
It's Dragon time. Let's Dragon up, says MCL with their Ghost. Seems like they will be going for this bot lane turret. It would have been an effective time to use that Rift Herald, but they use it prematurely there in the mid lane.
Looks like the snowball from the top lane will be transitioning towards the bot lane.
Yeah.
Go for a second turret. The mid lane is actually very low, but I think Stellar has the ability to actually fend off that minion wave.
Has to be careful though. The Petrifying Gaze is available.
Come on, let's see how the bot lane will play that. Man, that mountain is so tanky. Not to mention 2 Mountain Drakes. That's going to go down really quickly, and still look at
4K
that.
gold. But it's still MCL is like so ahead here. Of course, Asuka and Stellar are behind in terms of the CS, but the total gold for teams, you can say that Dazai, all of Dazai's gold, deduct that from ADU, ADU's total gold. That is the reality of the situation right now. And so even though, let's say they shut down Lucis, they still have a good chance of winning the fight. Oh my god.
Yep, he's still staying there, and ooh, what?
Double kill. Nothing much to be said about that.
Gets smashed by Lucis.
Lucis defying expectations because that is a lane that is supposed to be won by the Renekton, but because of how Suzuya helped him in lane and constantly camped for him,
No, it
we're
was
seeing
not.
the 8-1 and 2.
Yeah, he did get the first kill off to Dazai with the camp, but the second kill was
was just
mostly
Dazai playing it very wrong.
very wrong, very inefficient. But right now,
You might need a smash there. Oh, shutdown gold given to Dazai. A little bit of overconfidence there, but it does give them a little bit of time there in mid lane to take away the turret. So giving that shutdown gold to Dazai is not good, but it's still a very behind Renekton. You can still...
it should have been onto Jissy.
Yeah, Jissy would have appreciated that kill a lot more. 390 gold onto that Cassiopeia is definitely going to make the lives of the rest of MCL worse, and because of the DPS, it'll take a longer time for Lucis to get to him, which means that that's enough time for Jissy to chunk him down.
Yeah, I really don't understand why he picked up the Hex Drinker. He would have been benefited so well if he picked up the Spectre Scroll first. Sell the Hex Drinker, go for Spirit Visage. It complements your heal.
Yeah, and being able to stay in that fight means that you can disrupt a lot more with Ruthless Predator, the Armor Shred, if he wants to, and there's a constant AoE of that Dominus and the Color
Yep.
Make.
Dazai's Kitchenette feeding up Lucis really well into the mid game.
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen for him there, but still, only Lucis is substantially ahead. Jissy is 40 CS ahead. It's probably worth only an Amplifying Tome. Bot lane as well, probably worth only a longsword. So the itemizations are actually very close. But because of the assists, Asuka is actually a little bit ahead over Simone because he has 7 assists from all the fights that Lucis helped them with bot lane.
But here's the tricky part. Look at that gold. Almost 10,000 compared to 7,300. Yeah, here's the thing. When Lucis was done with top lane, the reason why Simone is not falling off even more is because of Lucis.
Yeah, he's helping there down bot, which let Asuka have enough time to farm to get those assists, which means he's ahead. It's not even just a longsword, it's actually a pickaxe at this point. The advantage over Simone is making this Lucian's life a lot harder.
And not to mention, because of the snowball that Lucis did in the bot lane, he actually did the job of Suzuya, who was supposed to do that, and giving Suzuya more room to actually grow and farm.
Yeah, mid lane too, help mid lane.
Yeah, not to mention, he was able to help mid lane more. Because of this, Lucis did take the first turret of the...
It's definitely a chain effect. It's definitely a chain effect coming from Lucis snowballing hard top lane. He makes plays bot lane, which gives bot lane a lead, which means that the responsibilities of Suzuya are narrowed down to help mid lane.
Yeah.
And despite Stellar being an amplifying tome behind Jissy, he's able to get that mid lane turret. So it's definitely worth it for the entirety of MCL to bank onto Lucis, and it seems like he'll be building into Triforce very soon with that stinger in his hands. Probably not going to be the Nashers. It's definitely going to be the Triforce here.
Huge damage coming in, though. Wow.
Jeez.
I mean, hybrid build, way to show how it is done. But ADU, they still have a chance to come back strong, but they have to know their pace. Wait for Jissy, wait for Simone, but with that kind of deficit, it's just too much.
Yeah, look at Lucis just split pushing. This is going to have to pull a lot of aggro here. Because even though Lucis has to go in much deeper for the split push, it's much more dangerous. Because if ADU doesn't respond, and they say they go for mid lane or Baron, they're going to lose that inhibitor.
Yeah, see, he actually finished up the Spirit Visage, Dazai. Why even bother with Hex Drinker?
That should have been all the magic resist you need, and since he has Hex Drinker, the damage is not enough to matter.
It's actually supposed to be a Black Cleaver, but
it's like this. Renekton's scale base damages are high, but his scaling is minuscule. So adding a minuscule amount of AD to a minuscule amount of scaling means that Hex Drinker is almost nothing.
Yeah.
And the Black Cleaver though, with the armor shred, is actually multiplying your base damage.
Yeah, the reason why everything is falling apart for AD is because of that one small mistake that Dazai did. Is just a butterfly effect all over the map, and right now the mistakes will be even
3
greater.
mountain breaks.
3.
There's no way for Adamson to contest this.
3 mountain drakes.
And this will actually summon the Drake for MCL, the ghost of the Drake, which means that 30%. That's 30% more damage from that dragon, and they're gonna bring it mid lane.
Oh no, here comes the opener tidal wave! Who will take a ride? No one! ADU spots 5 members forcing out their flashes, running away from the members
Oh,
of
they're
MCL.
gonna bring the dragon to the Baron.
Yes, let's have a Baron versus Dragon contest with MCL leading the charge.
Jeez, it doesn't seem like ADU has a chance of contesting this. Orf can try and go for a steal, but that is
Here it comes.
definitely something difficult.
Teleport
as a
coming in.
teleport. Will it be useful though? That is Dazai who's quite behind.
Let's see who takes the Baron buff, but it will still be MCL. ADU will pay the price. Here comes Dazai just going back, regrets his decision with the corpse of Orf lying around.
That's gonna be a Baron buff with three Mountain Drakes. With that Dragon Ghost still active, they are gonna go for that mid lane, and that is gonna be a short-lived turret.
I don't think that turret is non-existent. Look, let's see.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Demolition job by MCL and
Yeah.
Adamson. They did not play that right. Of course, the biggest mistake that triggered all of that was Dazai giving first blood, which made Lucis snowball. But responding to that was not right. Orf tried to just force more ganks onto Lucis, which gave him another kill. What he should have done was make... of course, Lucis is going to be ahead no matter what in terms of the top lane. Now, there's nothing you can do about it since Dazai died. What he could have done... Yeah, what he could have done was go mid lane and go bot lane. Make Stellar and Asuka so behind that Lucis's lead does not matter anymore. Instead, what happened was he gave Lucis more kills, which allowed Lucis to roam bot lane and get more kills and snowball the rest of his team.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that Orf invested in the top lane, where in fact he was supposed to be the one to dictate the bot lane. He needed to be the one to step up and give the snowball potential to Simone and Relic in the bot lane. But because of the mistake in the top lane, that Orf is like, maybe I should help my top laner so that I can have easier time in the bot lane. That was not the case. He gave a kill onto Lucis, and because of this, look at the mistakes being made by ADU again.
And I really like the itemizations from the rest of his team. Essence Reaver, that's standard. The Phantom Dancer for a little bit more tankiness against single targets. Executioner's Calling to cut down on the heal from Dazai and Jisoo. The Quicksilver Sash to survive longer from CC. On the other hand, Suzuya is building Deadman's Plate into Hex Rinker, survivability. Stellar is also building quite defensively, getting the Merc Creds, getting Haunting Guys into Leandries, and going into Banshee's Veil. All of this tankiness means that they survive long enough for Lucis to help Lucis out.
This is actually really bad itemization coming from ATU, not just from the top lane, from all members actually.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing that there's so much damage coming in from Lucis, why still bother building a pure burst type on Elise? It's actually worth it, but you actually remove the fact that who will be the initiator, who will actually zone out the members of MCL for Jissy.
Yeah, building Ninja Tabi too is definitely not helpful at all. Basic attacks, sure, but dealing the bulk of the damage here is Lucis, not with just his basic attacks, but with all of the rest of his spells. And look at him just standing like a king here. King of Clubs, Mordekaiser in the top lane. And Dazai will not be clearing that wave quickly at all.
Forcing out to call in 3 members towards the top lane.
1v3 though.
Buying a huge time though. That would be a shutdown. Confidence coming from Lucis. He is starting to fall off right now, giving ADU the time and room to push the mid lane inhibitor turret. But look at Asuka dishing out the damage, rooting down Dazai, and there is what a CC lockdown for ADU. MCL fighting back strong, goes in for the flash, does however gets denied by the Howling Gale. Flash in by Suzuya, goes on to Simon. He pays the price under the turret, but it would be Dazai eating up the CC.
And wow, and that is because Lucis set up all 4 of them. Asuka getting so ahead over Simone is because of Lucis' grown bot lane, which now, even if Lucis is gone,
go for the bot lane.
Yeah, even if Lucis is gone, they have enough firepower to survive the onslaught 5v4 and get some kills. Oh wow.
Asuka. Dangerously low.
Featherstorm, very quick cooldown there.
Looks like the Essence Reaver is really helping well, but Stellar, great pickup with the cleanse, does not get picked off by Orf. And right now, if Orf was going for a pick-off strategy, why not go for the bot lane? This is something that was very crucial, and the reason why I keep saying this because it's that really small detail, small mistakes that are causing them games.
and that's definitely something that they have to fix. Of course, they can't get if they lose this, they can't get out of semis. But it will be a learning experience for them, and it has something. It's something that they have to bring to their future games. But Adamson University are 9,000 gold behind against against Asaya, who has such great scaling into the late game when he gets his blade collars and his constant DPS. Her constant DPS. Let's look at that fight. Of course, Lucis is gone, but Asuka confidently able to go forward because of that blade collar. Just snare people, and look at that combo. Of course, it pushes Dazai away from the shockwave, but it's enough for them to actually get that kill, and that's enough momentum for them to take the inhibitor. And here, they try to go for an all-in. I don't get Simone's flash here.
It's more of a safety.
Yeah, but the resonating strike follows. Should have waited for a strike, wait for it to hit, and then flash.
So right now, the 3 Mounting Drakes, so well played for MCL.
It's going to be the combo breaker, the
yeah.
Cloud Drake. Still going to MCL.
I mean, yeah, they're done. The 3rd stack Mountain Drake, they don't want anything else. And right now, if they do get the Elder Drake, oh man.
Oh man.
And not to mention, the Baron buff will be easier for them to get.
Yeah, with 30% true damage on top of everything that they're doing, the DPS coming from Lucis and Asuka, that's too much. And here comes the Drake. The purpose of them getting the Cloud Drake buff doesn't matter. It's all about the Ghost here. He's gonna try and take down this
There's no worth in taking down the Ghost Drake. This is just something that LCL's playing, pressuring them. Look at the minion wave coming in from the mid lane. It's slowly approaching to their favor. But I think MCL is really waiting for that wave to reach the inhibitor side.
Just going to keep pressuring Adamson University. Eventually that super minion wave bot lane, mid lane rather, will catch up to inhibitor. Seems
Look
like
at the Mountain Drake. They're just burning the mana, the resources, the abilities, and the cooldowns of ADU. And here comes the Tide Caller's Blessing. The tidal wave onto Daza. He does get knocked up. Suzuya going very deep, instead kicks him on towards the base. This gives him a lot of space, but also for Asuka to free hit with the feathers. And right now, Carl popping the Solari, trying to buy some time for Lucis. And now, members of ADU, they cannot fend it up. The Mountain Drake is just so much. The Nexus turret is very low, but still it would be the focus onto Lucis. He does get stunned by the Cocoon. He gets taken down by Simol, but in exchange for the Nexus turret.
Man, that is going to be a bot lane inhibitor as well. And because the jungler is down for MCL, getting Baron for them is quite rough, because they might get collapsed on by 5, but it's still a huge win for MCL. But good on Adamson to know when to go for Lucis, when he's vulnerable after all of his resources, defensive resources have been taken away. And look at this, Lucis getting that Quicksilver Sash. So that's going to be, it's even harder for him to actually try and take down.
This could be it. This could be the fight back that ADU needs.
But they are doing this Baron buff quite slowly.
Oh, they can actually take it on. Suzuya, though, reaching in the Baron pit. Focus on the Baron. Oh, this looks very, very bad. Dazai trying to delay the Baron. But Orf, he is so low. He can't even go for the Baron, and that's a wasted effort. But right now, you're going to be seeing Dazai.
Oh, you're going to teleport.
Teleport coming in from the top lane. Lucis will be joining in. And now, a fight back from ADU. The retaliation from the losing team right now, but they are actually looking very strong. They did fend off the members of MCL, but they have to pay the price. I mean, going for a Baron when your 2 inhibitors are down, that is a huge penalty, and that
Look
is
at the wave there mid lane.
That's a huge minion wave, and I think this is going to be enough time for MCL. Despite the low health, they have the Mountain Drake for them to take down this Baron.
Lucis is tanking us. He's basically not taking any damage because of the constant shields refreshing, and wow. This Baron buff might be the final nail onto Adamson's coffin. Let's look at how that fight played out. They're doing a pretty good job of delaying it because ADU is behind. At this point of the game, Baron isn't going down to them as quickly. And yeah, and Asuka's dealing so much damage at the side, bringing away focus. So Dazai has to 1v3, but since he's not ahead, he can't deal enough damage to actually be that usual Renekton. And here Suzuya and Stellar do a great job at surviving. The GA also on Suzuya, so that's a lot of time onto for Lucis to teleport there. The biggest thing though is that the ward that Lucis teleported to was in the Baron pit, which meant that Baron immediately went aggressive on him, which stopped the home guards. If he retained the home guards, he would have just slammed straight onto Daza and the rest of ADU at full speed.
It's not. I don't think MCL is actually nailing their coffin. I think they just disregarded the coffin. Just throw the
Just throw
body.
them down the grave.
Just dump the body into let's say an ocean and say let the fish eat them. And right now, look at the tremendous lead they have. Not to mention the objective. Okay, here's the thing. MCL, they have the Baron. They have 3 Mountain Drakes. 3, and now if they get the Elder Drake, that will make it at least
Wow, that
45%.
yeah, 45%. Plus, they get another ghost, a bigger one at that. So, but that is going to be a minute and a half away. We're going to see if the game lasts that long, because they are really looking to take down this turret.
And ADU not giving up just yet, still putting
Wait.
up.
That monsoon was
Uh,
unnecessary. Probably a misclick.
Maybe the nerves are getting to them.
Yeah, because this game has just been so difficult for them.
Oh man, the monsoon is gone!
Yes, the monsoon is
No!
gone. The monsoon is gone for ADU, which means that they are losing a huge disengage tool.
Damn it! Relic! Calm your nerves!
It's going to be an easy inhibitor for MCL. They just need Asuka to wail on it for a little bit.
That's a huge loss with the monsoon on cooldown. MCL! They know that there is no more monsoon.
So that's going to be... Damn, with that mid lane inhibitor down, it's going to be the top lane now to focus for MCL. And Sika's Dragon is going to come up in like half a minute here. So we'll see if they're going to try and focus on that or still go for this top lane, because they do have that Baron buff still. They have all of their cooldowns still up. So it's just a matter of time here while that lane is being pushed.
But they're still looking pretty strong. They do have the Eye of the Storm for the turret shield. And right now, ADU not giving up just yet. They still have a fighting chance.
Because the death timers will be quite long here,
Yeah.
but I don't think it'll be enough for them to... It'll be enough for them to survive, but it won't be enough for them to get any big objectives.
They're just stalling the Baron buff right now, but knowing that the inhibitor is down on 2 lanes, it's just too much.
Yeah, the pressure coming from those super minion waves is definitely too big.
Here it
comes
comes.
the engage.
Could be the last engage for ADU. They have to fight back. Let's see. Dazai trying to make some room, but he's not even doing so much. He's already gone, and there's the flash
dear.
in shockwave. Only onto Relic, but Asuka will be happy with that. And here comes Dazai going in. The Firestorm is there. Simon is very far away. He flashes in, but pays the price. The shutdown in them, and that is it, guys. MCL taking away a clean sweep from ADU.
That's a 1-1, definitely putting MCL still on the map for the semifinals, knocking away ADU, and then so now it's up to UC Scythe.
Yeah.
If UC Scythe get a 2-0 against University of Negros Occidental Recoletos, they will be able to force a tiebreaker against MCL. But if they get even a 1-1 against Recoletos, Uno R, it's the semifinals going to MCL. That last game, definitely a statement of the strengths of MCL and what they're good at.
Other things look for MCL right now. Where do they stand, Atlas?
Right now, they are at 5 points. They were 4 points earlier, and because this is a 1-1, they're now at 5 points. Points to take away the first seed, the seed coming into semifinals. UC, which is our last match for today, UC versus Uno R. If they get a 2-0, they will force a... Because they're at 2 points right now. If they get a 2-0, they will force a two-way tie, both at 5 points with MCL.
And look at the damage dealt by that Mordekaiser. 34,000. What a huge burst. But I gotta say, I was pretty skeptical of the Mordekaiser. But looking at how he placed that snowball so well around Mordekaiser, just goes to show how...
That's a huge mistake too.
Yeah.
That
So
was
it was
a combination
shutdown.
of all these factors. And
Look
Suzuya,
at, look at Dazai's damage, just 7,418, and that's the price we pay. But here are the standings.
So MCL leading the charge here, 5 wins, 1 loss. They no longer have any games for the group stages. So it's all up to UC Scythe. If they can get, as I said, if they get a 2-0 against Uno R Rams, they will force a tiebreaker.
I guess it's up to the last match of the day. I mean, but it was still a really nice match. The second match was something that we had high expectations, but it really did show how MCL could really adapt, and picking out that pocket pick of Mordekaiser, what a surprise it was.
Playing it well, actually.
Playing it so well. And there you have it, guys. That was the second match of the Group B stages, and we'll be having a short break after moving on to the last match, which would actually dictate will we have a tiebreaker. So we have been the Shoutcasters. I am Vulcan, and joined with me is my co-caster Atlas. We'll be back for the last match after the short break. Flash gets stunned, however, by Orb, and that would be a kill onto Orb. Loses.
Loses,
With the lead from the top lane, goes into the bottom lane. That side goes in with the stun. Loses, splashes in, kills off
three
Simon, make it a double, make it a triple, give it to Lucis for the scale, but it will be carried thanks to the Alpha Prison. And now the shockwave won't be landing, but I don't think they need the shockwave. Here comes Jesse. Everyone is turning their heads back, but still, Suzuya goes in on the Dazai with a secure on the kill and a shield from the Oriana. Stella with the poison damage, rooting down Dazai, and there is what a CC lockdown for ADU. MCL fighting back strong, goes in for the flash, does however gets denied by the Howling Kiss. Flash in by Suzuya, goes on to Simon. He pays the price onto the turret, but it would be Dazai. Colors left here. The tidal wave onto Dazai, he does get knocked up. Suzuya going very deep, instead kicks Simon towards the base, gives Simon a lot of space, but also for Asuka to free hit with the feathers. And right now, Carl popping the Solari, trying to buy some. They have to fight back. Let's see. Dazai trying to make some room, but he's not even doing so much. He's already gone, and there's the flash and shockwave only onto Rilling, but Asuka will be happy with that. And here comes Dazai going in. The firestorm is there. Simon is very far away. He flashes in, but pays the price. The shutdown is them, and that is it, guys. MCL taking away a clean sweep from ADU.
That's a 1-1, definitely putting MCL still on the map for the semifinals, knocking away ADU, and then so now it's up to UC side. Yeah, UC side get a 2-0 against.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
at Yoss. Really low. Wind Blade will finish him up. He gets Seahawk over the wall with the broken wing. And now focus on Aslan. Grand challenge is up. Aslan will not last long. There's the flash from Excavate. That will be in. And now a Steal fails. The Seoul University still got the drink. And here comes the fight. What time is on? Look at the stupidity and Yamchi on the center of the fight.
Flash away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the rim of the equalizer. Gets equalized indeed. Gold team waiting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You're still watching the Lenovo LOL Collegiate League 2017 Spring Term Interconference Series, and we're watching Group B's last games for the Interconference Series. Of course, we'll be your shoutcasters. I am Atlas, and with me is Vulcan.
And what an exciting match it was in the second. I mean, I thought ADU had a chance to actually sweep the game against the first place of MCL, overthrowing them, but that was not the case. Right now, this last match will dictate, however, will it be really MCL representing their group when it comes to the top 4 teams moving on.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely on UC, University of Cordillera Scythe, because if they lose even one game here, that's all over. It's going to be MCL straight to the semifinals. But if they get a 2-0, they can force a tiebreaker because right now, MCL is at 5 points. And their last game was the last game, the game previously. And if if they get a 2-0, they're standing at 2 points right now. So if they get a 2-0, they get 3 points. Force a tiebreaker at 5 points.
And for the winning win scenario, for the winner of the Search and Win trivia question, the 4th winner is Nur Harvey Yap. Congratulations to you. You win yourself a free mystery gift for expected to be inserted in 5 working days. The question was, who built the first Banshee's Veil in Game 2 of ADU versus MCL? And the answer is ADU Jesse.
Building that Banshee's Veil, it is an AP item now.
Yeah.
So you can pick it up as a defensive slash offensive item for a lot of mid laners, and definitely that Banshee's Veil was useful, but was not enough to stop the onslaught of magic damage coming from Lucis there. Let's get into our final match. Uno R, University of Negros Occidental Recoletos Rams versus University of Cordillera Scythe.
Wow, looking at the drafting so far,
Very fast paced. So we're going to have here, it's going to be standard mid lane bans here, the Ari and Vladimir, plus banning away the nerf but still powerful top lane Fizz, maybe even mid lane Fizz onto Kissy, as well as banning up junglers, the Nunu, interestingly, away from Cry, and the Elise coming from Cry as well. So UC will be having a few role changes here, banning away the Ivern, of course. I still don't think it's an insta-ban. I don't know why they're banning it over and over. These teams recently. Lulu, very good support. Anivia as well against Exidia. One of the top lanes is going to be Excavi's Galio taken away.
And now it will be a top lane Darius against Kled. How do you think of this matchup?
This matchup is going to be pretty easy for Excavi if he plays it right. But if he gets, but he has to know his limits. If he overcommits and gets baited by Skarl coming back, it'll be very difficult for him, because if Mob gets a kill against Excavi on that Kled, it's gonna snowball over and over. The same goes for Mob. If Excavi gets a single kill against him, it's gonna keep snowballing and snowballing. But of course, it's gonna be up to the junglers. But as to which one's easier to gank, I'll have to say that it's actually Mob. Even you have the mobility of that Joust, Excavi has more tools to survive ganks, because when he gets low health, he doesn't turn into a low move speed Yordle. Plus, he has a little bit of healing from his Decimate.
I think in terms of dueling potential, long extended fights, I don't think it's wise to gank a Darius.
Yeah. He's just gonna get that
Just
hemorrhage
wait for
stacks, get that free AD. When Excavi starts seeing red on that screen, and
should
with that
flash
huge
out.
axe appears on top of you, you should flash out.
Or you should just wait for your death. But I'm not pretty sure on that. But if I know correctly, that even if you actually die using the Skarl, but you still proc the 5 passes, it will still carry on.
It
so
will
that's
carry on.
bad news. And if ever he is running the Fervor of Battle on the Darius, man, you don't even
Extended fights. But still,
extended fights, not to mention the huge burst.
if Mob gets that early kill, it'll just keep snowballing and snowballing as it gets harder to kill him and as it gets easier for him to survive long enough to get Scarl back. On the side of the other lanes, they seem to be pretty standard lanes. The Karma, the Lucian, all of that. But I think it's still, it's interesting to see the Zac pick though. I'm really looking forward because Zac is enabled now. He is a bit weaker, nerf, but he has a few quality of life changes, can stay in the fight longer with his passive, and it's very interesting to see how it will be used by Crab.
I guess it's a nerf in a way that not anymore he's this type of champion where he goes in and bounces and that's it. He is more of a long sustained team fight as well.
What happens here is he has long range initiation, and now the knockup for Elastic Slingshot scales with how long you charge it. So it can go up to 1 second. And his Let's Bounce, which is like his kidnapping ultimate, it takes 1.1 seconds to charge it up completely to kidnap people. So if it's a max range Elastic Slingshot, they still have that 0.1 second time to Panic Flash. But other than that, a long range initiation coming from the Zac is going to be very potent and can really disrupt fights.
Very interesting to see Zac come into play the first time in the LCL. But
rather the rework Zac.
Yeah, the rework Zac. But I'm really curious how Uno R actually played this time against UC. I mean, we've seen their games. It's very late game phase, and it just goes to show from their picks alone, will it be okay against UC, who knows how to play macro very aggressively in the early phase of the game?
Yeah, if they get outpaced completely by UC Scythe, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually get back and can get completely destroyed as they did in the second game of the
first match.
First match.
Between ADU, we did see that Uno R was able to secure a first win, but because of this, ADU was able to still adapt to it and transition it and take away the sweep. We gotta see how Uno R can actually do it this time against UC, who is actually some team that you cannot even underestimate.
Yeah, none of these teams from Group B can be underestimated. They're definitely powerful in their own right. Even Uno R, despite being having the least points in the group so far, they have a lot of potential. They just need to fix their early game because they have a pretty solid late game if they can transition to it. That's the key point here. So we're going to see all of that play out in the game versus UC.
Who do you think is going to win this one? This last match of the Group B, who will dictate going into the top 4 of the LCL?
I'm inclined to say that it's going to be UC. Because, as you said, they have really aggressive macro play in the early game, and I think that's one of the keys to making sure that they can't Uno R can't scale into the late game. Because if you give Uno R some room, a lot of free time and a lot of wiggle room, it's going to be very difficult.
And I hope that wiggle room will be enough, Atlas. But right now, Game 5 going in. Uno R versus UC. How will it play out? Let's see how the players will dictate the fight. But up to the junglers right now in the early phase of the game. Knowing that, I gotta say, Lee Sin has been such a popular pick in terms of jungling.
Yeah, because he has a lot of uptime. Like, there's rarely a time where Lee Sin can't rotate and gank. There's a lot of times in the early game where Lee Sin can just go into you, get that burst with the Thunderlord's Decree, and get the kill for his laners. He's very survivable. He's a very versatile jungler. Very survivable, has a shield and lifesteal and spell vamp. So all of that combined means that he has a lot of uptime with his ganks. So it's natural for him to be very popular. Seems like Exidia on that Vel'Koz is gonna be interesting. Still running that double teleport. I think this is one of the signatures of Uno R in the LCL, is that they usually have 2 teleports, which means that it's actually helping their mitigation, that they can scale easier into late game when they have the threat of 2 teleports, ruining chances of early aggression.
I think Vel'Koz in the mid lane will be very bad for the Rams against Scythe, because knowing that there is an Orianna for the cancel, not to mention the Zac for the disruption, the disintegration ray won't be that much helpful, knowing that Exidia will be very, very vulnerable.
Yeah. And then since Exidia has to be stationary for that laser, here comes some Hong.
Hong though, failing the cheese, very low on health, might get the first blood, exhaust onto both teams. Heal has been burned by Akinos, and that is something UC pays heavily.
Of
An
course.
exhaust and a heal.
Yeah, I do think that in terms of the health cost, it's actually Unoar losing that. But the heal is actually so big that Akinos has to actually take that away. The thing here is that, as I was saying, Exidia, he has to stay stationary for the laser, for this integration beam, which means that it's an easy target for Cry. It's an easy target for Cry to just kidnap him with a less bounce.
And right now, Hong doesn't know when to catch a break. That
Oh
is
dear.
a huge mistake onto Hong, giving the first blood. The lead to Legend Darhan. What a mistake from UC.
That's uncharacteristic of Unoar.
I know
Making
it's
so-
yeah. It's
I
like
mean-
what the hell was Hong thinking?
Yeah, but it's also uncharacteristic for Unoar to make such an aggressive move. Level 2 gank coming from the Lee Sin immediately. But it is in character for the Lee Sin to be that aggressive early.
And right now we're gonna be seeing the. Well, I really like that Chroma skin onto the Cry, but I think Excavate spots him up, and now I'm gonna say this is looking pretty good for the Rams. Getting a first blood onto the Lucian. That's a huge lead, and that is a Lucian who started with a long sword, gonna build onto the Cutlass very fast.
Very fast, but the thing here is he'll have more sustain, but building that, having that gold lead of 400 with a first blood, if he returns back now, he will only have enough gold for, say, another longsword or coming into the Vamp Scepter. So that's not a lot of combat set, but that is the sustain, and he will need that against the poke and range of this Caitlyn.
And not to mention the advantage that he has over in terms of item. Excavate
Oh dear.
shouldn't be afraid of this Kled actually. I mean, in terms of matchup, Excavate is really gonna win that trade if he plays it right, but I don't think he's utilizing the kit properly. He did have his flash, and I think the Crippling Strike was up for cooldown. I don't know why he didn't use the Decimate.
It would have been a huge chunk of health away from Mob.
Yeah, I
If he
think
had
he's
used
a
a
bit
decimating strike, would have actually confirmed the kill combined with the hemorrhage
he's
going on to
actually
it.
scared. But we can
Should have been more confident. Darius is favored in this matchup. I guess it was because of the musket shot that scared him away. The second musket shot would have killed him.
But he has the Decimate.
But he had the decimate there for the heal, for the damage.
But right now, Jissy, this time playing an Orianna against an Exidia Vel'Koz. I'm not pretty sure how it's going to fare for Exidia because let's say you have the disintegration ray, but there'll be the shockwave to disrupt that.
Ooh, sneaky Cry. Stealing away camps here. Actually, first I've seen that Zac in action after the rework in the LCL. Very interesting kit. Very interactive. It's way different from the way he was back then, where you just go in, keep spamming your W and your Q, and you R when you need to knock people out. Oh
Here
man,
comes-
Jesse in a little bit of trouble.
Jissy, the flash was well played, but will it be enough? The ghost has been
Will be enough.
burned. Exhausted, 2 summoners down for Jissy, while Exidia
Big
has
win.
both up.
Yeah, big win for Uno R there. And wow, them being that aggressive because Santi uses that Lee Sin is actually uncharacteristic of them. It seems like UC Scythe will be going for the Cloud Drake. That's a lot of time away from the lane. Akinos will be losing quite a bit of CS, quite a bit of XP, but they will be ensuring that this Cloud Drake will be available. It'll give Cry a little bit of move speed to the ganks, but it's not really that big. Excavy.
Comes to the side, there's the heal. He'll be dismounted soon though, there it is. But yes, that is a mistake you play when you give Kled that room to grow.
Man, he was favored in that matchup, but it doesn't seem like he was using effectively. Maybe he missed a few decimates. Maybe the animation cancels of his crippling strikes weren't on point. But looking into that, he hadn't stacked his hemorrhage fully before Mob was already doing his violent tendencies. He was already half health when that happened. So I don't know what he was doing there.
Not to mention, this is actually a very Drake for UC. I mean, 5 minutes in, we got already the Cloud Drake. We can expect that we might see 5 Drakes in play for both
Yeah,
teams.
very early.
Yeah, if
If-
ever they do get it early.
If all of these Drakes are taken as soon, almost as soon, oh, that's going to be an early roam
Oh,
coming
here
from.
comes 3 members going in for a dive. Exidia does flash out. Mob is in a big trouble. He still is not giving out onto Exidia, but Mob will be going back with the jungler route.
That was very close. Sonic Wave almost hitting Kissy there, and he had no mana for the command protect. But still, that was a very ballsy move coming from Mob to just run it down mid with his team Cry and Kissy. Would have been effective if Santi was not present. But of course, that horn really telegraphs that gank. Because Xcavi, of course, he's not gonna go charge against the Darius, even if he is ahead 1 kill. So definitely the pickup will be for the mid lane.
And right now, Xcavi very subtle right now. I mean, you should expect that Darius would be such a huge lane bully. Mob, however, is behind in CS, but that's because he made a rotation towards the mid lane.
Not really worth it for him to burn his ult there, but it does give Xcavi a little bit of breathing room top lane, but still, being behind the Dorn's Blade could actually make the difference here.
I find it hard to believe that Xcavi is having a hard time against Mob, knowing that it's Kled. When Kled is the type of champion that goes all in. Same as Dar, but in the game it would be Dar out-damaging them by a long shot.
Combined with the constant DPS coming from the hemorrhage, the crippling strike animation cancels being more potent, and it's just the burst of AD that he gets once he fully stacks that. I don't know how he lost that top lane.
Right now, towards the bottom lane, we're seeing UC establishing some control. I mean, there are those traps placed to bait it out, but so far, CS-wise, I think Akinos is really doing well in terms of controlling the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's enough to actually almost equalize the gold that Legendarian got from the kill against Hong. And that's really because of the matchup. In the matchup, it naturally gravitates towards the Caitlyn, the CS lead, because of her range. And the threat of that Thresh against that short-range Lucian is actually very potent and has to be watched out for, even if he has the Bilgewater Cutlass advantage. The pickaxe still has more AD than the Bilgewater Cutlass, so he has to pay attention to that.
Here comes the setup on the slingshot. Very long slingshot, but the kidnap attempt fails.
He actually used that Let's Bounce even if he knew that the slingshot failed. So I don't know why Cry wasted his ultimate there.
I mean,
but still, much more ahead over Santi in terms of CS. But in terms of the pressure, after that first gank, it doesn't seem like Santi's continuing the pressure, which might be a problem for Uno R.
Right now in the bottom lane, we're seeing Cry visiting the bottom lane duo of the Rams. Setting up for a guy. Here comes over the wall and wow, knocks up, denying the flash, and there is the box place. Cry, what a nice gank he made now, forcing out the flash from Frosh. That might set up for, let's say, more pressure in the bottom lane.
A lot of damage onto that bottom turn. I really like how that was played.
Exactly.
Cry, Elastic Slingshot, predicting the flash, getting him with that, plus the stretching strikes to make sure he can't escape. And Frosh has to be pushed out of lane.
And Frosh can't even do much. I mean, leaving the AZ, watching his ADC to die. And now with a KDA score of 1-2. The pickaxe start really helps out in terms of damaging, but the Bladed Ruin King is more of a kiting tool. But when it comes to itemization, I think that
BF Sword.
Yeah, Akinos is going for that early Infinity Edge.
And that's gonna hurt a lot. Santi stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kicks the rock away.
Oh boy.
Here comes a charge.
Does not connect
How
at
fast
all.
they are.
Here comes Cry. Just deletes Santi. That would be Santi gone, and note that the dragon will be live in less than a minute, so things are looking pretty good for UC in terms of control.
Yeah, Uno R had a pretty good start by resisting the cheese, getting that first, one of the first kills of the game. But after that, it doesn't seem like they were following up on their own pressure. So this might be a problem here if they continue playing like this. If UC continues to outpace them in the early game, it's gonna be very difficult. Look at Akinos being taken down.
Soaks up the whole calling, and this is some retaliation coming from Akinos, clearing some wings up.
He has to be wary.
You know, I can actually go for a dive here. But really, well-placed trap by Akinos stops their approach. Oh boy.
Oh, here comes Hong.
Actually trying to... Oh, here comes the deny! But Akinos is there for the cut-off, same as Hong.
Mob also teleports there, just in time for the Drake, ensuring that... Yeah. So, that does ensure them the Drake. And while the teleport wasn't really necessary to confirm the kill against Legend Darnit, it does give them another member to help take down this Drake.
Oh boy, here comes
Here comes
Sandy.
Sandy, blindly rushing in.
Oh
Now
my
he pays the
god! Forcing out his flash, and the hook will not connect, but
Ooh,
Jesse is there to secure the kill and the efforts of his team, and that is the second Drake at 12-minute mark. Yes, we will be seeing 5 Drakes in
Well,
this game.
that's if the game lasts long enough for that. Because right now, Yuzi is playing it very fast-paced now. I don't know what Santi was thinking there. He was already took down to like a single health bar, and he still tries to go around near the river. And Kissy was waiting for him, and just 2 auto attacks with a clockwork wind-up, enough to take him out.
I guess it's the mentality that Lee Sin has, that utility, the mobility, that it's kind of a sickness for Lee Sin players to be very tempted.
Yeah, and he blast coned in there blindly. There was no
Very
warp.
very tempting. I mean, he said, I can blast one over, I have my mobility, but they have to understand.
But he did not know the health level of the Drake. That was the most important thing. And like that's always the most important. Well, the second most important thing for steals. The first is you have smite. The second is you know how much health the objective has, and there he did not have that information.
And yeah, and so much utility was burned actually. The resources from Santi, the flash, the ultimate, not to mention the time that UC took away from Santi. Right now, he's becoming more and more less impactful because of his deficit of 0 to KDA. Not to mention the CS of 42 to 79.
Yeah, Ukraine's been doing a lot of work with these camps while still having the time to gank. And really, is Lee Sin the best jungler for Uno R's playstyle? It's definitely not, because they like transitioning to late game, right? So the Lee Sin won't really be useful for them.
Oh, that was a pretty close lantern call. Yeah, the Lee Sin is not really a good pickup
Oh.
for them. Still sticking to it. Santi doesn't want to give up, and Xcavi, I don't think he's going to be too much of a threat when it comes to the late game.
Oh man, because Santi wasted some time there bot lane, that's going to be a Rift Herald on to Cry, soloing it, and it actually solo it, because back then, Rift Herald, you could just easily, wherever you turn, you just
Xcavi.
immediately...
Xcavi, keep fighting. You can do that, man.
Yeah, you can actually definitely do that.
Yeah.
Full
There it
hammer
is.
stacks.
There it is.
Should have done that much earlier,
Yeah.
instead of playing scared. But, you can actually solo Rift Herald now. It just takes a lot of health regeneration and sustain and damage.
And
Because back then, Rift Herald could immediately follow where you were. Now, it gives you some time to hit that eye, even if you're doing it alone.
Yeah, it's actually easier to get the Rift Herald if your champion has no resource bar. So restricted just by cooldown is very good. And now we're seeing Cry.
Oh, he's gonna get dove here. Charge is no longer up.
Diving lessons with UC in the works. Here it comes with Mob, picking up a very easy kill. Cry, however, is in danger zone actually.
Ooh, having to burn that teleport top lane while not getting any value of it. Oh man, they have summoned the Rift Herald.
Oh man. Oh wow. Cry though, very low. But
There's a
thankfully,
self-division.
he does have his self-division off.
Gets those cute orange gumdrops around, but they can't stay for too long. Here comes Santi.
Ooh, double knockup coming in, but it would be Mob coming up at top. Look at the burst coming in from UC.
Man, and they're still giving value here for the top lane because Santi got pulled up to the top lane and saved it as well, which it means Akinos and Hong are free to just take down this bot lane.
Pretty close call from that sentence. Hong is
dear.
exhausted, but it will be him picking up a very easy kill. Here comes Akinos setting up for the kill,
Ooh.
but there is the Inspire.
Had enough mana for that. Just eking out the last of his mana pool there. But all of that, the kill gained by Hong there was because UC had to pull 3 members to the top lane.
I guess the Rift Herald was used very effective in a way that it's pressuring the members of Rams because they like to play it late and safe. They will really wait for the 20-minute mark. When it approaches,
Yeah.
that's the time they rotate, but it's about that time they really lost control.
And UC already at 6k gold ahead. Can Uno R scale up when they're this behind? The thing is, you can consider that Rift Herald has having taken 2 turrets. The one top lane, and because of the pressure, the one bot lane. I really like... that one was an above average Rift Herald.
I can see why Xcavi is having a hard time in the top lane.
His itemization pass is going for the Trinity
Triforce.
Force on a Darius.
Triforce on a Darius is good when you're
Ahead.
as heck, but when you're behind and the other top laner already has Black Cleaver, that Stinger is not gonna help you out. You need the help from the Kindle Gem more.
Okay, let's say that you want to go for the Trinity Force, as you said, Atlas, but you gotta perceive that Excedia is not performing that well, that properly, just from the itemization alone.
Yeah,
It's so sad to see that he did so well in the first match earlier against ADU, but okay, you can get a Trinity Force when you really push out the lane. You got the first third of the game, but when that comes into play, it really is bad. And I'm talking
And-
about, of course, Excavy.
but there Excidia on the other hand, having to go for that Vel'Koz is definitely making it difficult for him to face up against these more meta mid laners like Orianna. And plus, he wasted 1,400 gold on Magi Soul Stealer.
Why would he go for that? He's very behind.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the range and safety of say, a Nivea or Lux to
Yeah.
go for that extra snowballing item.
It's like you're gonna tap your friend by, hey, tap, you get a free stack, but that's not the case with Excidia. So because of this pickup, we're gonna be seeing Excidia not playing that more of a front line
Has a lot less damage.
Yeah, not of a front damage dealer where he is the initiator, but more of a support type damage dealer. And that's something that the Rams do not need right now.
Seems like that was the case. Oh, the dive
man!
happens.
UC going for another huge dive, gets Akinos a killing spree, and now here comes Maul going in deep onto Froshay, but it would be him dismounted, and get him getting the aggro from R, and that
Seems
would
like-
be
Oh,
a second attempt by Triton. Wow. UC, no, not giving a break in terms of diving, but they actually do pay a heavy price
2 for 2.
overextending.
2 for 2. It seems like they are still the ones poised to take this Infernal Drake, though. They are a red team. They have an advantage in rotating to this red Drake. The Infernal Dragon will be the pickup for them very easily.
My lord, I mean, that would be the third Drake. They're really speeding up the game so fast, and that would be a second
And
Infernal Drake.
Yeah, Uno R's having a lot of trouble keeping up the pace here with UC. They are 6,000 gold behind. They're 3 Drakes in deficit. So what happens here is that if they wait for like 25 minutes, they usually wait for around 25 minutes to start these team fights and roaming 5v5. But because of the lead that UC has, they might be relegated to having to scale up until 35 minutes.
But I think they're really backing out to Excidia. I mean, he has 6 stacks on his Major Soul Stealer, but that is such a huge gamble.
Yeah, that's such a huge gamble, of course. Magi Soul Stealer becomes worth the gold of 1,400 at around 5 stacks. 4 or 5 stacks. So this is already above the gold value of Magi's. But he needs to keep stacking that to be relevant. If he dies even once, Uno R's chances of winning go down to like, I don't know, 20%.
I don't understand why Excavix still went with the Trinity Force. I mean, a Black Cleaver is more powerful than a Trinity Force because it complements the passive.
Yeah, because you can just easily get that armor shred
Instantly.
with the DPS coming with Hemorrhage, and also the speed boost. That Hemorrhage is physical damage. So if you put Hemorrhage on someone, your movement speed buff is gonna get keep refreshing. So I don't know why he picked up the Triforce instead. I would rather the Triforce instead, because it doesn't really complement his kit as much as Black Cleaver does.
Yeah,
I mean, it's an axe.
Okay, Black Cleaver for the Armor Shred, but the Trinity Force still does give the Phage passive,
Yeah, the Phage
but
passive.
it's not that effective.
It's not the same
It's-
amount of the armor shred, the
it's like-
health as well.
Yeah, it's built for him.
I mean, it's an axe.
Ah, come on. Okay, but right now, I mean, the Baron is live, 20-minute mark in, and now we're going to be seeing what Rams is known for, making the rotations at 20-minute mark. Let's see, will this be a change of pace?
I mean, they're already being choked out here by UC, trying to steal away their resources. So they have to fight over their own blue buff here.
Man, the Baron is live with no pressure coming in from the Rams. They have 0 turrets and 0 Drakes. Macro play-wise, UC.
Oh,
as
they're already going
Yep.
for it.
This is what I was talking about when UC has that super aggressive macro play and pressure. Really, such a way to counter a team like Rams.
Uno R
where-
has no idea.
Yeah, They don't care. They have no control, and UC has no care in the world. And right now, Baron in the hands of UC.
At 21 minutes, just
Yeah.
2 minutes after it spawned too.
This is how you defeat a team where they rely on time so much.
Having to wait it out, but then UC snatches it away with how much of a lead that they have. Oh dear.
Here comes the collapse. That would be in the deep fight. Cry trying to escape, but the death ray is there. Here comes Mob with the charge from the back line. Goes on to Exidia instead, but the fight has been extended towards the bot lane turn. Look at Jesse, very low. The shield was just clutched there, but right now the fight has been scattered out. Mob a bit too late to the fight. Jesse, however, a very close call.
Yeah, that was, look at all those pinging red health bars.
Oh, a bit too
Coming
much by
from UC.
Cry. Oh man, Cry
Has to rotate away from this.
has to get away from this. He cannot be... Oh my god.
That will be giving a kill onto Legendary.
Here comes Mob,
Here comes
though.
Mob, though.
Oh, just in the tick of time, and still Legendary commits it to it. A big mistake.
Funnily, even though Cry was in his cell division, the Baron buff still empowered the minion. Small detail that I did never notice. But that was definitely a risky move by Scythe to fight 4v5. They are tons of gold ahead, plus 2 Infernal Drakes. But the thing there was there were a few crucial mistakes. The Let's Bounce didn't kidnap anyone or knock up anyone. So that's one big CC for Cry, and that's 1 second of Cry not dealing damage or disrupting. So that combined to make Ulu-R almost winning that fight at such a huge cost in health. But
Man,
yeah,
if UC actually wins this game as the whole match 2-0, I can actually say right now that the LCL would be more intense, but right now in the mid lane, however, a close call for Akinos.
yep. And the important thing is City did not die in that fight. So now he's at 10 stacks. Halfway through full stacks.
A huge gamble is kind of paying off for the Rams, but let's see how it lasts long. Excave really paying the price. Ah man, a Black Cleaver would be such a beautiful item onto a Darius, but right now, here comes an extended peak fight. Here
Oh.
comes a knockup from Cry.
Redemption not in time. It seems like
Redemption.
now Santi might be going for them, but no support other than from Frosh.
Oh, look at the range from Cry.
Going in.
A hard engage, gonna be a 2 versus 4 with member of UC collapsing. Here comes Kissing, and now that would be a delete from Legend Darhan. Cry just not stopping, invading the base of the Rams. A double kill onto Mob, a snowballing Kled.
Wow. That's a 13k gold lead now on top of those 2 Infernal Drakes. And the fearlessness coming from Mob and Cry to just go in. And it seems like Ulu-R not respecting the range of engage that Cry can have, not respecting the damage that Mob can bring out. The itemization of the top lane, the way it was split.
Wow.
Oh dear.
I gotta say that Zac is looking pretty good right now near Lenovo LCL, but right now there comes the disintegration ray. Not gonna finish off any
Just to push them
member.
away
Just
from
to push
that
them away.
objective. But this will be setting up for an Ocean Drake. For
Jeez,
UC.
man, like, wow, the rotations, the macro play coming in from UC, just on point. As soon as the Ocean Drake spawns, they are there to take it away just so fast, and this will open up the 5th Drake. And look at that, 25 minutes in, already 4 Drakes in the hands of UC.
Jeez.
And the next Drake would be another Ocean Drake. Look at the passive, the buffs coming from UC. They're so ahead. They have so much power in them.
They can force another team fight here. As long as Akinos and Mob are drawing aggro in the front line, as well as Hong.
So strong right now.
Yeah,
UC.
they can. Akinos can just keep free hitting, and Mob is no slouch in terms of damage as well. He's building into a Guardian's Angel right now. He has the BF sword, but the only real option for Kled right now is the GA, which means he's gonna be harder to kill.
If he gets a GA, I think Rams will be having such a difficult time. Just how I am having a difficult time pronouncing their name.
It's just Ulu-R Rams.
I have a short tongue, you know that.
But it's going to be UC looking to close out the game here. Their Baron buff has burnt out, but they still have all the resources they have to force these team fights. They have long range engage, they have charge, so they have all the tools to just force everything.
And right now, Kissy has the luxury of that mobility and escape line from the trash. Right now, UC Scythe are not resting at all. Xcavi just at the mercy of the mobility from Scythe, kiting such a huge enemy towards the Darius, but right now Santi fell off. Only 3 members actually have some use in the late game right now. Santi 1-5 kill KDA really fell off so strong, but right now Cry looking at that, the Gargoyle Stone plays such a great defensive item.
Really investing into that team fight. And look at that, just completely backdooring this turret.
And here it comes, a dive by Cry. He can do it because of the passive. Here comes the redemption coming into play, same as the charge.
Oh man, and this is looking like them. Oh, it's completely demolishes Santi's health bar.
Wow.
Seems like this might actually be the game with Uno R having no chance to fight
Look
back.
at Cry just doing so much damage, not to mention the mobility. And Crochet cannot even do much. Akinos, however, a bit too overconfident, staying under the turret. And guys, there you guys have it. 27 minutes into the game, they have still enough room for an 5th Drake. You see so much power, so much pressure, and not to mention the macro play of UC coming into play. Great play.
I love how UC played that very aggressively. They recovered from a small deficit because of the gank coming from Santi, but after that, UC just completely resisted all of the attempts of ganks coming from Santi and just completely snowballed the game from that.
I gotta say, UC, I don't know how, I knew they had an aggressive macro play, but not this much. Knowing that Rams is a team where they really depend on, I think that's a bad type of play style. You cannot really wait until 20-minute mark. You have to dictate.
So much can happen in 20 minutes.
Yeah, you have to dictate it already before that so that you have control.
And all of that culminated in them losing this first game, which is setting up UC. If they have the momentum for this, if they win game 2, they're going to force a tiebreaker against MCL. That's the most important thing for this match. But
MCL is just looking so strong right now. And not to mention, I don't think Rams have the playstyle they need to actually match the aggressiveness coming in from coming from UC.
Yeah, look at this. All the damage was coming from Exidia, and that says a lot of how much he was trying so hard to carry the team in this game. But even with because his itemization was Medjai's, he had a lot of times where he wasn't dealing as much damage as he should have, and he didn't die as much. But the rest of the team just wasn't there enough pulling their own weight.
But guys, that will be it, I guess, for the last match of Game 1. We'll be having Game 2 after the short break. We have been the Shoutcasters. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is my co-caster, Atlas. Let's see, will this be a tiebreaker after a short break? And UC going for another huge dive, gets Akinos a killing spree, and now here comes Mob going in deep onto Crochet, but it will be him dismounted, and get him getting the aggro from Uno R. That was a second attempt by Triton. Wow. You see, not giving a break in terms of diving. So a hard engage, gonna be a 2 versus 4 with member of UC collapsing. Here comes Kissing, and now that would be a delete from Legend Darhan. Try just not stopping, invading the base of the Rams. A double kill on two Mob.
It's completely demolishes Santi's health bar. Wow. This might actually be the game with Uno R having no chance to
Look
fight back.
at Cry just doing so much damage, not to mention the mobility. And Crochet cannot even do much. Akinos, however, a bit too overconfident, staying under the turret. And guys, there you guys have it. 27 minutes into the game, they have still enough room for an 5th Drake. You see so much power, so much pressure, and not to mention the macro play.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin on sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
She looked at me, her eyes were water red. That's when I knew that this was about to end. Frozen in that moment, time was standing still, and I could feel my heart sinking, friend. Goodbye, she said. I went and found somebody new, but I gave you every waking moment. I gave you everything you wanted. Now, my love, you're giving me up. She walked away and I could hardly
Stand up right now, get ready to go. She ain't moving slow, she's taking control. Pushing the pedal through the floor. I'm begging for more, you better hold on tight. Almost home, almost home, almost home. Come on! Give me a hell, give me a yeah, hell yeah! Stand up right now and give me a hell, give me a yeah! Stand up right now and give me a hell, give me a yeah! Stand up right now and give me a hell, give me a yeah! Stand up right now, get ready to go! She ain't moving slow, she's taking control, pushing the pedal through the floor. I'm begging for more, you better hold on tight.
Look at Josh. Really low. Wind Blade will finish him off. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wing. And now focus on Aslan. Grand charges up. Aslan will not last long. There's a flash from Excavate down. And now a steal and fails. The Seoul University still got the ring. And here comes the fight. One time is on. Look at the stupidity and strategy on the center of the fight.
Flashed away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the run of that equalizer. Gets equalized indeed. Gold team waiting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the last game of today's Lenovo LOL Collegiate League's 2017 Spring Term Interconference Series Challenge. What do you know? And we will be your shoutcasters. I'm Atlas, and with me is Vulcan. We're going to go to our last game
Wow. What a day it is, though. I mean, we've seen some games where actually were very intense in a way that they had a chance. But then again, that's when the two-game series come into play, where the teams can actually adapt and change their own strategy.
So that's definitely a lot of teams here going to their 1-1s. Group B has just been full of 1-1s, but today is going to be the day where it will be decided whether UC Cordilleros will have a chance to get into the semifinals or whether it's just going to be MCL Warlocks.
I think this is the Nunu in the top lane, hopefully. I mean, we did see Nunu jungle. It wasn't that effective in a way that, it does not change the fact that it's not a complete Ivern replacement, as you said.
It's just an alternative here, but if this will be the top lane Nunu, there are lots of things to consider. He has a lot of sustain in lane, but when it comes to actually fighting, other top laners, I think, might have a lot more value.
I think it's more of a lockdown on objectives. He can actually solo the Rift Herald.
Yeah, solo
very,
the Rift
very early. I mean,
solo the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
It's actually also a secondary smite, while still having a jungler that can be impactful in terms of the non-objective points of the game. Coming into the bans here, Oriana Kled, Zac ban from last game, because we saw that the Zac was engaging from such a long range and being followed up by the charge coming from the Kled was such a potent combo. And here you see Scythe is just gonna be banning out the Anivia coming from Exidia, as well as standard bans here, the Lulu and the Ivern, though I don't think Ivern is worthy of an auto ban now. I'm gonna see though.
I don't think Darius is also a worthy ban,
Yeah.
but we're going to be seeing, our Rams will be challenging that. Let's say let's ban it out. These are the bans that we feel comfortable with, and they're going to be going for it. But when it comes to a very aggressive team like UC in terms of macro play, and not to mention the rotations coming in, I hope that our Rams do understand that they cannot stick to that same play
Yeah,
style.
but it's something that can't be fixed over the course of a game. So it's something that they have to shift paradigms for in terms of how they train, how they scrim. Now they just have to stop the bleeding and deny UC the 2-0 with as much mechanical skill and the adaptations that they can make to their play style.
Yeah.
Because the entire paradigm of okay, let's wait 20 minutes and then roam together is way too hard to change over the course of a game.
It's kind of a very outdated strategy that we saw in previous seasons, but right now, LoL is becoming a more fast-paced game, so they have to change as the game changes.
Oh man, I love the composition so far from UC. The Nuno actually, I like it. So it is going to be a jungle Nunu. So it's his responsibility, it's Cry's responsibility to make sure that Santi does not get enough farm to be relevant. So as for the top lane, it's going to be a Rumble, definitely. Mid lane Jace. So lots of physical damage here for Uno R.
I think I know why they actually went with the jungle Nuno. It's I guess
Wait.
UC knows that. They know that the Rams do play very slow. And Nuno,
So Cry's just free to just eat everything inside Santi's
yeah,
jungle.
and also
Wait
Rio-
a second. This is 280 carries on the side of Uno R Rams. Legend Darhen on that Raven, and there's going to be
my
a
God.
mid lane Ashe.
it might be a mid lane Ashe or a mid lane Draven. Huh.
I do think it will be the Draven.
The
Because he
mid lane.
benefits a lot more from the bonus AD of the Eye of the Storm from the Janna, as well as him being in the mid lane means he would die more. He's more vulnerable as an AD carry. He really needs that support to snowball with his passive.
Let's see how it plays out. I mean, I was gonna go, as I was saying, for UC. The reason for them picking up the Nuno was that because of Rams' very slow-paced style. But going to the mid lane, it could be this Draven or Ashe. But as we are getting some info, the reason for R's reasons for wanting this Draven/Ashe pick is because from Santi himself, he did say that he wants to engage. We want to engage.
Yeah, the Crystal Arrow, one of the longest range engages that they can have. But there's a lot of other mid laners that can perform that without dying so much in the early game, especially against Jace. Because any AD carry, if you pit him against Jace, Jace can just completely demolish him with how much damage he does. Because AD carries, all of them are quite weak solo early game against many of the mid laners, top laners. So if Jace gets a good combo against an Ashe who has no way of dodging the Empowered Shock Blast, and then he gets to the skies on, get all of that burst from the hammer, it might just be the game over for Uno R. But by engage, it might also want for some farming, rather from sieging. But there's also a lot of other mid laners that can siege very well, such as even Anivia, but it is banned out. But Ashe, I don't think is a good alternative to that kind of
And I don't think
playstyle.
yeah, the playstyle will not really complement us for the Ashe, but if I have to choose between an Ashe mid or a Draven mid against a Jace, I would go for a Draven because he does have to stand aside to really
Yeah.
at least
It can cancel to the skies.
He can at least block the burst.
So that is going to be one of the pickups. Still very strange going for that Ashe mid. Man,
How do you think it's gonna play out? I mean, I don't think it's gonna be an Ashe mid. Could be an Ashe mid Draven. Did you see the final locker?
I did see the final lock-in that it's going to be the Draven bot lane. And
Oh wow.
so I can see that the lane's going to be played.
So Ashe mid, it's gonna get wrecked.
It's going to get absolutely destroyed by the Jace here. And
Huh.
there are a lot of mid laners. There are a lot of other mid laners that perform the same function as Ashe if they want more engage. Like even Annie could have been available if they want engage. They want AoE engage. There's the AoE Tibbers, but that's gonna relegate Santi to ganking mid lane 24/7. If they
Yep.
don't, that Ashe is gonna get taken down. But if it does pay off for them, if that Ashe actually gets kills for some absurd reason, then that's 280 carries ahead. One can actually snowball, and them just wailing on these turrets is going to make late game very hard. But it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for R, because they do not want to deal with a very fat Jace.
Yeah. So we are loading onto this Rift here, the Summoner's Rift, for the final game of today. The final game of Group B of the Interconference Series is going to be University of Cordillera Scythe versus University of Negros Occidental Recoletos Rams. Let's look at the bird's eye view of the entire Rift, the Magic Carpet ride. We are seeing that the Infernal Drake will be the first Drake of the game. So actually might be a more focused on that bot lane.
This is just gonna complement the playstyle of UC even more, knowing that they like playing aggressive and not to mention locking down Infernal Drakes in the 5-minute mark, as we've seen in Game 1.
Wait, I just realized that our teams just passed each other without being in vision of each other.
Wait, come on, man. I think they're gonna be seeing each other again in the blue side, seeing how UC does not spot the Rams in their own red side, so why not go for a sneaky approach?
But the time is running short. It's already past 1 minute, so they will have to recall and go back to their own lanes. Seems like Cry will actually be sticking around to try and steal away some resources from Santi.
And we're actually seeing Cry will be going for the Raptor start, as you said. Gives
Raptors of the other team, actually.
Yeah, gives them a more versatility. And
on the other hand, it's going to be Santi starting on the blue buff of Cry, matching some kind of resource steal here.
Let's see how that's going to turn out. If ever the blue buff is gone for Cry, that's going to be a huge bonus for Rams.
Yeah. Something that Santi might do is just devour and kill the big raptor, and then immediately go to the red buff, steal it with a smite together with a devour. That could be his game plan. Let's look at how when the camera pans onto him.
I don't think he has enough time, though.
Yeah, because Santi's immediately going to his red buff here.
Yeah, pretty slow clear for him. He does have his Devour up. Smite is off a Cry, but he does not see Santi. Who will get the Smite advantage?
Santi definitely has the damage here.
Oh, he does get the red buff though, so Cry will be having a victory flee with the Blood Rage.
And because Santi at level 2 does not get the web just yet, he does not have any way to stop Cry. So Cry just kind of runs out. Free of charge.
Not to mention, actually, in terms of trade-offs, it would be Santi having a more equal trade because he does have more sustain thanks to the blue buff.
But the thing is, Cry can just continue having mana sustain because every time every few auto attacks, he does get a free spell. So that could be, or rather, no, his next spell becomes empowered. The free spell is the old passive, but still. That empowered spell means that it's saving him a little bit of mana. So that is the game plan for him, but Santi losing that red buff actually hurts his ganking potential a little bit. He has a stun once he reaches level 6. Yes.
What was he thinking? Aggressive approach towards a Thresh. Hong is a bit disrespected there, really punishing out Legend Darhead for his careless positioning.
In the end though, Legend Darhead with the damage and the shielding from that Eye of the Storm means that the total health is actually on the side of UC side. I rather Uno R Rams.
Let's see how it's turning out in the mid lane right now. CS-wise, it's pretty equal, but Hong trying to make some plays here for his ADC. Oh, a catch by Legendary, forcing out his flash. Very slither health left, but the Eye of the Storm is there, but the first blood will be still secured by Aquino.
Oh, and might actually get Froshe as well.
Oh, very nicely played by Hong to just tank 1/3 hit to get a double kill for Aginos.
And that's going to be Cry immediately transitioning it into this Infernal Drake.
4-minute Infernal Drake.
Wow, I really like how UC side is just fearless when it comes to taking these early dragons. And that is because they also have this Nunu here. So they are much more free to take dragon as soon as it spawns. And that fight their bot lane? That was so strange. Legend Darhead catching all of these death sentences. It's just way too bad for them.
4 minutes and 30 seconds in, you're rid of an Infernal Drake.
Then Troy's gonna, without any hesitation, going for the Gromp here of Santi.
Confident.
Already, 5 minutes into the game, is gonna be...
Yeah, the way Cry thinks is that, hey, I can do this because I know my champion. I know I can really steal the resources from their jungler Santi. And if you steal resources from an Elise, you're gonna have a really good time.
And there in the bot lane, that double kill, I think it was all because Legendary didn't consume his potion.
And not to mention his reckless positioning. I mean, you did see that just because the axe is there, he chased it to a point very point face to face to Hong. Like, okay, let me take this free hook and free double kill for my ADC. Akino's got a double kill. That's gonna be a huge lead. A BF sword
already. And another detail there was he had his potion ready when he was already below half health. He should have been chugging it immediately once he reached that health point.
This is a really big penalty for our Rams for the terrorist mistake, not to mention giving 2 kills, a huge lead in the bot lane.
And seems like Serrated Dirk will be the pickup here for Kissy, while Exidia will be picking up a call with Boots. And I don't think this is a right decision here, because call, the usual reason is when you're ahead. And also when you want, and another alternative reason is when you want to scale up longer, which is, I guess, decent for a mid lane AD carry, but you don't have the combat stats to face up against Kissy. So if he fights against Kissy, and if Kissy gets like an empowered shock blast on him, that is half the health of Exidia taken away.
And not to mention, Kissy did get the Serrated Dirk, so that's going to be a huge burst coming in. Not to mention the combo with the Jace, where you actually set up with the Shock Blast, goes to the Warp Gate, and combo him down and burst Exidia. And we've seen Exidia's playstyle. He likes to play it safe in a way that they always wait for the 20-minute mark, and I think that's something they cannot change. So, at Ashe, I don't think that's going to be a huge difference in his playstyle right now.
So definitely going to be problem for them if that Ashe gets taken down. It's only a matter of time until Kissy goes all in on him.
Yeah, but we gotta set eyes onto Cry to get those objectives in time. I mean, seeing how Cry likes to move around the jungle of the enemy team, and not to mention the objective area, really just goes to show how comfortable he is. But right now, here comes an engage to
Giant
the
Crystal
Crystal
Arrow to the bot lane. What a hit. No.
So much for the engage that they wanted.
Shot wide there, and because of all that Cry's been doing, he's 2 levels ahead of Santi. Because of all the experience he's been denying, that means that is going to be quite an unfortunate time for that.
Safety flashes out. Now Legendary has no mana. Hong is making his slow approach in, setting up for his ADC, and there's the 2-man flay. Oh boy, this might be a double kill for Akinos. Yet again, a heal has been expended.
Here comes Santi.
No extent.
I don't think it will be enough to save.
Oh, a double kill and a flash in by Santi. There is the
triple.
Holy moly, a triple kill for Akinos.
And that was so badly played by Uno R. They fall into the hands with no mana, by the way. They fall into the hands of Hong's Flay, and then they try to keep fighting, and then Santi tries to salvage something that cannot be fixed.
Oh, nice flash by Xcavi, but Cry is pretty happy with that. We can see that Mob is stacking the turret hits, and the tower dive will happen. UC just loves diving those towers.
Oh dear. And that is just kills across the map here. 6-0, 4.5k gold ahead at 8 minutes. That is, I think, has to be the quickest gold lead I've ever seen in the LCL.
And I think Kissy's having a really hard time in bursting down Exidia. He does have the slow from the passive, but if I have to picture UC as some kind of person, it would be this thrill-seeker type of person that they would always go for the thrill. Let's go for a dive. Let's do it.
But they're also very mindful, knowing that in the thrills they're chasing, okay, let's check if the bungee jump cord is actually super sturdy.
Yeah,
so
sometimes we see
it's all calculated.
Yeah, sometimes we see tower divers, they actually jump without a bungee cord. So they just die.
But here, look at how much in the lead Cry is in terms of CS and the experience. Which means Santi, since he died there bot lane, that's a lot more time for Cry to steal his resources.
Dude, I mean 500 Caitlyn. What can you say about this, man? Berserker's Greaves, Zeal. He does have the luxury to go for those second items.
Yeah, already the Berserker's Greaves. He doesn't need to build the Ninja Tabi anymore.
And now
he
a
just
lane swap?
power. Yeah.
A lane swap.
Make it harder for Xcavi.
Xcavi does not see it coming. Let's see, here it comes. Xcavi though gets blocked by the Thresh by Hong, and he does not have his flash. Look at the damage coming in, and the CC lockdown on that Nautilus thanks to the Thresh. There it is, the ace in the hole.
Just gets another free kill on top of everything he's already got.
6-0-0.
And because of how Legend Darhin hasn't matched the CS that Akinos has, and that Janna isn't really a playmaking support, Mob is just free to push this bot lane in.
And right now, as you said, the Janna is not much of an impactful support in the laning phase. That just goes to show against the Draven, whereas Thresh is more of that support that goes for kills. Let's go for dive.
Yes, the double smite ready with the Devour.
You cannot beat the double smite of Cry. Not to mention, he is just wallowing away. Oh, you're gonna chase me down. Here comes the help from Mob with the Equalizer and the Monsoon before they disengage, but I don't think Mob cares. He's gonna
This is a
barbecue.
2v4.
2v4, but still winning in favor of UC. However, Exidia will pick up the double kill,
Ooh.
and Kissy flashes in for Sandy. He does repel in, giving enough time for Exidia to land those crucial hits, but Xcavi paying such a heavy price in the top lane. So painful.
And that's going to be a top lane turret siege onto Akinos against Xcavi's top lane.
It feels right here in the heart. I mean, looking at the lead that UC got in the bottom lane, they're not even stalling at all. They know their potential, and look at that. 2 turrets gone from the top lane.
In a blink of an eye, all of that happened, and here comes Santi to try and salvage the situation with
Oh!
It is going to be Hong, though.
Very long stun, and I think he has to leave Hong for that.
Still, the important thing, it wasn't a shutdown against Akinos. But what happened there is that Cry is free to take another Infernal Drake for his team. That's a second Infernal Drake. Multiply that with the inevitable Infinity Edge that Akinos is going to build.
You're gonna see that Cry. I mean, when he wants something, he gets it, and he wants those 5 Drakes and all for his team. And Cry doesn't even need to build damage-wise because he offers already so much in terms of objective lockdown.
Yeah, this is the Nunu. This is how the Nunu earlier was supposed to be played. Deny all of the resources from the opposing jungler, pressure as much as you can with your kit, and take objectives. That's how it was supposed to be played, not as a ganking monster.
How will you deal with a team that already has 2 Infernal Drakes, not even 15 minutes into the game? And not to mention, the next Drake will be an Infernal again. The RNG really dictating the flow of the fight.
The thing here is that it's very difficult. UC has a very good team fighting composition, with the Rumble being able to just pull out a lot of damage and objectives. If Uno R finds an opportunity to shut down Akinos, because most of the gold is on him. If they can shut down Akinos, that's a huge burst of gold to the one that kills him. So they have to get it onto either Legend Darhan or Exidia.
I guess UC will be going more for pushing, seeing how the Revenant Hydra has been picked off, and here it comes, the double CC lockdown. All connects to Akinos. Look at the long range engage from or Rams, but where is your damage? Here's your damage coming in from UC Mob. Here comes in with the equalizer.
Oh man, that is going to be still a huge fight won by UC after all of that. Triple kill, double kill onto Mob, triple kill even, and that's gonna be Akinos. An ace, even though all of the CC hit the key target. That was still an ace against Uno R. A 10k gold lead at 13
I
minutes.
think they can end the game already in less than 20 minutes. Seeing how a gold deficit of this much, 28,000 gold compared to 18,000, not to mention
Let's look at how all of that fell
Infernal
apart.
Drake.
Hong really doing a good job of frontlining for his AD carry. Look at all the damage that comes onto Akinos, but there's not enough damage to actually follow it up because Hong has been frontlining. Now the look at how much damage Akinos does.
I don't understand why our Rams will engage a fight with a team that has 2 Infernal Drakes.
Yeah. Even though it was a really good opportunity with CC, that was going to be a 5v5 in the end. So definitely UC, with how much they've been, now let's Cry, still stealing away buffs from Santi.
Oh, man.
Really, they've just been controlling the early game because Uno R let them. An 11k gold lead at 14 minutes precisely because Uno R playstyle allows this to happen to them. And they have to recalibrate this. I don't think they can take away a win anymore. They can if they can scale up Exidia and Legend Darhan. But considering how hard it is to win a team fight, even when you have the perfect setup with so much CC and damage onto Akinos, I think it's going to have to be a recalibration of how they play the game. Like start from the ground up.
Start from the ground up or start from scratch where they have to change their playstyle. Right now, the Infernal Drake will be up pretty soon, and the size right now, Infinity Edge and a Runan's Hurricane. 15 minutes in. This is worthy of a title of a semi-pro team going into the LCL. A worthy title indeed for UC Sai.
MCL is going to be quivering right now. If UC gets this win, definitely that's something to be paying attention to. They have to study UC. Look at the damage coming from all of UC's kit.
Oh,
They
wow.
have summoned the Rift Herald onto top
This
lane.
is bad news for the Rams.
And they have, I think they have the infrastructure to actually
Oh
carry
boy.
through with this.
Why
They have
even
so much
bother?
damage.
They have to back away. They're doing so much damage. Santi trying to make some room in the back line, but should you go in the back line with a team this much of a lead? But right now, 50 minutes into the game, the inhibitor is gone.
Wow. Look at the lead just manifesting for UC. And I
Wow.
like how they saved the Rift Herald for that inhibitor, because that's one of the hardest ones to take down. It leaves you the most open to angles of infiltration. So having that means that there's just that big burst that leaves no chance for the turret to regenerate.
This is really a good display of macro play coming in from UC, displaying this strong of a rotation. Just goes to show that they do belong and maybe in the top 4 in the LCL going into the semi-finals.
Definitely something team to keep an eye on, but still, it's so hard for UNOR to even get any advantages in this game. And I think it all boils down to, one, how Legend Darhan was playing bot lane, and two, their play style. It's so slow, it's so safe that having to wait for 20 minutes is just too costly for a team. Because as I said, a lot can happen in 20 minutes that can ruin your chances of actually grouping up 20 minutes.
And right now, 40 seconds left into the Infernal Drake timer. UC side making their approach to the bot lane, making some room, and making Rams show in this game.
That is going to be the search and win trivia link.
Yeah, it was
Just pay attention. Here comes a fight though on the Legendary.
Legendary, and there is the initiation from the Equalizer by Mob. A huge AoE slow. Mob is dominating. I don't think they need the Infernal Drake. There is the ace in the hole. Gets blocked by Xcavi, but Xcavi will not have any safety from his teammates. Santi goes in for the burst, does fail. Repels in and out, but the shot that does land though. That's it for the clash under the turret with Skissy. Soaking some a lot of damage. Everyone's
Kissy actually gets taken down
yeah,
there.
under the turret there, more of a overstay.
Yeah, that's an overstay coming from UC, and that last whirling death coming from Legendarin actually takes out Akinos. But still, that fight was still a win for UC because it's a 2-for-2 trade, but they get the pressure to get this Infernal Drake. And Legendarin, how many death sentences has he caught this game? He really needs to fix his positioning, not be baited by his own axes. But that last death sentence catch wasn't because of his axes. It was just him being out of position and not having enough reaction time to dodge.
And this, wow, 3 Infernal Drakes and the next one would be Mountain. I think that's a pretty late Mountain, but I think Sice is like, hey, why not just take it? The Rams are already crumbling already. Let's seal in their death.
We're going to see the next team fight that will happen, because they will have to close out the game very soon, UC.
I gotta hand it to
Infernal Drakes, they have all the tools to do so.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to Akinos, the co-usually from the bot lane, and not to mention Santi not really gauging the potential of his own team. I mean, going all in 3 versus 2, I don't mind. I actually have a B of sorts, so I can still take you guys on.
Yeah, and they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, that's the message that Akinos was trying to say, and same as Hong with that trash.
I really like how Hong played that. So much synergy with Akinos. Like, every time that they went for an engage,
Clutch!
Hong will ensure that Akinos is always in range for an attack by death sentencing him, and they have that confidence because they were ahead. And the shields coming from John are not enough to protect that Raven.
I guess
The
this
mechanics
is
as well are so on point for
so
Akinos.
on point. Look at Mob.
Mob will try to go for this. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, look at the damage from the Equalizer, but I don't think that's going to be a kill for him whatsoever. Santi does break away from the Equalizer, but look at the base, boys! The Nexus turret has been taken down. That's the first turret, and that's what happens. When an inhibitor gets taken out that early, sometimes teams, they actually ignore the wave. They have to keep pushing the top lane.
Yeah, and because they had to focus so much onto Mob,
It's going to landslide.
Seems like the Baron, 20-minute Baron. Every time an objective spawns, UC is just always
Yeah, this is a team
Step ahead.
worthy of a title, of called an LCL team. Something that they have displayed in this game.
man.
The team you have to watch out for.
as soon as Baron spawns, and 7 seconds after Baron spawns, it's already at half health.
It's like, as soon as he spawns, it's ours. It's like the death,
oh man,
here comes the
he's going
engage.
for a fight.
Santi will not be having that leeway, but Hong taking in so much damage. There is no redemption, but Legendary will be picking up the kill and what trade-off in terms of jungler. But I don't think they can sustain this by looking at Akinos' position on the brush side. Not to
Here.
mention a double kill. Legendary will not escape with an ace in the hole, securing another ace plus a quadra.
That is actually going to be the game for UC. Wow, one of the fastest wins I've seen this entire term
A
of
team
LCL.
of sometime you have to study and research.
Yeah, this is a team you have to look out for. 'Cause the way they rotate, the way they play the early game is just so good in terms of the macro.
Good. I mean, speeches right here, but right now, UC and MCL will have to face off each other with a tiebreaker after this game.
This is actually not the last game for today, folks. We'll still be going for the UC versus MCL tiebreaker. They're both at 5 points right now, so we're going to see which one of them is getting to the semifinals.
Wow.
So just stay tuned, folks. Wow, such an intense day so far.
I love it. I love it when a game has a tiebreaker. It just spices up the game even more.
I
We did
love
see UC with such tremendous macro play. Marvelous, amazing. I'm so stoked for this tiebreaker game.
Yeah, I love it. Definitely going to be a show of endurance for this. So that means both. That means that these teams are going to have more games than what was planned. So that's going to be a test of endurance. Another game just to test who really is deserving of that semifinal spot. Look at Akinos' damage, 20,000.
I guess MCL will have to try and match the rotations coming from UC.
Like, if you think about it, Akinos has been dealing 1,000 damage per minute this game.
If you look at it that way, he's been getting kills every 30 seconds in the
Yeah.
bot lane. But wow, what a lead that was with UC. Moving on a tiebreaker to take away that sweet spot from MCL. And to our viewers out there, I hope you're excited as we are for the tiebreaker after our short break. But going to the endgame stats, look at the damage dealt by Akinos.
Yeah, Legendary, not a lot of damage dealt. He spent most of his time
And
dying after a death
he
sentence.
spent most of his time up in the sky.
Because Legendarian kept catching those death sentences. His positioning was so off, and positioning is the most important thing for an AD carry, especially Draven.
So guys, there you have it. The last match of the night, but of course, because of this, we have a tiebreaker moving on to MCL versus UC. Don't go away. This is the match will dictate, will represent Group B in the next stage of the LCL. We have been the Shotcasters. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is Atlas. We'll be back after a short break. Now the Revenant Hydra has been picked off, and here it comes, the double CC lockup. All connects to Akinos. Look at the long range engage from Rams, but where is your damage? Here's your damage coming in from EFC Mom. Here comes in with the equalizer.
Oh man, that is going to be still a huge fight won by UC after all of that. Triple kill, a double kill onto Mob, triple kill even.
Two Legendary, and there is position from the equalizer by Mob. A huge AoE snow. Mob is dominating. I don't think they need the Infernal Drake. There is the ace in the hole. Gets blocked by Xcavi, but Xcavi will not have any safety from his teammates. Sabi goes in for the burst, does fail. Rappels in and out, but the shot that does land though. That's it for the clash on the turret with Skissy. Something some a lot of damage.
So good in terms of macro.
Good. I mean, speeches right here, but right now, UC and MCL will have to face off each other with a tiebreaker after this game.
This is actually not the last game for today, folks. We'll still be going for
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.
keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. Chocolate starfish. Wanna keep on rolling, baby. I'm moving, now move back. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Now I know y'all be loving this shit right here. L-I-M-P, Biscuit is right here. People in the house, put them hands in the air. Cause if you don't care, then we don't care. 1, 2, 3 times 2 to the 6. Jonesing for your fix of that Limp Biscuit mix. So where the fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 You wanna mess with Limp Bizkit? Yeah, can't mess with Limp Bizkit. Because we get it on every day and every night. Hear this platinum thing right here? But we're doing it all the time. So you better get some better beats and get some better rhymes. We got the game set, so don't complain yet. 24/7, never begging for a rain check. Old school soldiers blasting out the hot shit. That rock shit, putting bounce in the mosh pit. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Hey ladies, hey fellas, and the people that don't give a fuck. All the lovers, all the haters, and all the people that call themselves players. Hot mamas, pimp daddies, and the people rolling up in caddies. Hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody all around the world. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Move in, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 A little bit of loneliness, a little bit of disregard, handful of complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. What I want you to want, what I want you to feel, but it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you to just believe this is real. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do, face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here 'cause you're all that I got. I can't face the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't change this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. A little bit insecure, a little unconfident, 'cause you don't understand to do what I can, but sometimes I don't make sense. What you never want to say, but I've never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do, face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here 'cause you're all that I got. It's just one of those days where you don't wanna wake up. Everything is fucked, everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you wanna justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit, let shit slip, or you'll be leaving with a fat lip. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit. It's just one of those days, feeling like a freight train. First one to complain, leaves with the blood stain. Damn right, I'm a maniac. You better watch your back, cause I'm fucking up your program. And if you're stuck up, you just locked up. Next in line to get fucked up. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit, let shit slip, or you can leave it with a fat lip. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit, so come and get it. I feel like shit. My suggestion is to keep your distance, cause right now I'm dangerous. We've all felt like shit and been treated like shit. All those motherfuckers, they wanna step up. I hope you know I pack a chainsaw. I'll skin your ass raw. And if my day keeps going this way, I just might break something tonight. I pack a chainsaw. I'll skin your ass raw. And if my day keeps going this way, I just might break something tonight. I pack a chainsaw. I'll skin your ass raw. And if my day keeps going this way, I just might break your fucking face tonight. Give me something to break. Give me something to break. Just give me something to break. How about your fucking face? I hope you know I'm like a chainsaw. What? A chainsaw. What? A motherfucking chainsaw. What? So come and get it. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit, let shit slip, or you can leave it with a fat lip. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit. So come and get it. just to breathe. Sometimes I need you to stay away from me. Sometimes I'm in disbelief, I didn't know. Somehow I need you to go. Don't forget our memories, forget our possibilities. What you were changing me into, just giving myself back and don't stay. Forget our memories, forget our possibilities. Take all your faithlessness with you, just giving myself back and don't stay. Sometimes I feel like I trusted you too well. Sometimes I just feel like screaming at myself. Sometimes I'm in disbelief, I didn't know. Somehow I need to be alone. Just forget our memories, forget our possibilities. What you were changing me into, just giving myself back and don't stay. Forget our memories, forget our possibilities. Take all your faithlessness with you, just giving myself back and don't stay.
Windblade will finish him off. He gets Seahawks over the wall with the broken wing. And now focus on Aslan. Drive charges up. Aslan will not last long. There's a flash from Excavate. And now a steal fails the Seoul University. Still doesn't break, and here comes the fight. One time is on. Look at the stupidity and Yamchi on the center of the fight.
Flashed away as Orc goes for the back line. Condenser standing on the line of the equalizer. Gets equalized indeed. Gold team waiting.
Good evening, everyone, and we are going to be entering our tiebreaker
Wow.
game between UC versus MCL, and we will be your shotcaster for the last match of the night. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is my co-caster, Atlas.
Wow, the Lenovo LoL Collegiate League 2017 spring term has been such an exciting term for all of us, and it's culminating in this interconference series, Group B, before we go into our semifinals. And it's going to be Malayan College's Laguna Warlocks and University of Cordillera Scythe fighting it out to see which one of them will actually go go out of Group B into the semifinals.
And going on to the semifinals and the hopes, and going on to the finals and to represent for the LICC. But enough of that. The tiebreaker game between UC and MCL. Who is going to be entering this as one of the top teams in your opinion? I mean, for me, I'll be backing on the UC because of their superior macro play.
Yeah, UC's macro play is definitely scary, but I like the novelty that MCL, the freshness that MCL actually gives in terms of the drafting phase.
Fresh.
But when it comes to the macro play, yeah, I do think even though MCL's macro play has been improving since the conference series, I think that the novelty is actually trumped by how fast-paced the macro play of Scythe is. For me, I'm gonna have to be betting on UC.
So we're both betting on UC.
So
My God. But I gotta actually agree with you on that. I mean, UC's from just those 2 straight games of the last match we've seen, we can't doubt that UC is very good in terms of rotation and macro compared to MCL, where we're seeing them, they haven't been playing so well in a way that they actually do rely on snowball, but those snowballs actually transition to late objectives. Let's say they actually take the dragon very late in the game, whereas UC, when they see an opportunity, they go
just
for
grab
it.
it.
Yeah.
So it's coming into the pick and ban phase. Mordekaiser from Luz is banned out. Suzuya, Lee Sin is actually also banned out. Stellar's Talia. So definitely UC realizes that every single one of these members can be a threat, especially these 3. On the other hand, MCL banning out the Thresh, Kled, and Ari, also realizing that a lot of threats on UC, but now they're going to focus on the support here with the Lulu ban, plus going to be a Fiora ban against Mob. On the other hand, it's UC now going to focus her on Suzuya, banning out his Ivern. On the other hand, also banning out the top lane Lucis.
What can you say that, I mean, Jungle Nunu and Jungle Gragas?
Yeah, Jungle Gragas is going to get absolutely all of his camps will be stolen by the Nunu.
Is that
because
like 100%?
Yeah, not really, but Gragas clear isn't that fast. He does have pretty decent sustain and tankiness in the jungle, but against Nunu, he'll just steal the camps away. But it's not that terrible for MCL, because Gragas is a tank with lots of CC. Even if he doesn't have as much gold as he would have without being counter jungled by Nunu, he still has the potency of the explosive cast and the body slam. So you can't underestimate that. On the other hand, ooh, it's gonna be a Kassadin lock-in for Stellar here. Actually, Kassadin is one of the pocket picks of Stellar, so we can see how it performs against Kissy's Orianna.
Yeah, this is going to be the last game. I mean, you cannot cut corners right now. Let's say you do have a pocket pick, but let's hope that that's actually useful right now in this current state of the drafting phase right now. Plus, we did see that UC, they did prioritize that Orianna, so they know that they must take this Orianna in order for them to really secure a really solid lineup. I'm going to be seeing Cry yet again on the new jungle.
I'm really liking UC so far. Lots of utility with the mid lane, with a ton of damage there in the bot lane with Kissy and Hong, especially Hong on that support Zyra. I've seen lots of Zyras that actually outdamage their carries later in the game. And Cry actually has some pseudo synergy with Akinos with a blood boil. Just keep on blood boiling in team fights. Keep on blood boiling Akinos, and that's actually a huge impact that Cry is making already.
Yeah, and eventually you'll get a heart attack.
Just keep boiling your blood, and then get a heart attack after that. But after a team fight, if Akinos gets all those blood boils, even if he gets a heart attack, as long as he's dealing a lot of free hit damage against MCL, that's actually very worth it for UC. On the other hand, MCL, very strange picks here. Unconventional, rather. They have the Zaya, they have the Cassin, and they have the Jax top lane. Against the Rumble, the Rumble has a huge potential to actually just snowball over the Jax. Because you can't really counter-strike the Flame Spitter, so the damage will still go. But it's all up to the junglers
I don't
to
think
really dictate
I
all
don't
of these
think
lanes.
Jax is a really good pickup against the Rumble because Jax goes well against basic attack-oriented champions such as, let's say, a Darius or a Kled or a Fiora. But against the Rumble, it's more on defensive, I guess. You just stun the enemy, but after that, you have to commit yourself into the fight. You do have the passive from the active from the Grandmaster Man-at-Arms, but that's not enough.
So it has to be careful to the top lane. As we get into our tiebreaker, the last match of tonight is going to be University of Cordillera Scythe versus Malayan College's Laguna Warlocks. We're going to see how everything plays out because this is a high-stakes game.
The last game of the night of a tiebreaker. If MCL makes small mistakes, same for UC, this will give them an opportunity to stand on top and be victorious and go on to the semifinals.
So this is definitely a do or die game, and man, MCL had to go through two do or die games today. One against ADU, and now against UC. Now UC has the momentum from the last match. We're gonna see how all of it plays out. Seems like our teams are just going for their standard level 1 starts here, protecting the entrances of their jungle, not really going for any deep wards or anything. Just gonna go and have a lot of safety. They don't want to risk anything because winner takes all in this match.
Winner takes all and losers take nothing. But yeah, anyway,
that's what it already implies.
I know, jeez. But yeah, going to the tiebreaker game, UC is clearly entering this as one of the top dogs, whereas MCL, they're more of a hamster in terms of macro play.
Yeah.
Because as we've seen from the games of MCL, they don't behave or they don't even rotate the same way as the fashion as UC.
Yeah,
So
UC definitely very scary in how they rotate. So they have to watch out for these 4-minute dragons and these potent ganks coming from a Nunu of all champions.
Yeah, it's gonna be a terms of a pressure in the bot lane to put those wards.
It's definitely gonna be something to watch out for.
I mean,
The thing is, the last time that MCL faced up against UC, it ended up in a 1-1 with Stellar, still the mid laner, who just went up against UC and was able to get those wins. But this is not a best of 2. The winner of this game will be going to the semifinals. So it's really up to who gets to pull the trigger first and who aims for the target better.
Right now we're seeing more of a trade-up in the top lane against Jax and a Rumble. I've never seen that matchup before, but I gotta say, it's on to Rumble because look at the DPS coming in. But the fact that Lucis can really CC lock Mob, and in terms of damage and trade-offs, I gotta say it's on to the Jax because the Flame Spitter, you have to run from the counter-strike. So the Flame Spitter's damage is actually not used to its full potential.
But he can have a lot of protection from behind the minions. It doesn't take minion aggro, so the Flame Spitter, while it will naturally push the lane, he has that safety of being surrounded by all those minions. Suzuya trying to go for a gank there in the top lane.
Yes, and right now, I mean, you see, they're still playing the same strategy. This time
what,
it's
3
30, it's 3 minutes.
3
Drake, oh
minutes
jeez.
already. And what's this going to do? It's going to make the laning phase of UC quite easier.
What is UC's jungler doing? I mean, it's so... I can't say that it's something very powerful in a way that you can get early objectives so fast, knowing that that is a Rumble, but man, I gotta hand it to Cry. He really knows when to take an objective and take it blindly and without MCL even knowing or responding.
Yeah, I think Cry's knowledge of the jungle is very vast because to make that 3-minute dragon work, of course Nunu can solo it. But what if Suzuya intervenes? That kind of play, a 3-minute dragon, has to come from the cooperation of the bot lane, constantly pushing in Asuka and Kari. Means that if ever there's a fight at Drake, or if Cry gets caught out by Suzuya, Hong and Akinos are more in a position to respond. Plus, he knew the pathing of Suzuya, because he knew Suzuya would be top lane, so that was a signal for him to go for that free Ocean Drake.
And we also did see that from the 2 games, shouldn't MCL expect that UC will make those rotations? I mean, an early vision ward wouldn't have hurt, but seeing how, as you said, the pressure from the bottom lane really helped out in terms of denying.
The main thing, though, is that an early vision ward might be too costly, because it does give away, because that means Kari would have to give up 2 potions. Because that was a Drake from 3 minutes into the game. There was no time to go and get a buy timer from that.
Wow. Cry really making those objective plays, transitioning to, right now, not ganks, because as you said, Nuno is not this gank monster champion where he has to take kills. It's more on supporting your teammates and getting buffs.
Getting and then denying the resources away from the opposing jungler. Looking at the lanes, though, it's actually been pretty hard for the laners of MCL so far. Stellar is like 2 waves behind TSC in terms of CS. So is Asuka.
Oh, he's been spotted though. Mob did
man.
see a glimpse
Just
of
at the edge
Suzuya.
of vision. Quite unfortunate for Suzuya. Look at here, just constantly being pushed in. Asuka having quite a hard time against this gate.
Oh, wow. Pretty close
man.
call for Ashka.
Would have been
Suka versus Akinos.
if Akinos got that kill.
Yeah.
Would have been the start of another snowball.
I think the snowball is already happening. I mean, look at the CS.
He had a CS twice of Asuka. Plus, they're already pushing the lane in. So this lead is just going to grow after this wave.
And not to mention level advantage on top of that. This is a wave that Asuka is going to miss.
Cannon wave, too. So unfortunate for the spot lane of MCL. And they can't afford to go for these trades, you know? Because the Ocean Drake's just going to kick in. The early Ocean Drake really accumulates all the healing over time. Because when you get Ocean Drake early,
Dive coming in, Lucy wards top, but does get slowed by the snowball. Just don't try with flash burn onto 12 teams. Lucis is not catching a break right now. Mob is in range for the first blood, but able to try securing it instead.
Seems like Suzuya's gank there in the bot lane wasn't as effective.
Oh, he's very low. One more hit, but the Inspire.
Fire saved him out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so in terms of they do mirror the rotations coming into the top lane and then they react bot lane, but no kill gain for the bot lane. And really, because imagine it like this, that the earlier you get Ocean Drake, the better it is. Because in your laning phase, of course, going to trade out mana, trade out HP, and it's just going to come back because of the regeneration. The longer the game goes, the more that amount accumulates, the total amount accumulates. It's different from Mountain Drake where it's like and Infernal Drake where it's at the moment, at the team fight, at the siege, that's where it takes effect. But with Ocean Drake, the value just gets more and more valuable as the game goes on, the earlier you get it.
And not to mention the next trick is Mountain. And leave the Cry to be there when it spawns, he'll take it down before MCL even has a fighting chance.
Yeah, it has to be MCL putting down some actual vision here in the river and around these objectives because it's way too dangerous to leave Cry alone with those epic monsters. Has to be mindful of that.
Will he take it though? He does smite it, stealing away Suzuya's resources.
Yeah, there's no chance for Suzuya to take his own buff. But
that's pretty sad.
yeah, that is very sad. But this is all about the laners as well. Like, Cry should not be free to do these if only the laners of MCL are able to respond. But because of how quite behind they are decently behind, they can't immediately rotate there to try and take out Cry without bringing attention to themselves or losing a lot of CS.
And seeing the rotations, MCL making their way to the red side.
That is one of the ways you can mitigate the losses you get from the
I
Nunu,
guess.
but he transitions that into a gank in the top lane. Successful one at that too.
With 4 seconds left in the Mountain Drain, we can expect that Cry will make rotations towards the bot lane. Maybe a visit. Who knows? Gets up to Cry to determine the fight.
And UC not letting MCL catch a breath here. You're gonna see how
Oh
this
boy.
Nunu
In
rotates
the bot
down
lane though, here comes Suzuya, but there's a cover play coming in. Mob will be there for the assist. There is the Stranglethorn and the knockup from the Zyram. Suzuya is very low. Ace in the hole, does not get blocked. He takes the full blow, but here comes Stellar from the mid lane. He has a lot of room to work right now, but Asuka dealing a lot of damage to get the kill, and now being CC'd away from his teammates, Stellar picks up a very easy kill, and that's because Stellar did die because there was no target for the shockwave. That's why the ball returned. So that was part of a deletion coming from UC.
But this does give them something that might be more worth it. That was a 2-for-1, so the value isn't all on MCL's side. The Mountain Drake will actually even that out, and I think it's going to make it a lot better coming into the mid-game, and especially when UC wants to take the Rift Herald, which will be spawning in 5 seconds.
Oh boy, the next Drake will be Ocean. UC just looking better and better each time they take that Ocean Drake and Mountain Drake.
And now it seems like the blue buff will be the focus here.
My God, Cry is just it's not even mercy. No mercy is shown in the jungle for MCL.
Smite is up for Suzuya, but
Cry-
Devour
Cry-
actually, but
actually
I think
Dev-
Devour deals
yeah.
more damage at this point.
See, yeah, he can never take his buff. There's 1,000 damage from Devour, so he can catch a break. But I guess this is a trade-off. Cry will be giving a kill on this is Asuka plus a blue buff.
Actually, that's not worth it for Cry. A little overconfidence there, but blue buff didn't go to the optimal laner that it could have gone to. But still, the gold is heavily in favor of UC, even with the equal number of kills because of the Drake, as well as the CS lead built by Kissy and Akinos. Ooh, wow, Akinos has twice the amount of CS as Asuka.
That's not laughable at all. I mean, that's something really dangerous for MCL. But do take note that he does have 2 kills and 1 assist. He may not be that far behind in terms of itemization and gold. We can do see that he does have 2 long swords and a VF sword.
So that's going to be the pickup for him. I like it that he's not going for Xerxes just yet. Ooh,
Oh boy,
Kissy.
Kissy.
Bit of
Swayed.
trouble.
Gets drunk by the explosive cast, but the shockwave will not be enough to fend off Stellar.
Suzuya, 100% kill participation so far. Good for him. And it's actually, despite the pressure.
Oh, what a hot
teleport
game right
there.
now. The pressure's on to the bottom lane. Here comes the teleport.
Oh, wow. Dodges all of the damage with the Feather Storm.
Akinos is in bigger trouble. That will be
Oh,
a
why?
kill, though. Akinos still managed to get something for...
Asuka got greedy. There was no need for him to
Yeah,
go
he
there.
did get something from the bottom lane. So he was actually happy with that. I mean, he did get a kill, so Asuka... yeah, as you said, very greedy.
Definitely no need for that. But that is dangerous for UC because that means that MCL has a little chance to get back in the game. Because if Suzuya, despite the deficit in terms of the camps, in terms of the experience, is still able to get these impactful ganks, that just means that the Nunu will eventually fall off in terms of value that he can give. Of course, he has the absolute 0, doesn't deal that much damage, has really good slow though.
But he's doing his job right now.
Yeah, but he's doing his job right now. But they have to be careful about MCL later in the game if they keep going for these, if they keep getting caught.
Well, then it's up to his teammates, not to Cry, because Cry did what he needs to do. Take all the Ocean Drakes, assist his teammates in ganking. It's up to the laners to dictate the late phase of the game if they ever get a lead. But right
Mob
now,
in trouble.
yeah, Mob has no flash anymore. He does burn it. That was up though, then that would be a reward for Suzuya.
Yeah, explosive cask was up, but they didn't want to risk it too hard because Lucis was already below half health. An equalizer would have been very dangerous, combined with a flame splitter DOT. But the game is still very close. UC is so ahead in terms of the rotations and the objectives, but you cannot ignore the MCL. This is a 4-0-2 Kassadin.
Yikes.
If he gets more kills, I don't think UC can weather the storm if Stellar continues to snowball.
Here comes the all-in from Stellar.
So a bit of a trade-off. I
Yeah,
guess.
trade-off wise, Stellar will always win thanks to that magic shield. But when it comes to the late game, UC will have
dear.
such a lockdown here in the ball lane. Hong with the Stranglethorns, sets up a kill for Akinos. And here comes Lucis from the bottom lane. He does get exhausted, giving some room, but he does burn the flash for Akinos. And right now, here comes the equalizer from Mob from the top lane, and that would be a double kill. He got what he wanted, 2 for 1.
And here comes Stellar to finish up the job bot lane. I think he has enough tools to actually take it out.
Oh,
it's going to
boy.
be his entire kit unloaded onto Mob. This is, in the end, this is actually going to be 3 for 3, but more worth it for MCL.
Yep, and right now, Stellar may have a hard time, but look at that scale. I mean, unstoppable killing spree right now, 5-0.
At the cost of the mid lane turret. Actually, it's more worth it for UC, but I'm kind of focusing on the fact that Kassadin gets another kill, and then Lucis, he has died 3 times, but those 2 kills actually bring him back into the game, and then get him closer, steps closer towards the hyper carry Jack. But that is also on another cost here, not just the turret, but also this Rift Herald.
Rift Herald is being not yet contested. More of an annoyance, but it would be UC securing
Ooh, it goes to Cry.
the Rift Herald. Actually, he's free to use it in any lane he thinks that it's worth using.
Yeah, just get that dance while as he recalls. Happy with that Rift Herald, because that means that he can go in and out of the map a lot more because of his empowered recall, which allows him to rotate more and take more of Suzuya's camps and take more of these objectives.
Right now, UC, they're playing a bit too aggressive. They don't have the snowball they did have in the last game, but they're pushing very aggressively. I mean, the turret health is very low. Not to mention, they already secured the first turret, but it all comes down to the Drakes. I mean, this will be the 3rd Drake. I mean, so much emphasis on the Drake because UC really likes to play around the objectives.
Yeah, and seems like Suzuya a little bit late on the back foot here for the Dragon.
He's already
Cry gonna go for the top lane here, bot lane here instead.
Cry
Just get some deep vision in.
Yeah, Cry is already setting up for the Ocean Drake.
Meanwhile, Suzuya still walking around the map really aimlessly a little
Oh,
bit.
this time this might be a bad news for Cry. He does not have any control wards, not to mention the map is very black for UC in a way that they don't know where the other members of MCL are.
Might be dangerous for them. Teleports are not up for both top laners.
And not to
Seems
mention,
like, yeah, Cry will not be risking going onto that Ocean Drake unless they have complete control. But seems like not definitely not taking that until they have complete control. Gonna focus instead on this bot lane turret.
Don't rush something that you're not sure yet.
It seems like very mindful Cry. Oh, he's gonna summon Rift Herald right here, right now. No chance to defend against that.
Yeah, they just have to give it away. But I think this will set up for the Ocean Drake, but
yeah, they
so
have to give a lot of time.
This is actually well used. Okay, you just take 1 turret, but you also take the Ocean Drake. That's a really wise, good way to use the Rift Herald.
Of course, they have to go to the search and win. Trivia link just open your tab up. It seems like those two ooh, actually gets taken down. Top lane Lucis gets taken down. I believe it's probably going to be the turret, actually, considering where the red marker is placed. Probably either the turret or equalizer, but getting a kill onto that Jax, even though it is a 1-for-1, it gives him 1 step closer towards that hyper carry. But seems like UC not skipping a beat, already transitioning to the mid lane after getting those objectives.
Yes, very true. And not to mention, Mob is not too far behind in terms of damage. He does have the Arm Seeker's Guard. Will be beating towards Zonia's Hourglass, but you gotta really respect UC in terms of Ocean Drake control, the Drake control. But right now, in the top lane.
Look at that top lane. Confident dive coming from Lucis, but that is going to be very risky. Could have gone either way south for him, but he does get the kill, gets a revenge kill because of the turret. Still, I think it's more worth that it went to Jax.
Yeah.
Because
completely.
of how the scaling for these hyper carries works.
Yeah, but right now I think when UC does get all the Drakes and objectives they need, Cry already has done his job. He can retire in elderly home and just look at his team carry him towards the victory because he did his job. But it's always up to Kissy.
I think that's the first ever jungle camp that Suzuya is able to take from Cry.
Oh, that's a bit of a burn right there, but Stranglethorn is off, but Suzuya gets slowed by the snowball. Hong is there for the bind instead. Goes in for the slow instead. Flash burn onto Kissy. He does not land anything up. Not giving up yet with, Lucis! It's up the shot rate, gets knocked back. And now Stellar goes in for the retaliation attack, but he is left alone. Ignoring 3 members of MCL on the right side, but the chase is on, but they should know better.
That's going to be a 1-for-1. Another kill onto Stellar, but will his damage be enough later in the game? Because what seems to be what's happening here is that when UC groups up, they have so much damage that I don't think they can follow up an assassination coming from his Kassadin. Let's see.
Baron will be up in 1 minute. If UC feels confident, they can take it. We did see them as soon as the Baron spawned, they do take it down. But right now, things are looking pretty even for MCL against UC. However, no turrets for MCL, whereas UC, they have 2 turrets in the hands. This will make it the 3rd turret in the hands of UC.
5,000 gold lead for UC and 3 Drakes is so drastic of a lead. It's not as bad as it was last time with Uno R, but with the way that MCL is playing, they're quite behind in terms of CS in the mid lane and bot lane. But I think MCL can still come back from this, because the later the game goes, the more that the Saya is able to bring out a lot of damage and utility with the feathers. The Kassadin's just going to get more and more powerful as he gets more kills, and Jax is a hyper carry, but it's gonna be all about them pulling the trigger. Is it choosing the right targets, choosing the right fights, where Akinos cannot get as many free hits as he usually does. Single honeydew fruit there in the top lane.
A very lonely honey fruit, wanting to be eaten but not wanted.
Does not want to get slowed down, rotating into the mid lane here, because Akinos and Kissy definitely doing a lot of work pushing these waves in.
And with the Baron live, an objective up for grabs for MCL. They
A real threat. It is a Nunu.
However, Lucis is also a threat, but looking at the composition of UC, they do have Hong in case Lucis goes in deep. They can knock him down with the Thorns from that Zyra. Not to mention the AoE knockoff from the Strangle Thorns of the Zyra.
Sheer damage. Here comes Cry. Might be in danger.
There it is. Oh, Cry. If Cry gets taken out, this will open up a Baron for MCL. Cry cannot afford to die right now. Yeah, he's very tanky.
Quite tanky, even with nothing to devour nearby. So that is going to be the explosive cast used against him. Quite a big cooldown in terms of displacing Akinos.
Cry, however, also used his Absolute Zero for that AoE slow.
Oh, now Suzuya in trouble.
Oh, returning the favor. He's trying to block up the body slam, and that would be an easy pickup from Suzuya, opening up a Baron for UC. See, this is the confidence they have. Knowing that the Baron is gone, they will still go for it. Let's see. Lucis making his approach in. Cry can take it on. He does something to the
steal?
but it will be MCL taking the steal! And the fight breaks down in the Baron pit. Lucis once on Akinos, but Kissy picks up the kill.
What? How is it possible for a Baron buff to be stolen away from a Nunu? That was the damage from the Soul Flare coming from Kari. Unexpected. What?
Breathe. That's less breathe.
So that is going to be MCL coming out
But
with
wow,
that Baron buff.
that was such a clutch though. I mean, I gotta see that replay. Let's see.
Let's look at how it all plays out. This should be in Smite Devour range already.
Oh,
he smited it early.
Smited it early, and while he was devouring, there was an animation, and that's how the Inner Flame was able to get the Baron.
And here, Lucis even almost gets Akinos. So that's definitely MCL can take on UC in a straight up
this
fight.
is looking very good for an exciting game where we do see that MCL, they have taken the first big objective.
We're going to have
UC.
to see if they can transition that into actual objectives.
Oh boy, I think Cry is feeling a bit dishonored. He will have to fight back. He has his second chance right now in the Ocean Drake. That will be live. But we're seeing that Suzuya does have the smite, whereas Cry does not have the smite. He did use it, but it'll be off pretty shortly. But right now, a bit of a brawl in the Riverside.
Sonya's used by Stellar for no reason.
Yeah, the nerves are getting to these players, and right now the Ocean Drake is up for grabs. But note that MCL is entering this fight with more power, firepower. They do have the Baron buff, but they don't have the smite advantage. Let's see. And it will be UC not giving them a second objective. Well, Suzuya is out position. He gets taken down, and there is the flash code. A chase by Stellar goes wrong, and there's a knockup from the Orianna.
Oh, Stellar doing a lot of damage.
But Asuka is free to hit. There's the Feather Storm. Where is it? And that will be a sweep from Stellar, just cleaning up the field with a triple.
Wow.
And now with only Mom left alive, that would be an ace.
Wow, an ace coming against UC. Closes the gap. A quadra kill for Stellar. Closes the gap in gold to 2000k.
Oh,
2k rather. And with the Baron buff still on these two members, they can actually transition this and equalize the gold with a turret. Or two even.
Yowza, Stellar is actually 10-0-3. That, what is that, man? Like, what? 10-0-3, no, not even a single death. And here's the replay.
And here also what happens. They kind of split their attention apart. Stellar and Lucis kind of tunnel vision onto Mob, which means that it's a little harder for Asuka to deal the damage here. But once Stellar and Lucis actually join the fight, this is where everything becomes messy for UC. Look at them, the front line, not really a front line, but rather huge damage for these top lane and mid laners. And Asuka, because look at how much he healed in that fight. He was already half health. Because of how much he healed from that fight, plus dodging a lot of damage with a Feather Storm.
Someone has to control Stellar with that Kassadin.
Jeez Louise, that is going to be 10 kills and 0 deaths for Stellar.
Yowza, I mean, in the top lane, we're going to be expecting that Lucis is actually a hyper carry role, but leave it to Stellar. Give all the money, all the advantage, and the resources to Stellar to deliver the damage and the cleanup.
And the more items he gets, the tankier he gets as well. He has his Zhonya's Hourglass, has the Rod of the Ages, so he can actually stay in the fight for a long time. He has armor, he has magic resist, he has health, which is gonna make, and then Lucis is just gonna keep getting stronger and stronger unless he gets killed here for being out of position.
Well, Cry does have the utility for the slow, but it's not going to pay off. I mean, Cry did his job.
Cry did his job early, but seems like now, with Suzuya's tankiness and the ability to disrupt, that's the thing, Cry can't disrupt.
Yeah.
He only has a slow and a super slow. On the other hand, Suzuya can can displace Akinos and Kissy, and also knock people up that go near.
Somebody kill Stellar. I mean, that's a huge bounty. Very juicy. 10-0-3. And with that, that would be his pocket pick, not to mention. And to top it all of that, taking the first Baron of the game, that gives them a huge chunk of gold, not to mention an ace in the DR pick.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Even with 3 Ocean Drakes onto UC,
I hate to
if they get into a straight-up fight, it's actually going to be MCL. Cry did his job early game of getting these objectives, and he's still going to do his job when Baron spawns, when the next Drake spawns. But when a fight actually happens, it might actually be on MCL's side, because
they have the damage. They have the utility. And the disengage from the Gragas. Not to mention the powerful kiting from Karma for the Zaya.
survivability of their damage dealers.
Oh my god, here it comes. Stellar goes in out of the clash from UC.
They don't really have any solid ways of locking him down.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be very painful for UC. They do not have.
Yeah,
that
Lucis is just wailing on here. The thing here is he was forced to build the Hex Drinker, facing up against the Rumble. Imagine if he had Trinity Force in here.
Man, I actually like the sound that Lucis makes when he hits third. But right now, 3 members make that 4, closing in onto Lucis. There's a teleport coming in.
Stellar and
There will
Lucis.
be a fight breaking out pretty shortly. You're gonna be seeing
Here comes Suzuya.
Asuka also. Here comes the explosive cast. Holy moly! UC is in the mercy of MCL. MSL Asuka in the backline with the Zaya goes in for the cleanup. Finish Storm in, Finish Storm out, and that is a cleanup with a double kill. But the Zona is burned for the buy that time. But Cry cannot deal any damage. But Bobby's dealing the damage for him, and there is a shutdown. What a shame! So close.
That was definitely so close, but Stellar died, Lucis died as well, and Asuka, even with how much damage he has, with the Warlord's Bloodlust as well to keep him topped up, everything. That's a 4-man body slam, very good, but
not to mention the explosive cast.
Yeah, but they stay a long time in that equalizer, get into the shockwave, and Asuka's quite late to the party.
Yep.
Which means that his DPS, if his DPS was there when everyone was locked up by the Gragas, it would have been an easy fight for them. But here, even with the Warlord's Bloodlust, the damage from the Flame Spitter is too much.
Not to mention, Asuka didn't have enough time to set up his feathers.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing about how that fight went wrong for MCL. Still, it's around 1.3k ahead. UC is 1.3k ahead, and it's going to be the Baron buff next. I don't think MCL will get lucky again with a Baron unless they're able to disrupt it. And I think they have all the tools they need to. The Feather Storm's going to come up very soon. The Explosive Cast as well. So UC has to be more careful here.
I can see right now MCL puckering their lips, tasting that second Steel Baron maybe, and also an attempt to actually win this tiebreaker. That's where you see
Ooh, look at the damage coming
they're
from
actually
Akinos.
putting on their big shoes and big pants. This is going to be the last game for them in their group stages. Do not cut corners.
Yeah, it seems like Lucis will he teleport in time
Yeah,
for
I
this
think he
objective.
will. Let's see. Here it
Oh,
comes.
actually, it might be very
boy.
dangerous. Scares him away from the Baron.
But there's Lucis still. And right now, Cry is very tanky. They're going to be resuming the Baron. Carry is very low. Asuka's there. Stellar might go in with a 2-man shockwave. And I don't think UC will make it out alive, but right now we're going to be seeing Mob trying to deal damage onto Asuka, but there is Carry for the assist, but right in the Baron pit, look at Stellar's damage, he is still alive, but he does not make it out. But of a cooldown restriction there, and with only 2 members of MCL alive to defend 3 members of, like a 4 of UC.
So Zuya and the
They
rest
have
of
the Baron.
MCL hesitated there.
Yeah,
They had a big opportunity of disrupting the entire team and leaving Stellar open to just clean up UC.
Those are huge death timers. They could actually lose 2 inhibitors, and looking at that, they do have the Baron buff. Oh boy.
Yeah, they hesitated a long time there. They could have gone for a disrupt there. The ideal situation there was that Suzuya could have used the explosive cast to get Cry out of range for both Smite and the Devour. Instead, he just pushed him still within the range of that Smite.
Yeah, and the Baron didn't reset because Lucis was there, and not to mention the plant of Hong. That was such small details of UC really paying into the
Oh,
favor.
man.
And right now, guys, 5 Drakes for UC. Great lockdown in the DRP.
And this of that fight, UC's back in the lead in gold with 7k. Earlier, MCL had a really good chance of just taking away team
Yikes.
fights, but now it seems like if Akinos gets some free hits, if Mob gets a really good equalizer, it's just over for MCL. And because they're all, a lot of their damage comes in melee, that's Stellar, Lucis, even Suzuya, being stuck in that equalizer is going to be so bad, and it leaves Akinos and Kissy a lot of room to free hit.
Stellar is dealing so much damage, but it's kind of falling off knowing that the members of UC are itemizing against it. There is the Locket of the Iron Solari, not to mention we have yet to see a Guardian Angel pickup. I guess they don't really want to rely on that small duration
Yeah,
where
going
they
for the Bloodthirster instead.
more of a defensive item, more useful.
Yeah, gives
for-
him lifesteal combined with already the Warlord's Bloodlust, plus the Overheal shield will actually be very useful in mitigating the burst coming from
Yes,
Stellar.
yes.
Here, MCL needs to not hesitate. If they find a way, if they find an opportunity where they can separate members of the team of UC, they have to do it because that's what their composition is at. Lucis cannot spend too much time in the front line dealing his hyper carry damage if the rest of his team is falling apart because they hesitated.
They should not hesitate on that. They should not even choke. This is such a close game, and MCL is showing that they can actually keep up against UC's macro play.
But it's definitely more on how they engage, how they play their team fights. But when it comes to rotations and decision making, they're quite hesitant at times, in the key moments too, where they're not supposed to do so.
Look at that.
Oh, look at the siege coming from Akinos.
Look at those traps. 5 traps just to zone them out and giving Akinos more room to free hit. But looking at the map right now, we're not be expecting a backstab from MCL, but let's see. Stellar does not have any more than Bashing's Veil, setting up for maybe easy CC lockdown from the Zyra
That
plus
is this is the biggest impact that Cry is having outside of the objectives.
Yeah.
Blood boiling Akinos.
Yeah, man, that's something that you should
That's
do.
actually very potent.
Yeah, that's gonna help really well with Akinos' steroid in terms of attack speed, not to mention the movement speed for the kite.
Wow, they got that inhibitor, winning without fighting. They didn't even need to get a clash there. The trap line was enough to deter MCL. Plus, because Akinos had the Blood Boil on him, easy to just kite in and out of the inhibitor.
The Art of War by Atlas.
You see really spinning MCL in their web here. At this point of the game, 33 minutes, 5k isn't too big. Let's say the distribution is again around an 800 gold item for each of these members. But it's all about the macro play and the composition as well. Because UC has played such an good early game, they
Yeah.
were able to transition this into Akinos very easily taking down these turrets with the help of Christ Blood Boil and the zoning potential of the Shockwave, of the Strangle Thorns, of the Equalizer. It's so good.
No teleport yet up for Lucis, but there it comes.
They have to commit now.
Look at Stellar. He's really aiming for Kissy and Akinos. Very low,
The damage
50%
gets
health.
him,
And
though.
whoa, that
Ooh.
crit! And there is the Feather Storm for the time. And the Akinos just gets CC locked on by Lucis without the marksman. What's UC left to do? Buy time for Kissy and the setup. And there is the killing spree
comes
onto him.
Lucis.
And Mob is trying to zone out that Zaya. Will it help though? Lucis is making his approach, going in on the cry for the stun. Asuka is left to free hit. And Kissy a bit too hesitant to go in. And now with Hong just smacked against that wall with a trophy, but they did buy enough time for the Nexus turrets to just go down thanks to the minions.
Oh man, it's actually going to be very bad for MCL losing a Nexus turret from that fight, but they do get a little bit of gold from that onto some.
Oh,
the thing
man.
there is Stellar had not. If Stellar was in a better position there, not in a position to get poked down. Let's look at how that fight played out. Stellar was hanging around so near without the help of his team that he gets chunked down to half health. That is so bad for him, which means that when he ults in, his uptime is half.
And Akinos made the mistake of actually calibrating shot in, and that's gave Lucis an easy location.
Yeah, but Asuka also going down to like so low health here. But even with the shields, that was
the
very dangerous.
Inspire and the heal.
Yeah, but imagine if Stellar was at full health there because he wasn't poked down.
Yeah.
He would have been able to take out Kissy by chasing him after later. So really, because of that small positional mistake, being able to get being poked down, that actually halves the time he's in the fight.
Wow, this is such a close game. Not to mention, we did see from that clash that MCL will come up top. It's more of waiting for those inhibitors to spawn and giving MCL more room.
Ooh, what a weird redemption coming from MCL. That is a huge fight reset tool taken away from them. Gonna see though, because Stellar is still 12, 3, and 5. But he needs to get into a position where he won't get kited and destroyed in terms of damage like this.
They have to protect Akinos at all costs. Lucis cannot get the jump on him.
Suzuya's here for the disruption though. He has explosive cast available.
Look at that, 2 Banishing Veil onto UC, and now the inhibitor is going to be taken down.
Once again, without a fight.
Carry though, flashes out,
mind.
and that is a mistake for Kissy. Yikes, painful mistakes.
I think MCL.
Oh
should
no,
think,
Stellar from the back line goes in onto Akinos. He does flash out, and there is the Zonia's Hourglass and the redemption. Looking into position of Akinos, he's in a good spot to land those traps. Lucis making a slow approach, but the counter strike is up. He can't take any damage. But then Akinos, look at the damage he's taking. Look at the damage he's dealing against Asuka.
Might be an
Akinos,
opportunity.
no! He gets rooted out and locked out by Lucis with Asuka cleaning up the fight. And Mob, nothing to do. Just watch as his life taken away.
And now Baron
by
is definitely going to go to
MCL.
MCL without Cry available to help him out. Note that Hong, if he survives, he can still deny the Baron because of how much damage a Zyra support he still does. But they have to also be mindful. Just look at that.
I think they should be more mindful of their base.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem here because they're going to get disrupted by Hong. He has to cancel that. The Nexus exposed.
Man, what an intense game. MCL at their wits' end, not giving up without a fight.
They need to get a win a fight when the Baron, rather when the inhibitor is up. And they had a lot of opportunities to do so, but it's so hard because Akinos deals so much damage
And not
from
to
long
mention,
range.
UC knows as soon as the inhibitor respawn, they will take it down.
Yeah, definitely. So it's really only, they have to time when they pull the trigger. They have a lot of good opportunities, but after that, they don't really have huge objectives.
Yeah, what happens when your trigger gets jammed? You lose. And that is
lose, you get
hesitation.
shot.
And that's something that UC cannot even take even a risk. I mean, especially Akinos, we did see his aggressive
Oh,
play.
look at UC. Oh, that's actually already below half health. Oh, man. That's going to be twice the amount of, rather 1.5 times regeneration. And now they're going to try and rotate towards the Baron.
Burn is still up, and that's gonna be very.
Yeah. MCL can't afford to
Oh
leave their
my
base for too
God.
long.
They can't, man. I mean, look at the wave coming in.
Give it a huge wave.
Oh boy.
MCL's backs are to
Look
the
at the
wall
burn
here.
from the aspect of the dragon, but we can still see that Susu is making his way. Redemption is there, and a four-man shockwave onto the members of MCL, and the Baron is taken by UC. Disruption is coming in. Lucius goes on to Kissy, but Kissy managed to get the jump on him. Suzuya goes in for the body slam, but there's
The
no
burn is too
follow-up,
strong.
and now the burst is just too powerful with Ace in the hole,
Oh, man.
nailing the coffin of MCL.
The burn, even the members of UC,
Corpses on the
Yeah.
floor.
even with all the members of UC that didn't have a lot of damage, like Cry, actually all of them had a lot of damage, but that because of the aspect of the dragon, even Cry deals a substantial amount of damage, and forcing that fight even after they were taken down by the damage coming from that shockwave, they still went into the engage, and this cost them the game, costs them the semifinals of the LCL.
And guys, what an intense game it was with MCL. Did their best against UC, but because of the aspect of the dragon and not to mention the 5 drakes, UC still made it on the top as to represent Group B and moving on to the semi-finals.
The macro play from UC was on point from minute 1 until the end of the game. And even though that MCL had really good team fighting composition, because of the lead that UC accumulated because of their objectives early game, they just took it away coming into the semifinals.
And let's get into the end against up Kissy though in the last clash. He did clutch that 4-man shockwave. Really well placed.
That's really what wrapped up the team
Yeah,
fight.
that
for
really
them.
wrapped up really cleanly. And right now we have to see the damage dealt.
We're going to see all of that. Look at the KDS. We're in a very intense game. Lots of deaths all around. But really, we're going to have to see how all of that happens. Coming into the semifinals. The search and win winners, actually. We have two to actually, let's go to the damage first. Look at all the damage coming from Akinos and the top lane here. Coming into all those
Ridiculous.
equalizers, all that free hits. Just culminated into the win for them. And even though that Cry didn't deal too much damage against champions, I bet that damage to epic monsters is huge. And if ever a part of that damage dealt from Akinos is actually contributed by the Blood Boil.
Not to mention the DPS, but on to the Search and Win trivia winners to wrap up this episode. So the question was, what was the first item Ash built in Game 2 of UC versus R? And the answer is Boots of Lucidity, and the person CR boots. The person who answered that correctly is Brinel Jonas Castro. Congratulations, you win yourself a mystery gift. And for the 6th Search and Win trivia question winner, the question was, what was the first Drake taken in the tiebreaker match between UC versus MCL? And the answer
the winner is Junar de Guzman. He
yes,
answered it
Junar
with
de Guzman.
Ocean Drake. I feel like I've seen Junar de Guzman's name on the Search and Win trivia a lot. I don't know, maybe it's just deja vu, but of course those are the 2 winners for that for the last 2 Search and Wins we have for today.
But we have our winner for Group B, UC. Moving on to the semi-finals. Wow, I gotta congratulate them. I mean, the back play was really outstanding. And guys, that concludes it. Group B finished, and also this episode. I was Vulcan, and joining with me was my co-caster, Atlas. And we have been your shoutcasters, and we hope to see you next week for another episode of the LCL. His approach in. Cry can take it on. He does something more. But it would be MCL taking the steal. And the fight breaks down in the Baron pit. Loses once on Akinos, but Kissy giving them a second objective. Well, Susuya is on position. He gets taken down. And there is the Black Stone. A chase by Stellar goes wrong. And there's a knock-up from the Oriana.
Oh, Stellar doing a lot of damage.
But Asuka is free to hit. There's the Feather Storm. Where is it? And that would be a sweep from Stellar. Just cleaning up the field with a dribble. And now with only Mom left alive, that would be an ace.
Wow, one.
There will be a fight breaking out pretty shortly. You're gonna be seeing
Here comes Suzuya.
Asuka also. Here comes the explosive gas. Holy moly! You see it in the mercy of MCL. MSL Asuka in the backline with the Zaya goes in for the cleanup. Firestorm in, Firestorm out, and that is a cleanup with a double kill for the Zoners. Is burst for the buying time, but Cry cannot deal any damage. But Bobby's doing the damage for him, and there is a shutdown. What a shame! So close. Shockwave. I don't think UC will make it out alive, but right now we're going to be seeing Mob trying to deal damage onto Asuka, but there is Carry for the assist, but right in the parapet, look at Stellar's damage. He is still alive, but he does not make it out. But that's great, and there is the Belly Storm for the night, and the Akinos just get CC locked on by Lucius without the marksman. What's UC left to do? Buy time for Kessie, and the setup, there is the killing spree on him, and Mob is trying to zone out that Zaya. Will it help though? Lucius taking his approach, going in on the try for the stun. Asuka is left to bring him, and Kessie a bit too hesitant to go in. And now with Kong just goes in on the Akinos. He does flash out, and there's the Zoni's hourglass, and the redemption. Looking at the position of Akinos, he's in a good spot to land on the shot. Lucius making a slow approach from the counter strike, and Rob, he can't take any damage. And then Akinos, look at the damage he's taking. Look at Akinos, oh, he gets rooted down and locked down by Lucius, with Asuka cleaning up the fight, and Mob, nothing to do, just watch as his life takes away. And a 4-man shockwave onto the members of MCL, and the Baron is taken by UC. This Rockers coming in. Lucius goes on to Kissy, but Kissy manages to get the jump on him. Suzuya goes in for the body slam, but there's no follow-up. And now the burst is just too powerful with Ace in the hole, nailing the coffin of MCL.
The burn, even the member of the game, costs them the semifinals of LCL.
And guys, what an intense game it was with MCL.
Not enough Garena shells to buy the latest League of Legends skin? On sale now? Get shells anytime, anywhere with your Globe or Touch mobile number. Go to gamer.com.ph and sign up with your mobile number and enter the verification code you will receive via SMS. Log in and choose the game and pin you want. Check out to purchase the pin with your load or through your postpaid account and receive the pin on your phone instantly. Never miss a sale on your favorite League of Legends skins and champions with Gamer.